Good morning, everybody. I declare this meeting open as a meeting of the Environment and Communications Legislation Committee. I begin by acknowledging the traditional owners of the land on which we meet and pay our respects to the elders past, present and emerging. Senators, departments and agencies have been provided with advice on the arrangements in place to ensure that the Budget Estimates 2022-23 hearings are conducted in a safe environment. This guidance is also available from the Secretariat. The committee appreciates the cooperation of all attendees in adhering to these arrangements. The Senate has referred to the committee the particulars of proposed expenditure for 2022-23 for the portfolio of climate change, energy, the environment and water. The committee may also examine the annual reports of the departments and agencies appearing before it. The committee is due to report to the Senate on Tuesday the 29th of November 2022 and has fixed Friday the 16th of December 2022 as the date for the return of answers to questions taken on notice. The committee's proceedings today will begin with its examination of corporate matters of the climate change, energy and environment and water portfolio. Under Standing Order 26, the committee must take all evidence in public, and this includes questions on notice. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence to the committee. The Senate, by resolution in 1999, endorsed the following test of relevance of questions at estimates hearings. Any question going to the operation or financial position of the departments and agencies which are seeking funds in the estimates are relevant questions for the purpose of the estimates hearing. I remind officers that the Senate has resolved that there are no areas in connection to the public expenditure of funds where any person has a discretion to withhold details or explanations from the Parliament or its committees unless the Parliament has expressly provided otherwise. The Senate has resolved also that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of the officer to a senior officer or to a minister. This resolution prohibits only questions asking for opinions on matters of policy and does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. I particularly draw attention of the witnesses to an order of the Senate of May 13th, 2009, specifying the process by which a claim of public interest immunity should be raised. Witnesses are specifically reminded that a statement that information or a document is confidential or consists of advice to government is not a statement that meets the requirements of the 2009 order. Instead, witnesses are required to provide some specific indication of the harm to the public interest that could result from the disclosure of the information or of the document. An officer called to answer a question for the first time should state their full name and the capacity in which they appear, and witnesses should speak clearly and into the microphone to assist Hansard with recording proceedings. Mobile phones should be switched to silent. We have members of the media in the room, or we did, and if not, I think they're coming back. Does anyone on the committee have any objection to the media entering the room under the usual structures and guidelines? No? Great. I welcome Senator the Honourable Jenny McAllister, the Assistant Minister for Climate Change and Energy, representing the Minister for Climate Change and Energy. Minister, do you wish to make an opening statement?
No, I don't, Chair, but I believe the Secretary has a few
Yes,
remarks.
I would now welcome Mr David Fredericks, the Secretary of the Department, and over to you, Mr Fredericks, to provide us with your opening statement, which will also be tabled.
Thank you very much, Chair. I appreciate that. Could I associate myself, Chair, with your acknowledgement of custodians and of elders, and could I also pay my respects to any and all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today. Chair, I thought it was appropriate to make a short opening statement this morning to recognise the fact that this is the first appearance before Senate estimates of the new Department of Climate Change, Energy, the Environment and Water, also known to us now as DQ. Can I say personally that I'm very proud to lead the new department, which has been established to deal with a range of complex policy issues that are of critical importance to Australia's future way of life and which require collaborative, innovative and joined-up reform. This includes a strong role in delivering the government's agenda to invigorate Australian climate action and leadership, facilitate the smooth transformation of our energy system, capture the opportunities of a clean energy economy, protect, restore and manage Australia's land and ocean environment and heritage, and improve the health of our rivers and freshwater ecosystems. In this, we will also be focused on achieving environmental and economic outcomes, including growing our economy and ensuring regional communities continue to thrive. The issues that we are dealing with, our climate, our species, our reefs, our ecosystems, our water systems, are issues our First Nations peoples have been dealing with for over 60,000 years. This means strong, respectful and genuine partnerships with First Nations peoples, including in the design of our policies and programs, will be critical to progressing the government's agenda across our department. I also want to take this opportunity to provide an update on the machinery of government changes that established DQ on 1 July 2022. These changes have been complex, but have been managed diligently and conscientiously by a range of our staff, to whom I am very grateful, along with the support of other agencies, notably the Department of Industry, Science and Resources and the Department of Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry. I can advise that the machinery of government change process was finalised for DQ on the 28th of September 2022. At that time, we had completed the legal transfer of all staff from former departments to DQ and had finalised the necessary governance and other mechanisms required for a Department of State. DQ is now focused on maturing its systems and processes while actively building an inclusive, dynamic and respectful departmental culture. I'm confident that we will do this while at the same time delivering the policies and programs which the government has committed for delivery by DQ. Chair, could I also say, finally, my thanks to you and through you to all members of the committee for your acceptance and understanding in moving the energy outcome in estimates to Monday week. I do appreciate that. Members of the committee know that an important meeting is on today of Commonwealth, State and Territory ministers, energy ministers, and I am grateful for the forbearance and understanding that essentially all of my energy senior executive are attending that meeting in support of it, and I can tell you that those senior executive are looking forward to dealing with energy issues when we come back here on Monday week. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. We will go to Senator Hughes.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone. It's nice to be back in estimates on a different side of the table. Minister, if I can just, Assistant Minister, if I can start with you just to clarify just one baseline for me before we kick off into the corporate matters. Is reducing power prices by $275 still your government's policy?
Senator Hughes, thanks for the question and nice to see you too. Our government prepared ourselves for office conscious that we had been through 10 years where the coalition...
Yeah, that's not really the question. The question is yes or no.
May I conclude?
Well, no, because that's
answer?
not the question. The question is $275? And it's a yes or no, because I realise we've got a very short period of time for corporate questions.
Senator Hughes, as I was saying, we prepared ourselves for office conscious that the government that you were part of spent 9 years essentially without a clear energy policy. And the consequence of that was that there was a failure to invest in generation capacity in the system. We have developed a suite of policies designed to put downward pressure on prices in a context where the energy system is under enormous pressure. And the most glaring manifestation of that pressure is that in the period that you were in office, 4 gigawatts of capacity left the system, only 1 gigawatt constructed.
So through
And for
you,
the
Chair, if I
reason
could just bring the
the
Minister
reason
back to the
for that,
question.
as
So if-
Chair.
Senator Hughes, she's giving you the answer to the
Well,
question.
it's not the question, it's a yes or no
It's a
question.
pathway. Well, she's answering the question.
It's a yes
If
or no
you just give
question.
her a chance to answer the question.
It's a yes or no question because we do have a lot of questions to move on to.
Okay. Thank you. We will go
Well,
back to
Assistant Minister.
the Minister to continue answering the question. Thank you, Senator Hughes.
So, from opposition, Labor undertook the most comprehensive modelling on energy policy, undertook from opposition, and the modelled outcome of our policies was a reduction in energy prices for households. Our goal is to reduce energy prices for households, but as you would understand, international environment is making that significantly more challenging. Energy prices have increased, and we've been very transparent about that, Senator Hughes. The budget indicates an increase in energy prices in this financial year and the next one, and it's very clear that the cause of that are the changes in international energy markets arising from Putin's illegal and immoral invasion of Ukraine.
Okay, so I'll take that as a no. Minister,
Senator Hughes.
when did the government set the dates for the estimates hearings according to the notice paper? When did you set the date for the estimates hearings?
Senator Hughes, the
That's the job of the
estimate
government?
dates were distributed at the time that the parliamentary program was.
Okay, so it was the 27th of July, for your information. Is Minister Bowen responsible for setting the date for energy ministers' meetings? Does he decide when the meetings are?
Senator Hughes, I think I can see where this line of questioning is going. Perhaps I can just...
Well, if you can just answer the question,
short-circuit
is he responsible for setting the meeting? Yes or no?
Senator Hughes, the government is entirely committed to being accountable before the parliament for the decisions that we make. We are committed to having an estimates process and, frankly, to delivering our obligations and accountabilities through the estimates process in a more transparent way than
be a
you will
very
have
long day if we're
observed in
doing
the
this.
period when you were sitting over in that chair. As I understand it, the committee has scheduled an extended period of time on Monday a week for the outcome that relates to energy to be considered, and we look forward to what I imagine will be a quite extended discussion.
So you can't tell me whether he's responsible for setting the date. So if Mr Bowen is responsible, which I assume is the response, that would have been a yes, when did he set the date for the Energy Ministers' meeting that's currently occurring?
Senator Hughes, I think you'll understand that finding a time when all state and territory energy ministers may be in a room to meet together can be quite challenging. In fact, so challenging that your government rarely did it.
Not quite sure
By
that's true.
contrast,
sure that's
Minister
true.
Bowen, since assuming office a relatively recent time ago, has regularly convened the state and territory energy ministers. I think Minister Keane, after the first meeting, said more had been done at that meeting than had been accomplished in the 3 years previous, while the Liberal and National Party were in office. So the Minister is strongly committed to working in a collaborative way with states and territories using the ordinary mechanisms around the energy system, something, again, that your government didn't take very much of an interest in.
2.5 days in total for Group A estimates, and outrageously just one of those days happened to be the only day all the ministers could get together. So if I can ask you, Minister,
Final question.
well, actually,
We'll come back to
you can
you,
come back
but
to
we're
me.
gonna
But
rotate the call.
was this question comes in a few parts, so you might want to take a couple of notes then. So was the minister advised by the
I'll get my pen
department, or the
ready.
minister's office advised by the department, that the energy ministers' meeting clashed with Senate estimates? And if this was the case, when was this advice provided to the minister's office? If you could please table that advice for the committee. And if the department provided the minister or the minister's office with an alternative date to the energy minister's meeting, and what date was that? And was the alternative date tested with other jurisdictions?
I'll take that on notice,
Well,
Senator
if you could
Hughes, and
please
see what
come
I
back
can
today
do.
with those
I'll
questions,
take that on
that would be
notice.
great. Well, I think the Minister's office could provide that. I would hope Mr Bowen's got someone listening, or the
I've
department.
taken the question
Okay,
on
they've taken it on
Senator
notice. Let's
Hughes.
move on.
Well, you don't just get to take it on notice
Senator
indefinitely.
Hanson-Young.
Thank you, Chair. Mr Fredericks, thank you for your statement. Firstly, let me just say I think it is important that we now have climate change, energy, environment and water all under the same portfolio, because these issues are inherently linked. The State of the Environment report shows that more than anything else, that we are now facing a dual crisis of climate and environmental collapse, and that these things are feeding each other. On the issue of energy, broadly, I just want to ask, are you aware and have you read and looked at the latest International Energy Agency report released over the last 2 days?
So, Senator, I am aware of that report. I haven't read it in any detail. I've read the highest level of summary.
Yes.
We're just in that difficult position where obviously the experts on that aren't with us, but...
Of course. But, you know, this is corporate questions and high level, and I think this is important, especially given the questions from Senator Hughes already this morning. That International Energy Agency report suggests that $4 trillion in profits have gone to fossil fuel companies globally. Are you surprised by that figure?
So, Senator, I didn't get to the detail to see that figure.
$4 trillion is an awful lot of money, isn't it?
So, Senator, I'll just say, I mean, I didn't get to the detail of that, but, you know, if you're accurate reflecting the report, it is a report that has credibility. It is a court report that you know, Senator, that we've, in estimates previously, Mr Sullivan and others have relied upon and discussed with you. So if that appears in the report, then I would accept that.
$4 trillion, which is effectively what the United Nations Climate Agency, Environmental Council and other UN bodies is suggesting is needed if we are to transition from the carbon-intensive economy to a renewable, decarbonised economy. I guess my question to you and to the Minister is, when are we going to start holding these fossil fuel companies to account who are making extraordinary profits off the back of a global crisis, off the back of vulnerable people, everyday households, rather than having this money taxed and put into a transition that we desperately, desperately need?
Perhaps, Senator Hanson-Young, I think the question you're asking is around tax. You'd appreciate that ordinarily questions around tax are dealt with in the Economics Committee. But the broader implications of your question go to transition. How do we get from our current circumstances to a decarbonised world? We have a series of commitments around, in this country and many others, to reach net zero by 2050. It's the effort that is required to meet the Paris Agreement goals, and you are right that it will require significant amounts of investment, public and private, to make that transition. I think you will have seen in the weeks, months since we formed office that the government is committed to making that transition real. There have been a number of very significant financial, legislative and regulatory changes and investments announced already. We are very serious about meeting our obligations under Paris, making the changes in industry, supporting communities that may be affected by those changes, and also making plans to prepare our community and economy for some of the climate impacts that we know are baked in and we cannot avoid.
The fossil fuel companies are making windfall profits, and yet everyday people are suffering under high electricity prices, and the climate crisis is worse than it's ever been. And scientists are saying we are reaching tipping points which we will never be able to step back from. When are the fossil fuel companies going to be held to account for their climate crimes?
I think by held to account, as per my earlier answer, you are speaking about taxation arrangements, and we're probably straying against some of the limits that I may canvass here in the energy and environment portfolio discussion. I think all I can do is reiterate to you that we are proceeding in an orderly way to establish the necessary policy settings to meet our Paris agreements. And that will have impact on a range of companies that work in the Australian context. Businesses are going to have to change the way that they do business. I think you and I understand the significance of the challenge that is before us. I am confident that the approach that we are taking is setting us on a path to transition, and I don't need to tell you that that is a very significant change in direction from the pathway and the trajectory that we've been on over the last 9 years.
Do you accept that the fastest, cheapest, most sensible way of driving household power bills down is by putting more renewable energy into the system?
The Powering Australia plan is predicated on the idea that we need a significant investment in new generation capability and new transmission to take that generation from the place where it occurs to the place where it is consumed. All of the information before us suggests that renewable energy, firmed renewables, is the cheapest available source of new generation capacity. I might also make the observation, since I feel certain that we'll talk about it again when we come together on Monday week, that irrespective of these technology changes that are required to meet the challenge of the climate, the climate change imperative, we need to replace generation capability anyway, because much of the generation in the Australian system is old and requires replacement. So it's not a question of whether or not we need to make investments in new generation capacity. We do. The question is whether or not the policy settings that the government has will enable the private sector to make the necessary investments. And sadly, over the last 9 years, the instability and the chaos around energy policy has not enabled those investments.
Thank you. We'll go to Senator Cadell.
Thank you, Minister. Can I confirm that you're a co-founder of the Labor Environment Action Network?
Yes, I can.
Are you still a member? Are you still a member of the LEAN?
It's not really a formal membership structure. I don't participate in the activities of LEAN, Mr Cadell.
Okay. Would you describe Felicity Wade, another head of LEAN, as an authority voice on climate issues?
Felicity Wade is the co-convener of LEAN.
Would you describe her as an authority voice on climate issues?
Senator Cadell, can I ask relevance here of exploring other interests outside of the corporate elements of the department?
I'll refer the Minister now to an article on the Australian Review, which you were a co-founder, where Ms Wade says there's going to be a huge amount of investment and pain and transmission lines through people's backyard and all sorts of stuff to deliver 43%. What is the pain that Ms Wade would be referring to with that?
I think you'd have to ask Ms Wade, Mr Cadell.
Senator Cadell, I'm going to just pull you up here.
Okay.
This is questioning of the department on corporate matters, not on LEAN or any individual member of the public.
Okay.
If you could please keep your questions relevant, that would be great.
Okay. Would the Minister, and the point of LEAN, see pain for the Australian public in the transmission, in changing repairing the grid, whatever, through higher electricity prices, through transmission lines going through private property, through destruction of agricultural lands?
Mr Cadell, Senator Cadell, my apologies, I'm referring to you incorrectly. You will know that a core part of the Powering Australia plan involves a significant financial commitment to investing in transmission lines. And the reason for that is that the market operator tells us that such an investment is required and necessary to meet the needs of the system over the coming decade. Transmission lines are not unique to any other kind of economic development in that they occur on public land, on private land, and when they do occur, consultation is necessary to ensure that landowners on and around those transmission lines have their opportunity to voice their opinions and views about how that might affect them. I'm not really in a position to make assumptions or to presume how people are going to respond.
Okay. How would you define the government's position on net zero?
Sorry.
What is net zero to the government?
Senator Cadell, is this the same question that Senator Roberts was seeking to prosecute in the chamber?
I didn't hear that question, so I can't answer that. But that's my question to you. On advice, I would say no.
Senator Cadell, all of the scientific information before us indicates that an increase in human-produced greenhouse gases, and there's a range of them, is causing global warming. And all of the advice is that to stop global warming, which presents real dangers to our planet, we have to reduce the net amount of emissions to zero. That means reducing emissions, and where emissions can't be reduced, finding ways to offset them by increasing the capacity of natural systems to absorb more carbon dioxide than would otherwise have been the case. Does that answer your question?
That's fine. And just getting a grasp, what is your understanding of the difference between CDR and CCS?
Sorry, you might want to unpack those acronyms, Senator Cadell.
You're not aware of carbon capture storage?
Yeah, tell me what, just unpack.
I'd like to know I'm concerned that the assistant manager wouldn't have the differences of acronyms of those sorts of things.
There are many acronyms, Senator Cadell.
Are there?
You've just been asked for a point of clarity. I wonder if you could just respond.
Carbon direct removal, carbon capture storage.
Right, okay. So there are a range of means by which carbon dioxide may be removed from the atmosphere. Carbon capture and storage is just one means by which, having removed it or captured carbon dioxide, you may store it underground.
Okay, I just want to know if, as Minister, you had a clear understanding of the difference between those two. I'll see for the time being. Thanks very much.
Thank you. We will now, Senator Duniam, I believe you had a couple of questions. We are going back to Senator Hughes afterwards. But
sure.
just
Okay. All right. Look, I did want to go back to the first question Senator Hughes asked around the issue of the Powering Australia plan and the government's commitment made during the election campaign to reduce power prices by $275. In answer to those questions, you said you've explained a range of circumstances and the context that you now are dealing with, arguably context that existed before the election as well with regard to international conflicts. You said the government would be putting downward pressure on power prices. By how much?
Well, Senator Duniam, the budget has been released and it indicates that in this year and the next year we expect an increase in power prices. But we are quite certain that the underlying dynamics in the market are as they have been for many years. New investment in renewables will place downward pressure on power prices compared to any alternative pathway, because renewables, firmed renewables, remain the cheapest form of generation. The government's decision and policy decisions, which are reflected in the budget and also reflected in the assumptions in Budget Paper 1, are to simultaneously invest in or provide finance for new transmission capability, cheaper finance, which will allow more firmed renewables to enter the system, putting downward pressure on prices.
I see. So my question was, though, by how much? Because before the election, before Australians were asked to cast their vote and make their decision as they did, they were told 97 times that power prices would be reduced by $275. Senator Hughes asked directly whether that remains the government's commitment, and so I will now ask that same question. I've asked by how much your previous answer was referring to. I've got no clarity on that. So does $275 remain the amount the Australian Labor Party, the now government, commits to reduce Australians' power bills by annually?
Senator Dunning, I have answered this question already, but I'll try it again for you. The government is committed to putting downward pressure on power prices. The tools available to us are these. We can create a certain environment for the private sector to make the necessary investments in new generation capability. And the first step in doing that was actually setting our 43% target in legislation and instructing, making sure that it was clear to the market that there was a clear direction for climate policy, because that has not been clear for the last 9 years, and all of the consequences are apparent in the level of investment in the market. The second tool available to us is to support the construction of transmission capability. AEMO, as you know, produces regular reports on what's required, what is needed to maintain the system and to enable new generation to come on. The Rewiring the Nation Fund provides finance for that endeavour. All of these interventions will put downward pressure on power prices. The challenge, of course, is that we, unlike your previous government, are honest about our circumstances. Your government knew that power prices were going to increase. The previous Minister for Energy, Mr Taylor, took active steps to create a new regulatory instrument to allow the government to hide that prior to the election. It's not an approach we're going to take. Put the budget out on Tuesday. It's got a very clear indication of the direction of power prices for the coming years. But it remains the case that the government's policies will put downward pressure on power prices. And frankly, the business of cleaning up the mess that the Australian people inherited from the approach taken under your government falls to us. We're ready for it.
Last question, Senator.
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Chair. I understand we'll share the call round. And we will come back to this false claim that any increase of power prices was going to be hidden, given there was a draft determination released by the energy
we can
regulator
step through the timeline, but it's pretty amazing.
February.
It's a pretty amazing intervention, isn't it, Senator Dunning, to make a regulatory instrument,
answer my question?
a regulatory
Ask my question?
instrument
Minister,
that sees
could
this.
just-
I wonder if I could ask a question. It's not. It's this
Okay,
is
Check, of
now,
course.
we've already got a little bit feisty this morning. If we could just calm, ask the question, answer the question, that would be lovely.
That would be excellent.
Senator Dunniam.
Thank you. Look,
And I will remind you again that we are in corporate matters at this point in time, and that any further discussion about projections of costs, etc., would rightly sit in the estimates session on Monday, the 7th of November.
yeah, look, I accept that we are in the corporate and general session, but this Powering Australia plan has been referenced by the Minister at several points throughout this time, so I think it's fair that we ask these questions. But look, I do want to go back. I think it is so critically important. I mean, I've got here a Facebook post by the Australian Labor Party, 16 February, which I'm happy to table, which says, an Anthony Albanese Labor government will cut power bills by $275 a year. Does that remain the commitment of this government?
The Australian Labor Party has a set of policies to put downward pressure on power prices. It resolves the circumstances established by your government, which saw us have 22 different energy policies over a period of 9 years, none of which landed, and which produced essentially a very low and an unsustainably low level of investment in the system. We are fixing that up. We are resolving that problem, and we will see downward pressure on prices as a consequence of those interventions.
Thank you, Minister.
Just not 275.
Senator Hanson-Young,
Thank you.
as quickly as you can.
Thank you. I want to go to some overall budget questions in the department. Firstly, I'm just wondering, Mr. Fredericks, could you, do you have a simple answer? You may not, but do you have a simple answer as to why there is a difference in the headline figure of this budget of $1.8 billion for environment in comparison to the last government's March budget of $2.3 billion?
So, Senator, I don't have a simple answer to that question.
Okay. Can you give us
so-
any answer to that question? Can you explain
I may have
that?
to take that on notice, I think. Do we have an answer to that? Senator, I'll take that on notice.
I'm interested in the additional resourcing for the department. This is on page 58 of budget paper number 2. The reason I'm asking this is we've known that the Environment Department for a significant amount of time has been underfunded and underfunded and underfunded. I'm trying to work out how much of this additional resourcing will be going to the environment part of the work that we do, as opposed to other elements.
So, Senator, I think on that one I can assist. So, the funding that's described in the measure on page 58 is by and large for our corporate parts of our department, explicitly so. And that's because in the creation of a new department where, there are complex financial transfers that occur under the machinery of government rules and norms. So certainly I came to the view after the kind of those various financial transfers had occurred and, in a sense, the department had been stood up, that there was a utility in our corporate areas seeking some further funding from government. And it is the corporate area, so it's the traditional things you think about, IT, HR, our financial areas, because, it's very clear to you and to, I think, everybody that the actual functions that the department will be carrying out are extensive and important. And so we need the strongest possible corporate areas to be able to support that. So this was an investment in the corporate areas. In terms of the sort of dichotomy between the environment and other parts of the department, at the end of the day, my desire in bringing together this department is to ensure that we're one big, strong department to do the sorts of things that you've talked about, Senator. And so, as the accountable authority, I'll make judgments about where that funding is most usefully prioritised. But just to emphasise, so it will be in the corporate area, but of course, in that position, it will strongly support environment, climate change, etc. If I just add one other thing, which is, and it is worth noting, of course, that in a range of other measures where funding is secured, oftentimes that is departmental funding as well. So there is, in this budget, both funding for the department for our corporate areas and then through all the various measures, funding for the functional areas as government asks them to do more.
Yep. Can you then, so that 275 million over 4 years then is about the department running itself, being able to kind of manage the workload?
Correct.
Okay. What makes up the $1.8 billion?
Well, so I just don't have a grasp or an understanding of what the 1.8
Well, that's from the
$1 billion
government's head. That's from the
figure that
press
you're
release.
referring to.
That's from the minister's press release.
Oh, well, I'll get Mr Larson to talk more to that, but what will make up that 1.8 billion is the various funding, including through new measures, that the government has agreed to in the environment portfolio. So in many ways, it's quite separate from that corporate funding. But I'll just check with Mr Larson if you've got anything more on the 1.8.
James Larson, Deputy Secretary. Senator, you've referred to the Minister's press release, so I can go through the constituent elements of that if that would be useful.
What I'm interested in is there seems to be a bit of a, I mean, look, all governments spin, so that's not your fault, Mr Larson. That's, that's what happens here. But it seems to me that 1.8 billion is a bit misleading because it's including both a 10-year time frame and elements of a 4-year forward estimates time frame. And so I'd really like to know how much is the government in this budget spending over the next 4 years on the environment?
So, Senator, there is yes, there are some timeframe differences across the different measures. But if you look at the bulk of the measures, the bulk of them, and I stand to be corrected in relation to some of the specific details. But if you look at the bulk of the measures, they are over the forward estimates. And so if you look at $117.1 million for environment assessments and approvals, that's within the forward estimates. The $1.2 billion identified for the reef, a little bit over $1.2 billion. That is for a period that goes beyond the existing estimates. It goes up to 2029. In relation to Landcare Ranges, $90 million. To the best of our knowledge, that's within the forward estimates. Similarly, $66.5 million in relation to Indigenous protected areas. The $14.7 million for First Nations cultural heritage places, again within the forward estimates. The Saving Native Species allocation, $224.5 million. To the best of my knowledge, that's within the forward estimates, but I stand to be corrected if that's not correct. $10.8 million ocean and marine, parks management, and $91 million urban rivers and catchments. They are very largely within the forward estimates. But of course, there are some differences there. So, for example, in relation to Indigenous protected areas, that was over 6 years. So yes, you are correct. It's not $1.8 billion over just over the forward estimates. It's a mix.
Okay, all right. So that we can save time, I would like on notice, and perhaps we can come back to it when we get back in the next. I know we won't be in corporate when we get back in a week's time, but I would appreciate if we could have the questions returned by then so that I can kind of help prosecute this and be very clear about it. I'd like to know how much money is being spent in the forward estimates, if you can work that out for me, because it is a bit confusing when you read the Minister's press release.
So, Senator, we'll take that on notice.
Thank you. I would like to, if we could go to the Saving Native Species Fund.
So,
Chair,
can I just-
Senator Hanson-Young,
So-
I wonder if we could, would that more appropriately sit?
It could easily slip into the next, the next outcome if that's more helpful.
Yeah, I'm very keen to get
Yep.
past corporate matters, close that off, and move into the main.
Then there's just one other question I'd like. The response on page 74, the response to the Samuel review, where it's you're saying it's a redirection. I just want to be absolutely clear that that money has not disappeared, that has simply been transferred into something else.
Dean Newton, Deputy Secretary. That's correct. It will be redirected for a purpose related, and I think it's the Environmental Protection Agency in effect. But if you can confirm, Mr. DeRuga.
It's just not clear in the papers where that money is actually going.
Sorry, Senator. James Strigo, the Head of Task Force Environment Protection Agency and Environmental Law Reform. Could you just repeat that?
On page 74 of Budget Paper 2, there's a deletion of 2.1 I assume that's 2.1 million under the response of the Samuel Review, and then nothing going forward. I'm just trying to work out how are we funding? We still haven't had a government response to the Samuel Review. Have we just cut this funding, or has it been redirected somewhere, and where is it being redirected to, if so?
So sorry, Senator, I think I was inaccurate in my earlier response indicating that it was going to the EPA. What the money was for single touch approvals, and that is being redirected to support exactly what you're talking about, the Samuels response and Mr. Tigworth's task force.
And so where, under what element, under what new budget measure is that going to, though? Because it's a negative year, not a positive.
So, Senator,
I'm not trying to be tricky.
No,
I'm really trying to
absolutely. So in the March 22-23 budget, there was $10 million provided for pursuing single touch approval negotiations with the states and territories. As you'd be aware, the current government has committed to undertake a full response to the Samuels Review prior to any consideration of that particular policy element of the recommendations of Professor Samuel's review, and so that $10 million has been redirected. As part of that redirection, $2.1 million was put back into the budget for expenditure on other environmental priorities, but $7.8 million remains with the task force in order to develop the response to the review and deliver on the design of an environmental protection agency.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so it's a trust us approach that we haven't just had that cut by $2 million.
Well, Senator, we're no longer pursuing the single touch approvals negotiation, so it's a different form of funding support. I'm very confident that the funding available to in the current financial year in terms of the work of the task force to both respond to the review and to do the initial design work for an EPA is sufficient for us to take that forward.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Final question, Chair, and then we can move on to the other bits. I'm also interested in the government spending audit impact on the climate, energy and environment and water efficiencies, page 62 of budget paper number 2. Again, I would like to know how much of this money that has been identified as efficiencies is actually being redirected into environment programs.
So, Senator, I think we might, to give you the best quality answer to that, i.e. how much is being redirected into energy environment programs as you define them, I think we'd like the opportunity to go away and do a proper job on that for you.
That would be helpful because it's not clear from this, and I'm worried, as you can imagine, that there's been $746 million found and not actually gone back into saving koalas.
Yes, so we...
Or greater gliders,
Yeah,
or
so-
all the other beautiful animals we have to save before they go extinct.
Let's not list them all.
Well, there's a hell of a lot of them. That's the problem.
So, Senator, we will be able to provide you with that information, essentially, each of the measures and where that funding is ultimately
That would be very
directed
helpful.
to.
Thank you.
And
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Hughes.
Thank you, Chair.
And again, I'm going to remind you if we stick to corporate so that we can just close
These are
that off
very
and move on,
corporate
that would be
questions around
lovely.
the department in particular. The department's website, energy.gov.au, includes Labor's Powering Australia plan. Is it appropriate that the department's website has that document on it?
So, Senator, I'll have to have a look at that for you.
I can send you the document. I've got the link here if you'd like it.
Yes, I'll have a look at that. I mean, at the end of the day, of course, we're responsible for implementation of the government's Powering Australia plan.
Right. So are you aware of any other APS websites that share political parties' election documents?
As I say, Senator, I can't answer that question.
If you could maybe check
I
with
don't
your
know, but
fellow secretaries.
I will check that.
How many
and
other
take that on
APS
notice.
websites carry political parties' elections material?
Yeah.
Are you aware, though, that the Powering Australia document actually references Scott Morrison twice as many times as it references renewables?
So I'm not aware.
And do you think that that's appropriate?
I'm just not aware of that issue.
Okay, we might want to have a look at that for me.
Yep.
Well, and to that, you might want to find out if the department sought any advice from PM&C or the Department of Finance of whether it was appropriate to post that document. Did the Minister or the Minister's office ask the department, either verbally or in writing, to post the Powering Australia plan? And if so, when was the request made? Who made the request? And can you please table any correspondence between the Minister or the Minister's office and the department on this matter?
I'll take that on notice.
Well, that's
please,
also
Senator.
to the Minister,
Yep.
because I'd like to know if the Minister's office was directly engaged in putting the Powering Australia plan, Labor's political document, on an APS website.
Yep, I'll take that on notice.
Right, well, since you're having to take these on notice, and I would again, similar to Senator Hanson-Young, appreciate these answers either being given by the end of the day or certainly before Monday week so that we can continue to address this. So we would like to know...
So, Senator, I will take that on notice.
So we'd like to know who in the department made the decision to put that document on the website. So perhaps you might be able to answer this if the department stands by the modelling that's presented in that document. Since it's being presented on an ABS website as government policy, as the department's position, do you stand by the modelling that is presented in that document?
So, Senator, for me, there's two separate issues there, which is one is I do accept I need to have a look at the proposition you're making about the policy that's on the website, so I will have a look at that.
Well, it's not a policy, it's a political platform.
I understand that. So that's an important issue. We'll have a look at that. I'll
Yep.
come back to you on notice about that.
Yep.
Look, I mean, in terms of the modelling itself, the fact of the matter is that was modelling that was point-in-time modelling. It was done in 2021, and it was about a range of election policies.
Was it modelling done by the department?
It was not modelling done by the department. It was done at a time when the Labor Party was in opposition. So at a point in time,
I'd like to know if the department stands by the modelling on its
So,
website.
Senator, I'm answering that question. So at the end of the day, that modelling was point-in-time modelling done by the Labor Party in 2021 and it was about the impact of those policies in 2025. And then the fact of the matter is that is ALP policy. Now that we're in government and that the Labor Party is in government...
We're in government, okay. That's Freudian slip there.
Senator, I've been a secretary for 3 years under the previous government. I think well respected in that position and appointed a secretary by the previous government. Yes, so the policies of the now government are in the budget. And they are in the budget papers.
Not the 275 reduction. That's not in the
I didn't say
budget,
that.
and
I
that's
said-
on that policy
I said
document.
that the policies are in the budget. What we do as a department on the election of a government or a re-election of a government, and this is not surprising, we've done this routinely, is we are asked to take those election policies and seek governmental authority for their implementation. All departments do that, Senator. So as members of the opposition know, we take those policies, we put them through a cabinet process, and we seek government authority for the minister for those policies to become government policies. And then we go about the business of implementing those policies. So that's, as a department, that's what we've done. And in that respect, that's something that we do always after an election.
Okay.
Is seek
So,
to
just to
put through government processes.
Mr. Fredericks, I'm really conscious of time, and so you've sought to take a lot of this on notice. But I would point out that this document on your website that reflects policy under the Reputex modelling is that it will bring down household power bills by $275 in 2025. That was said 97 times, by the way, during the campaign, and $378 in 2030. So that is actually what is on your website from a departmental perspective. So I think it is critical that you have a look, but you also confirm to us whether or not you stand by the Reputex modelling that the Labor Party used to create this document, but also confirm whether or not the department has sought to take any modelling of its own rather than just taking Reputex's word for it.
Senator Hughes, sorry, excuse me. Senator Hughes, I believe you're asking the same question around
Well,
and
I'm trying to
around.
get an answer.
Can I just finish what I'm going to say? The Secretary has said he will take it on notice to get some further detail on the issues you've raised.
All right, well, if you
He's
can-
also made the
I've got
point
one
that it's a
final
point-in-time document from 2021 and
well,
that things have changed.
Chair, I don't need you clarifying the answers for me.
I think you will find that on Monday the 7th of November, the relevant people to discuss modelling with
Well, we'll get
will
to
be
why
in the
they're not
room
here
and
today.
you can
I
question
think
them
that's a
there.
disgrace that they're not here today. But my final question to you is, will the department commit to taking a party political election campaign material document off its website?
So, Sam, to be fair to you and to be honest, to be fair to me, I don't have that.
Well, I'm happy to
in
forward
front of me.
it to the committee
So,
right now.
that's-
And you can have it, it can be circulated across.
Yeah.
It is on your website. I'm sure you've got plenty of staff here who can whip your website up. What I'm asking, will you commit to remove a party political campaign election document from an APS website?
Senator
So,
Hughes.
So, Sarah, there's a simple answer to that. If there's an ALP branded document.
Oh, branded. No. This is their policy document before the last
Well, that's
election. Will
right.
you commit to taking
But
it
that's
down
what-
from your website? Yes or no?
But that's what I'm saying. If there's an ALP document, then it shouldn't be on our website, and I would take it down. And a Labor Party document shouldn't be on the website, and I would take
That's
that
all I'm
down.
looking for. Thank you very much. Thank
Great,
you, Chair.
thank you. We will... Okay. Senator Cadell, if you could be short,
Mr.
because
Fredericks,
we are just blowing
workplace
up the
health and
entire
safety.
day
Well,
here.
we're also entitled to ask questions, so...
Yep, and we're entitled to have a spillover in Christmas week and
if we
all
want
of
to set
those
up the
things.
spillover, we can set it up
Fine.
in the break.
Mr. Fredericks? Hello?
Yep, sorry, I'm just
Yeah,
checking
yeah.
that.
Workplace health and safety becoming highly focused. Do you aware, or anyone from your department aware, how many workplace harassment bullying claims your department's dealing with at the moment?
I'm not aware of that. I'll ask Ms McCulloch to deal with that one.
Just give me a moment, Senator, to get to the relevant bit. So it's Louise McCulloch, Deputy Secretary of Enabling Services. I do have some high-level figures for you, but as you'll appreciate, these sorts of cases are confidential and we
Yes.
do not provide them. Where am I looking? Just give me a moment, Senator. You got it? Yeah. Thank you. So, at a very high level, where are the numbers gone? Senator, I might have to take it on notice. My off the top of my head understanding is we have about 20 odd complaints, but whether they're of a sexual, they're not all of a
Yeah.
sexual harassment claim.
No, it's workplace bullying and harassment generally.
Yep.
It's fine.
Yep.
If you could also, on notice, take, is there a financial impact, an allocation of funds in your budgetary things, what that would be? To deal with those matters, if there's payouts, if
Okay,
there's things
I'll
like,
take
if there's
that
a
on
contingent
notice.
liability being set, that's fine, take it on notice. And just generally, are you confident in your department's ability to deal with these matters internally? Do you feel confident that your employees have a safe culture and workplace?
So, Senator, yes, we are confident. Of course, there's no guarantees with these
fine.
things, but we have in place an integrity team, we have in place confidential hotlines, we have in place employee assistance programs, and we've established policies, work health and safety policies. We are also adopting a very proactive approach around the culture. And you'll appreciate we're a very new department. We've
Yep.
only been in existence since 1 July. So there's a bit of a journey to go on to establish the department's culture, but as part of that, a culture that is the best place to work and that staff can feel safe and bring themselves, their best selves to work is a clear policy and very clearly stated in all of our documents and all of our messaging.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Duniam.
Secretary, in your opening statement, you referenced the machinery of government changes that were finalised on the 28th of last month. Could you just outline for us the cost of those changes to that date?
The reason for that is it isn't easy. It's quite complex to understand the costs.
Indeed.
And we still that's a work in progress for us. The reality is at the moment we're doing everything we can to efficiently and effectively affect the machinery of government changes. But I'm happy to take that on notice and see what we can come back to you with.
Sure. So just to be clear though, in your opening statement you say it's finalised.
So what I said in the opening statement is what's been finalised is the legal transfer of our staff, so from all the other various departments, and we now have in place all of the relevant necessary governance mechanisms that we need to have in place to have a properly established Department of State. We have more to do, but I'm happy to take on notice the capacity to tell you what the sort of in-train costs have been to date.
Yeah. Look, if you're able, without too much trouble, if you can sort of break it down into the elements of what that MOG change involves. I presume that includes rebranding, etc., of the department. So if you,
we'll do our best to define.
Sure.
I just want to be clear, though, Senator. It's not an easy task.
No, indeed, yes.
So rebranding is probably one of the easy elements to identify the cost.
Yeah.
I know from experience that's not a. There's a range of departments that have had to rebrand frequently over the last 5-10 years. So
indeed,
I'm not
DAWA.
too worried about that.
Yeah. And things like accommodation, all of that, whatever you can on notice would be excellent. Just on that though, the money in Budget Paper 2, page 58, Department of Climate Change, Energy, Environment and Water, additional resourcing, does that cover the cost of the...
No. So Sam, just to be clear, so that's additional funding that the new department has received from government,
right,
in order to fund our corporate areas. Yeah,
that's fine. Okay. Well, as stated, those pieces of information on notice. Just on the issue of incoming government briefings, does the department take responsibility for all agencies and the department itself within the portfolio and their incoming government briefings, or are they done, for example, the BOM, is that done separately?
No, incoming government briefs tend to be done separately. There are occasions where smaller agencies might be incorporated into a department, but it's very much a department incoming government brief, and agencies do their own incoming briefing processes.
Okay, so you just confirmed for me though the BOM was done separately to the department.
I would want to take that on notice, or you could ask it in the
when we get to that.
The only reason I'm pausing is I wasn't the secretary for BOM.
No,
at the time of the last election.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. And on that, I will draw a line under the corporate section, which we had a very short period of time on, but have gone well over that time, and move on to the environment outcome of the Department of Climate Change, Energy, the Environment and Water. Thank you so far. We will start with Senator Payman.
Thank you. I'd like to start by talking about the State of the Environment report, which the Minister released in July. It provided some sobering reading, rather. Could you run through what the main findings of that report were for the committee?
Senator Payman, thanks for the question. The State of the Environment report is, of course, a very significant undertaking, and for government. And I think you might have seen that when Minister Plibersek headed down to the National Press Club to speak about it, she had sort of a pile of documents. It's a very significant scientific undertaking that seeks to understand where we are up to. Importantly, for the first time, one of the three lead authors, I believe we refer to them.
Correct.
Lead authors was a First Nations person, a person tasked with ensuring that First Nations perspectives on environment and natural resource management and cultural heritage were deeply integrated into the document that we produced, and it reflects our interest in valuing and acknowledging the contribution that will be made by First Nations people to caring and managing country. The findings are quite sobering. They indicate, an ongoing and significant threat to a range of species and ecosystems. Ms O'Connell is here and is also in a position to talk through some of those, but it really underscores the need for a very significant change in direction for the government.
Yeah, Senator Lynn O'Connell, Deputy Secretary. The State of the Environment report's a legislative obligation under the EPBC Act to do each 5 years. So earlier this year, Minister Plibersek released the State of the Environment Report 2021, so it was completed in 2021. The main kind of headlines, if you like, from the State of the Environment Report, and it is a huge piece of work and a wonderful reference. It's on the internet as a very searchable document and referenceable document, so it's there to be able to be referenced by anyone who chooses to do so. And I know the lead authors, our three lead authors, are very keen that it is accessible in that way and able to be referenced. But the headlines for the State of the Environment Report are that it found that Australia's environment is in a poor and deteriorating condition. That was the main headline. It made clear that too much degradation has already occurred and too many ecosystems and species are under threat. It indicated that if we continue on the trajectory that we are currently on, then Australia's sort of precious places, landscapes, animals and plants may not be here in the future. It also made a really strong call for action on climate change. It called for action on our environmental laws and institutions. It stated that more mammal species have gone extinct in Australia than in any other continent. It noted the number of threatened communities has grown by 20% over the last 5 years, and places literally did burn to endangerment by the catastrophic bushfires that we had. It stated that the Murray-Darling Basin fell to its lowest water level on record in 2019, consistent with the drought timing, and it states that Australia now has more foreign plant species than native species. There were a number of key things that were sort of first times in the State of this Environment Report. One of those, as Senator McAllister has mentioned, was an Indigenous co-author, a First Nations co-author, so looking at science and the state of the environment from the First Nations perspective. It also included climate as a feature specifically. Just looking at my colleague, would you like to introduce yourself? Is there anything else that I haven't covered?
Anthony Benny, Division Head for Biodiversity Markets, Economics and Environmental Science. So I don't think I have anything further on that, other than in terms of the number of unique visits to the SOE website since it's released, we're over 80,000 hits, unique visits.
Now, I'll just go to my next question, which I would love a brief, short answer, which is essentially this report was received by the former Minister, Susan Lee, wasn't it? And if so, when did she receive the report?
December 2021.
Okay. And Susan Lee had this damning report in her drawer for 6 months and did nothing with it. Do you know why?
Well, that's not a question for me, Senator.
Sorry, that was the Minister.
Well, Senator Payman, it is a very good question because it's an enormous body of work. It's a very significant and serious body of work, and it pointed to a serious situation that Australians could rightly have expected the government would be paying attention to. Now, there was an option before the government, which was to put it into the public domain before they went to an election. Now, that may have been inconvenient for the government, the previous government. It may have indicated that the Liberals and Nationals needed to do more and better to tackle environmental challenges. They had a choice. They could have put it in the public domain, but like many things, they preferred to keep things secret, and they failed to treat this problem with any measure of intellectual honesty. And it's a great shame. I think Minister Plibersek was proud to release that document. It's a sobering document, but it's, you know, a serious body of work conducted by serious scientists and presents a very significant challenge to the nation. And it is a challenge that we're determined to engage with properly.
One last question to the Minister. Can you explain what the government is doing to address the Liberal and Nationals' appalling record on biodiversity?
Yeah, look, Minister Plibersek went through a range of commitments in the speech that she gave, but it's worth running through them because many of them are reflected in the budget. We will deal with climate change, of course, and climate change represents one of the most significant threats to our biodiversity that we have ever faced. It is not, it's not something that we can tackle alone. It's a global challenge, and part of our approach is to make sure that we're properly engaging in the international community and that we are communicating with other international partners our determination to have a scale of ambition that matches the challenge before us. We're also, of course, planning to reform our environmental laws. The previous government received a report from Professor Samuels, and I'm sure we'll talk about this a little bit more, but Professor Samuels made a range of recommendations, and again, instead of responding to that in a serious way, the previous government simply cherry-picked a handful of preferred ideas from, you know, an old approach to environment regulation, pursued those and ignored the bulk of the things that Professor Samuels recommended. We will be responding to the Samuels report by the end of this year. Of course, another part of our response involves engaging with state and territory counterparts. Managing our biodiversity is a shared task across the Commonwealth. We look forward to working in a collaborative and serious way with counterparts in states and territories. And there are many initiatives in the budget, which I imagine we'll be talking about today, which actually seek to bring much sharper focus to the questions of threatened ecosystems and threatened species.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you very much. We'll now go to Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your time today. Just like to start by asking how many plants and animals are listed as threatened in Australia?
Senator James Larson, Deputy Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Larson.
Colleagues Cass, Kennedy also seem to speak on that.
Hello, Cassandra Kennedy, Division Head for Biodiversity Conservation Division. Thanks for the question, Senator. At the moment, there are a total of 2,073 listed species and entities under the Act. So that's 1,973 species and 100 ecological communities.
Thank you. What funding has been allocated to the No New Extinctions objective in the Threatened Species Action Plan?
So there is a $224.5 million Saving Native Species program that has been dedicated to the Threatened Species Action Plan. There is also funding under the next phase of the Natural Heritage Trust. One of the priorities will be threatened species and landscapes.
Thank you. How much of that is new funding?
The $224.5 million is all new.
That's not what the budget paper says.
Pardon me?
That's not what budget paper 76 says.
Oh, so I apologise. You're correct. There was also a previous program, which was an extension to the old Environment Restoration Fund, which was repurposed, and that has gone towards funding the Saving Native Species program.
So perhaps Senator Pocock's question could be asked again and answered correctly.
So with the announcement of no new extinctions, there's been no additional funding to achieve that?
So the announcement of no new extinctions happened with the release of the Threatened Species Action Plan on the 4th of October. Obviously, the budget came fairly shortly after that. That is a really, that is a new high ambition, and there, as the Minister has just said, there will be, a lot of work that we need to do across the Commonwealth and with our funding partners. The government made a commitment before the election to deliver the Saving Native Species program, and they have also dedicated Natural Heritage Trust funding to this priority.
Okay, thank you. Has the department done modelling to determine what funding would actually be necessary to achieve that commitment to no new extinctions?
There's no modelling available at the moment, no.
Does the department plan to do modelling to deliver that promise?
No, I don't think we specifically have work underway on that, but we are working with partners about how we do look to make sure that we can do the best work we can to make sure that the trajectories for those 110 priority species and the 20 priority places are prioritised, but we've also obviously got a very ambitious set of objectives ahead of us there, so we'll continue to work with all of our partners to make sure that we can have a plan to achieve that.
Is the department aware of the 2019 paper, What Will It Cost to Halt Extinction Crisis, by 13 eminent Australian scientists?
I'm aware of that paper, and my colleague, the Threatened Species Commissioner, will also be aware of it.
Did the department put a request for additional funding to the Expenditure Review Committee?
Question we can answer, because at the end of the day that's part of cabinet consideration, and so it's just not a question that we're able to answer, Senator.
Maybe it's a question for the Minister then. As part of the commitment to no new extinctions, was there a request for more funding to deliver on that promise in this budget?
Thanks, Senator Pocock. I appreciate the interest in the way that government policy is developed. The standard approach in estimates for many years across different governments has been that materials relating to the cabinet process are not for release. The ERC process is part of the cabinet processes, and we wouldn't ordinarily be releasing material about those into the estimates process.
Do you accept that $225 million over 4 years is significantly less than what some of our most eminent scientists have calculated is necessary to actually deliver on a commitment for no new extinctions? In 2019, they suggested that $1.7 billion per year would be necessary given where we're at.
I think, Senator Pocock, the Minister's been very clear, Minister Plibersek, that the scale of the challenge before us is immense. She's also been clear that it's unlikely to be met exclusively by public funding. It's one of the reasons that the nature repair market has been a focus of the policy work since Labor came to government. We recognise that we will need to leverage a range of tools if we are going to make progress on the biodiversity challenges before us. And it may be, Mr Larson, that you
So,
add a little.
Yes, Minister. Look, I think, Senator, the money allocated in this particular budget is part of a suite of approaches to what is clearly a very challenging issue. And first and foremost, the clear acceptance by the government of the challenges of climate change and the commitment in relation to climate policies and the pathway to net zero. The response to the Samuel Review, which has been committed to by the end of this year, the proposal to reform our environmental laws, and the discussion that we are having as part of that reform process about how you address cumulative impacts, how to deliver on regional planning, the conversation between state and territory ministers and Minister Plibersek last week in Brisbane, which was the first Environment Ministers meeting for a very extended period. That is the context in which this particular budget measure has been settled upon. And when you look at the action plan itself, so we have gone from, under the former government, a 5-year action plan, which was much more general in its approach, to a 10-year action plan, much more granular, much more focused on habitat, much more focused on particular species and granular efforts. And so, yes, there is more to do, as Minister Plibersek has said, but it is part of an overall approach.
Okay. Do you accept that 56-point-something million dollars a year is not enough to halt extinction in Australia?
Senator, there is always more to do. And
I'll take that as a no. And Minister, the market
sorry,
that's...
Senator Pocock, perhaps just to augment Mr Larson's response, I don't think that's a fair characterisation of the approach that we've already described.
Can I ask about? Can I ask just one thing about the approach then?
I think Mr Larson has set out our understanding of how we might approach it.
So can I just ask about that? I accept that. I accept that.
The states and territories make investments.
Yes.
We have regulatory arrangements that support and shape the way that land use occurs, and then we are looking at arrangements for a market that will be able to leverage private sector investment in it. So it's not a fair characterisation of how we're approaching it.
Except that. So final question. So the government's plan with their commitment for no new extinctions, which I welcome and really applaud the new Labor government on, is that the environmental markets that are being talked about and potentially set up will plug the gap between the existing funding, which is clearly not sufficient, to that $1.7 billion in 2019 money to deliver on no new extinctions. That's the approach and the plan, is that money will come from the market.
Senator Pocock, again, that is a reading down of the approach I've described. We will use every tool in our kit to get to our objective. It's a really big challenge. No one's pretending that it's not, and the minister's been really clear about it.
But if it's so big, $56 million a year is not enough. And that's the point here.
And this is the problem, right?
I think that, what I'm saying to you is that there is always more to do. There is a range of tools available to government, and we're determined to use all of them. Our investment of public money is one of those tools. We approach this in an environment where we have very significant resource constraints on budget. I think you've heard the Treasurer speak about those in recent weeks. We are rebuilding also a capability in a part of government that was not a priority for the previous Liberal National Government. But we are quite determined to make progress on this, and I think you heard Minister Plibersek make some very clear commitments when she released the State of the Environment report about the priority that we place on these questions and the seriousness with which we take them.
Thank you.
If I may just add
It's
a
actually
little bit.
less than
Effectively, for dealing with threatened species, you've got 3 principal risks in the country. We've already talked about, the minister's made the point about climate change. That's the single largest thing that we can deal with. The other one is habitat loss. And when you take a look at the government's commitment with respect to what's coming up in the Convention on Biological Diversity to increase our protected area state up to 30% of the country, that's an additional 60-odd million hectares of land that needs to be managed principally for the environment versus what's currently managed. So it's a significant step up, and also trying to make sure those are comprehensive, adequate, and representative. The third thing is invasive species, but it's when you put those into context, Senator, those are the three things that we need to move on to get to that type of outcome. And the law reforms, we can't understate how significant those will be for stepping up the protection of habitat and species versus what happens under the current legislation, and really getting into a better place where our regulatory settings are backing in where we make investments towards those three threats being dealt with comprehensively.
Thank you, I appreciate that. On the deforestation, would it be your view that native forest logging should be brought to an end to be able to achieve the goal of no new extinctions?
So what the science says, Senator, is that we have to have 30% of ecosystems protected so that they're resilient in climate impacts, et cetera. Obviously, activities on private native forests, et cetera, are part of that equation, so they need to be considered.
What about public forests? Yes.
Okay, thank you. We will now go to Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you. Just following on from these budget questions and how much funding there actually is for saving our native species and zero extinction. So just to be clear, the 224.5 million under saving native species, how much of that, if any, is new money?
So, Senator, so that is a $224.5 million commitment. It was not an existing program, so it is all new money, but you're right to say that there was a March budget measure that was for $100 million that was redirected. So it was smaller than this existing program towards this bigger measure. So there was $100 million put towards it.
And the reference in Budget Paper 76 about this measure will be partially offset by savings, is that the $100 million?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so actually you've only put $124 million extra into this.
Senator James Larson, Deputy Secretary, I'd say that's a mischaracterisation. This is a budget measure which clearly applies $224.5 million to the Saving Native Species program. Money across budgets comes from various different sources, but this is clearly a measure linked to the Threatened Species Action Plan. It's also a measure linked to dealing with invasive species, gamba grass and crazy ants and koalas, it forms part of this budget.
Okay. In previous questioning answers to Senator Pocock's questions, you mentioned the Heritage Trust getting funding for native species survival and zero extinction as well. How much is that?
The Natural Heritage Trust is being funded. There's a total of $1.1 billion in the Natural Heritage Trust over the next 5 years.
How much of that goes towards native species?
So that's yet to be decided. So threatened species, was one of the priorities that was identified for the environment portion of the NHT that will be rolled out over the next 5 years.
So it's a priority, but it hasn't been given a figure.
That's right. There is no breakdown of the NHT yet. So that's to be determined.
When will we find that out?
So that's going to be the program design that happens in consultation with stakeholders over the coming weeks. So
there's been no direction as to how much or what proportion of that money will go towards native species.
So the allocation of the NHT was only just decided in the budget in very recent times.
I wonder,
we're flying by the seat of our pants then, are we?
Senator Hanson-Young, on page 68, in Budget Paper 2, there is a description of the Natural Heritage Trust funding, and it provides a reasonably clear description of the kinds of priorities that are important to the government.
I understand the kinds of priorities, but it's not, you haven't prioritised any funding out of that.
Well,
It doesn't-
I'll take you to the first dot point, which speaks about supporting traditional owners to manage their country, to support conservation and mitigation activities in World Heritage listed properties and wetlands recognised under the Ramsar Convention.
Without any figure.
But Senator James Larson, Deputy Secretary, that's, as has been said at the table, that's a program to be determined.
Okay.
The budget having just been passed, the program work has started.
Okay. I'd like to know whether the commitments made by the Minister in relation to stopping the extinction of koalas is coming out of that bucket of money, of which we don't know how much that even is yet, or is it coming out of the Saving Native Species bucket?
So the new commitment, the 24.5, is coming out of the Saving Native Species commitment.
Okay.
The 24.5. But there's also the government's existing commitment, which was $52 million, has been moved into the NHT.
Sorry, can I just clarify, that was the previous government?
Sorry, yes, the previous government.
This government.
So, and is it still earmarked for
Yes.
the stopping the extinction of the koala?
Yes.
So we at least know that money is in there. So why can't we get some actual figures out? You've just said you can't give us figures about what is in this Natural Heritage Fund, and now I've been able to drag out at least one from you.
Because
Senator, to be fair, I can only repeat what Mr. Larson said, which is the budget measure, the budget outcome was announced last week, earlier this week. The work needs to be done. We're being very open about that, about what that allocation will be. There is obviously some very strong signposts, as the Minister points out, but that's good work that we will need to do.
Okay.
And I do encourage you to have a look at page 68 of Budget Paper 2, because there is quite significant detail about the breakdown of the next phase of the National Heritage Trust funding, and it's worth taking a look.
The 24.5 million under native species, over what period of time is that?
The koala funding under the 24.5. I think Dr. Fraser might be able to help with that.
Thanks, Senator. Dr. Fiona Fraser, Threatened Species Commissioner in the Biodiversity Conservation Division. So that's over the forward estimates.
So how much per year are koalas getting out of that?
So that's 24.5 over the full period. And I'll just check if I've got that breakdown for that. So I can provide a breakdown for saving native species as a program across that time, but for the koala element specifically, no, because there's a range of different components under that saving native species program.
Well,
I'll just double check my notes, but I don't think I've got it broken down to that particular.
Well, I'd be surprised if you can't give me a figure, because this seems to be one of the things that both the previous government and this government thinks that this is enough to do. Have a photo op with a koala and say you're saving all native species in this country. It's not good enough. So either you know the figure or you don't.
So we know the figure is 24.9 over the
Over
forward
4
estimates.
years.
Yes, but the measure has just been announced, so we're now moving into the design phase. There was some election commitment in that measure, so we'll move ahead with those first. But we want to design the program in a way that's complementary with other measures that are already rolling out through the $52 million that Cass Kennedy just talked about, and what states and territories are doing. So we want to get the most bang for our buck with that money, and it gives a little bit more flexibility not to have assigned year by year if we're starting at the design phase now.
How much of the 24.5 million is going to be go towards saving koala habitat? Because of course, if you want bang for your buck, that's what you'd be doing.
Mm-hmm. So they're details that we're still working out, because we're going to treat the 24.9 and the 52 million as a package, and really focus on implementing those priorities in the koala recovery plan, which includes a big focus on habitat. So
we're going to see a halt to the destruction of koala habitat?
So there is a focus on habitat protection and habitat conservation through the recovery plan, and that will be the focus of the recovery team and the measures that we're implementing in complementing what the states are doing as well. Separate to that is regulatory control of actions.
How many applications are currently on the Minister's desk to destroy koala habitat?
I'm afraid I can't answer that, Senator. You'll have to ask my colleagues in our Environmental Approvals Division.
Somebody must have the answer to that question.
Senator, we can get that information for you.
There's a couple of them, isn't there? More than a couple.
They would arise in a number of instances, yes.
Yes. So if you want to save the koala, wouldn't you be advising the minister to say no to those applications?
So obviously koala habitat is a critical consideration in relation to a number of approvals processes, but also the whole question of habitat is very much a focus of the new Threatened Species Action Plan. It's also a focus of the reform effort that we are currently designing. And if you talk about nature repair markets, if you talk about the discussion about regional planning and strategic assessments, and if you look at the increasing focus we will have on achieving that 30% of protected terrestrial area, koala habitat is not the only issue, but obviously koala habitat will be an important issue in considering all of those responses. So the answer to your question is yes, of course it's a critical consideration.
And if you're interested in saving habitat, you'd be, I guess, advising the minister to put a halt to native forest logging too.
As you know, Senator, regional forestry agreements are a matter for the Department of Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry, but of course, koala habitat and related threatened species issues are an important consideration in that context.
Can I just go on to you've mentioned a number of times now, the nature repair market. Is that the new phrase because Green Wall Street didn't carry so well with the public?
I don't think my officials can answer that question.
Last question in this block. Senator Hanson-Young.
How much money has been put aside or allocated in the budget for the nature repair market?
Senator, the nature repair market at this stage, we're out for consultations and the development of the market. There is some funding that is in the budget in relation to the nature repair market, but it's consistent with the phase that we're in, which is the consultation and development phase.
You're saying there's no money put aside for it in the budget?
No, I'm saying my colleague will outline the figures.
Thanks.
Yeah, so Bethany Penny, Division Head for the Biodiversity Markets, Environmental Science and Economics Division. So there is departmental money put aside for the design aspects, and also with the Clean Energy Regulator, who's the proposed delivery administrator of the market. So that is departmental funding. So in 22-23, that was 4.2 million, and for the Clean Energy Regulator, that was 7.2 million.
6.7 million. Sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Oh, sorry, 7.2.
7.2.
But Senator, just a note of caution, that is for consultation and work being done now. It's not an expectation that that's the funding once, we have the market up and running. So it's for this phase.
What does that mean? Explain to me what that means. What are you trying to say there?
All I'm saying is that there's an expectation that to establish the market, have it up and running, things like the Clean Energy Regulator who will regulate it will require additional money to be able to do it on an ongoing basis.
Administrative funding.
Yeah, to actually run and manage it.
Is there any down payment for this? And is the public going to be? Is the government going to be a shareholder? Are they going to invest? Where's the down payment from into this, or are you just expecting the entire private sector to do it on their own?
It's not a matter of doing it on its own. As I've outlined, the government will have to sort of fund the regulator and fund many other attributes in terms of the construct of the market. In terms of where's the demand going to, or not so much the demand, where's the supply coming from for the market? The market is oriented towards an opportunity for, if you like, private landholders to be able to get a certificate for preserving biodiversity and then getting an ongoing revenue stream to be able to manage that land and, contribute it to retained land for biodiversity outcome purposes. So in that sense, there's a revenue stream for the people who are the suppliers, and then there is the demand side in terms of the purchases.
What will be the process for making sure that this isn't rorted?
So we're in the design phase at the moment, so going through an extensive consultation phase. So in terms of how the proposed approach would work, so a legislative mechanism that would provide the rules about how that would operate. And the current proposed framework would be where there's a biodiversity protocol informed by science that would outline the activities or actions that will be undertaken on the land that would achieve a biodiversity improvement or outcome. That would be considered by an expert advisory committee of experts that would then advise the Minister on the adequacy of that protocol.
And I just want to clarify, so this will require legislation. You've mentioned that the funding mechanism part of that will go through the CEFC. Does the Environment Minister remain the Minister responsible?
So just to correct, the Clean Energy Regulator, not
a
the
Clean
CEFC.
Energy Regulator, sorry.
Yes, the Minister for the Environment would remain responsible.
And Senator, look, integrity is key to the market and to market confidence. And I mean, we know that going into this, it's been raised in the consultations. We've got a strong focus on how to make sure that the market does have integrity.
When do we expect draft legislation? When do we expect draft legislation?
Well, that's a matter for government, Senator. We're in the consultation phase at the moment.
Have you been given a time frame?
No, Senator.
Minister, could you answer that question? When do we expect legislation in relation to this?
The Minister is working through consultation to work out with stakeholders what key issues will need to be addressed in the design of the scheme. I will see what I can do to find out what the timeframe might be.
Yeah.
But I think the point is that there are companies who wish to make an investment in this area. What is lacking is a certain clear, robust mechanism for them to do so in a way that gives confidence to that market, and that's the reason that our government is seeking to step in and create such a framework. We're conscious that it's not without its challenges. We want to address those by working through it quite carefully with stakeholders. And that means thinking about how to make sure that we not only create a certification framework that truly recognises conservation and generates certainty about the value of that conservation, but also creates a way for the public or other interested parties to be able to examine what's going on in that market in a way that gives confidence and certainty from a public perspective as well.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. We'll now go to Senator Hughes. No, Senator Duniam.
So just on the matter that has been interrogated by a couple already, the matter of the goal of zero extinctions, a noble goal, definitely. I just want to confirm, I think in answer to a question from Senator Pocock, it was stated that no modelling had been done on what it would cost to get to achieving that goal.
Correct. Senator, we don't at this stage have internal modelling.
So, and then as questions went on, it was revealed the certain elements or the key challenges to be addressed in achieving that goal included, I think Mr Knudsen mentioned, and I think I missed a couple because people were speaking, so there was, where were we? Climate change, I think was the first of them, and the Minister also referred to them as well. The reforms to the EPBC, the role of state and territory counterparts. What else was on that list?
If I can help.
Yes, please.
Senator, it's a general statement I'm going to make. That for most species, the key issues that threaten their viability are habitat loss, climate change, and invasive species.
Sure. Okay. Well, so then going to those things, because I think it is important when goals are set to properly understand what pathway is going to be taken, and I think it's been well established that the consensus is that the 245 won't be adequate to reach that goal. And indeed, I note in the budget papers that the wording there on page 76 of budget paper 2 says the 24.5 is to support actions to slow the rate of environmental and native species decline. It doesn't reference the zero extinctions goal that was announced on the 4th of October. So just to some of those key elements that we've been talking about, the habitat loss and the 30 by 30, can I understand where we're at as against those goals in terms of terrestrial and also oceanic reservations? What percentages are we at?
So, possibly help you there. Currently, 22% of Australia's landmass is protected or fits the definition of protected. That's approximately 171 million hectares. So to get to 30% requires an additional 60 million hectares out of a total land mass of about 768 million hectares across Australia. If you look at planned or proposed future protected areas and you combine general proposals with Indigenous protected areas, that gives you an additional 4.7 or so hectares. So my maths is probably going to be poor, but about 34 million hectares. So it leaves about 3% of the terrestrial landmass, which requires further effort in relation to protection. I think what's really important in this context is to understand that going into the future, we see that there will be various different ways of providing the necessary protection which will deliver protection from habitat loss. One of the really important ways will be to use mechanisms which aren't the traditional national parks necessarily or Indigenous protected areas. It will be to look at other area-based conservation measures, and that could involve a suite of different possibilities. We don't presently have a definition for other area-based conservation measures in Australia, but that is something which we are currently working on. And Minister Plibersek led a very good conversation with state and territory counterparts at the Environment Ministers meeting last week about how we might approach that. But if you look at some examples, for example, obviously some elements of private land might be relevant to that. Elements of Commonwealth land, for example, defence reserves are potentially area-based conservation measures, and there are a suite of other possibilities. So as you look to that remaining 3% to get to the 30% target, and I should say, of course, the 30% target is a baseline. You wouldn't have to stop there, of course. There are a variety of different ways of looking at that, and in a sense, that's where the conversation that we are having with stakeholders in support of the reform program, environmental reform program and legislative reform program about looking at cumulative impacts, looking more at regional planning approaches, which take you away from a project-by-project approach to a more holistic approach, depending on the particular circumstances. Those will all come into play, and of course there are many other features as well. On marine, if you'd like me to touch on that,
please, Senator? If we could, yes.
On marine, currently some 45% of Australia's marine area is under various forms of protection, mostly of course our Commonwealth marine parks. But within, I beg your pardon? Very few green zones.
Have we met the threshold? Is the question.
We have met the threshold, but there is more to do because there are various different levels of protection within that 45%. So, Senator, that's correct. And we have some important. Minister Plibersek has indicated a very strong intention to look at where we might expand some of our marine park areas, and some of the Southern Ocean areas offer potential there. But also within that 45%, and if you look at the 18% of high protection and what more you could do, there is potential in that space. But obviously you're looking at a mix of different approaches. It's not about just locking up land in sort of forests necessarily. It's about looking looking creatively and effectively at how you're going to deliver the most effective biodiversity protection through minimising habitat loss.
Okay, no, I appreciate that very fulsome answer, and just noting that there is a bit of an open pathway as to how you bridge that gap, the last 3%. And I suppose I do want to come to that because creative solutions are always welcome. But in terms of private land, how, and it probably comes to another question I have, you said there's consultation going on with stakeholders. Who are these stakeholders? Who is being engaged on this issue?
I can help in relation to the OECM consultation. At the moment, we're working with state and territory colleagues. As Mr Larson said, this was a matter that was discussed at the Environment Ministers' meeting recently, but there's been work going on with state officials for some months now, and we're looking to get to a point where we can do public consultation later in the year.
On
the policy around how you would be able to recognise those other area-based conservation measures that Mr Larson was describing.
And so public consultation would include things like the National Farmers Federation or environmental groups or
yes.
private business? Okay. All right. So then to that option of private land, are we contemplating compulsory acquisition or covenants? Are we talking about any situations where there would be an involuntary sequestering of land for the purposes of this 30 by 30 target?
Senator, I think very much from the purposes of looking at how we might approach this, there would be no need for an involuntary approach. Obviously, engagement on a voluntary basis is the only way you're going to effectively implement a policy like this, and that's why it's so important for us to look at potential market mechanisms to ensure that you bring landholders into the conversation. I'm sure you're aware, Senator, many landholders have a very keen interest in how they can contribute to biodiversity protection, and the engagement of those landholders is seriously welcome. There are others less so, of course, but there are many landholders who are absolutely key to how this will be achieved and how this will be achieved on a voluntary basis.
Senator, if I could add in terms of the market, looking at the nature repair market and some of the consultations, and that's significantly about private land holding being able to participate in the market. And as I talked earlier, we're in the consultation phase. So we have been out and invited written submissions. So that was commenced in 30th of August through to 16th of September. And we got over 200 responses received.
So to be clear, this is a separate process to the consultation Ms Kennedy was talking about, or is it the same one?
They're different. So the recognition of OECMs is something that other effective-based conservation measures is an avenue that's open to countries to take under the Convention for Biological Diversity. So we then establish a policy, and we're doing that learning from other countries that have gone down the same path. Canada's a notable example of one. So that will have a policy that we'll then be able to implement to make sure that we've got a high integrity scheme. It will obviously have relevance.
So this is a feed-in to that.
It'll have relevance to what you would then be looking to form a credit or whatever the certificate would be.
So I'm talking specifically about consultations in relation to the market.
Yeah, sure.
There's been stakeholder roundtables, most recently the 4th of October that the Minister led. That did include the NFF, so you were asking about farmers being consulted, so they were on that consultation. And of course it was raised at the Environment Ministers' meeting as well, so states and territories being involved.
Yeah, sure.
Senator, can I just add
Yes.
briefly, I think Indigenous protected areas are a really important aspect of looking at that 30 by 30. And I indicated to you that if you take current planned Indigenous protected areas into account, that will be an important part of the next tranche, the next 4% or so, building on 22% for 5%. And this budget, of course, allocates funds for supporting the further development of those Indigenous protected areas proposals. And
again, going into the remaining 3% and beyond, of course, we would expect Indigenous protected areas also to play a really important part in that.
Sure, okay. And how much responsibility will rest with the Commonwealth versus states and territories in the administration or setting up of schemes to...
So of course it will be a mix. So for example, the current percentage is a mix of some Commonwealth recognised protected areas, but also state national parks and other properties. Again, going forward, if you're looking at the balance between private land holdings and, for example, state-owned land, which may not be dedicated national forests of one sort or another. So I think going forward, there'll be a much more nuanced approach as to how we achieve this objective. Bearing in mind, of course, it has to be done with high integrity and backed up by relevant data and all the rest of it.
From the minister's meeting with her state and territorial colleagues a week or so ago, that was one of the key outcomes, that the states and territories comprehensively committed to contributing towards the national target. So they'll be looking to add their additions into it while we look at also what we can do to help facilitate that as well.
Okay. Are these actions and everything we've just talked about being done in response or as a result of the commitment of the government to reach zero extinctions, or were these things already in train beforehand?
They are related to and importantly interlinked, but they're not.
But predate.
One is not the consequence of the other necessarily. So obviously, the very fact that the commitment to 30 by 30 made by the Prime Minister a couple of months ago, so 30% protection of land and marine areas. That's obviously an important part going forward as to how we address the challenges identified in the State of the Environment report, and we address biodiversity loss. The Threatened Species Action Plan, of course, backs that in, as do the range of other measures. But I would say, and as Dean has made the point, obviously the government's action on climate change and climate impacts, mitigation, adaptation, and other related efforts that in effect they come together. I wouldn't say one is necessarily the consequence of the other, beyond an overall desire to step up and address the environmental challenges we face.
Has the department been asked to provide advice on pathways to the zero extinction goal?
The Threatened Species Action Plan, it provides a pathway. It identifies the 110 priority species, it identifies the 20 priority places. By its name, Action Plan, it very much seeks to reinforce the focus on towards no new extinctions.
So that plan was prepared in response to a request from the Minister who was planning to make an announcement about no further extinctions by the 4th of October. Is that what you're telling me?
No, I haven't said that, Minister.
Okay. So it was completely unrelated to the announcement. The plan existed. The Minister has made an announcement. Because I'm sort of coming back to this point around modelling and how we get there. Whether there's enough money, or are we bringing together existing arrangements which may or may not actually assist in the reaching of the goal. They're there, they're interlinked, but not expressly for the purpose of reaching this goal.
So, Senator, the Threatened Species Action Plan contains a headline ambition of no new extinctions. It's for that purpose that it identifies relevant priority species and priority places. It identifies actions to be taken to support or measures to be taken to support each of the actions identified. It has timelines attached, so there is a 5-year threshold and then a 10-year threshold. In terms of the granular specifics about exactly what's going to be done in relation to each species, of course that will evolve as time, and the Threatened Species Commissioner will be able to speak to that as necessary. But it's but you have to have, in a sense, Senator, I think you have to have a plan and an ambition to get somewhere, and that's what we have.
No,
we'll
definitely.
have to share the call.
Yes. Could I ask just one more question?
Last question, thank you.
Yes, that was.
And then we can
Thank
come
you,
back to
Chair.
you.
I don't get my.
All right, let's go.
Dr. Fraser, again on this issue of modelling, we've just heard that there is a plan that has a degree of detail around the steps needed to be taken to reach this headline aim of having zero extinctions. Has anyone anywhere quantified the cost of taking those steps?
Thanks for the question, Senator. So it's actually a very complex question, but I would, just to go back to some of your earlier questions, I guess the first really important step that's been taken in the action plan is to include 10 additional species in that action plan which are highly imperilled and highly at risk of extinction. So it's not just a headline statement, there's actually a very specific target in there around those 10
I'm
highly...
referencing Mr Larson's comment about there being the headline goal.
Yes, and I'm backing in his statement by saying it's not just a headline. There's actually, the plan itself includes 10 new species which are highly imperilled, and the plan does include some very specific actions around the zero extinctions target. To your modelling question, there's no modelling on what it costs to prevent extinctions. I guess the related question is how much does it cost to recover all of our threatened species? And there's some good research out there. One of your colleagues has quoted some of those papers earlier, Senator Pocock, and it also relates to some of the other work that my colleagues have been talking about when it comes to private land conservation and protection of habitat. The modelling for preventing new extinctions is a complex piece of work, but what we're focusing on at the moment is the species which we know are highly imperilled, and also having the information available so we can step in quickly for species which we may not be aware of, but which through stochastic events, future bushfires, floods, become highly imperilled at short notice. So there's some good examples of that, but they're hard to predict as well. And so a big part of our focus is being aware of these species, working in partnership with the states and other land managers and conservation advocates of threatened species, so we can step in quickly when an unforeseen event happens.
I'll have more later.
Thank you. We'll go to Senator Rice for 10 minutes and then we'll go to the break.
Terrific. Thank you. And thanks, Chair, and thank you all for being here. So very pleased to see the new commitment to no new extinctions, and hoping that our new government is going to be serious about achieving that. I want to go to one of the very pointy cases of potential extinctions, and that's the Leadbeater's possum, Wollert, which I'm now into my 9th year of asking questions about the absence of a recovery plan for Leadbeater's possums, or Wollert. I thought I'd got the 1997 recovery plan, which expired in 2002, so the Wollert has now been without a recovery plan for 20 years. And the objective of that 1997 recovery plan was to downlist Leadbeater's possum from endangered to vulnerable within 10 years, and then to have a target of no more than a 1% probability of extinction over 250 years throughout the forest within its current range. So would you see, so first question, is there still an intention to finalise and have a recovery plan for Leadbeater's possum? Secondly, where are we at with that? Have things changed with the new government? And then thirdly, I mean, that objective, would you see that that's an appropriate objective in the context of no new extinctions, given that in the 20 years since this recovery plan has lapsed, obviously Leadbeater's possums, rather than being downlisted, have been uplisted to critically endangered?
Thanks, Senator, for your question. And obviously, as you've noted, the Leadbeater's possum remains a priority species in the action plan as well. And so, of course, we share your deep concern for its situation. Minister Plibersek has asked the department to give it urgent focus. And we have identified funding to support the research that's been identified by the TSSC, and we are looking to finalise the recovery plan as soon as possible. So as you're aware, the conservation advice is in place as we stand, but I am very hopeful that we will have movement on that recovery plan very soon.
Very soon.
Yep.
I mean, yes, it's a new government, so I will, hope springs eternal.
Yep.
But I've been told very soon and in progress and in train for the last 9 years. That's right.
Senator, I'm very hopeful. I think we've really been asked to give this priority. So we've got this funding identified for the research, which is really critical to have done. So I think that's going to be a great step in the right direction. And the recovery plan, as you know, the draft was provided to Victoria, I think, in 2019. We are working urgently with them on any changes that need to be made since then, and I'm very hopeful we'll have further advice for you on that very soon.
All right. Okay. So, I mean, you're talking about funding for research.
Yes.
How about changes in management of the forests that they live in? Because, you know, fundamentally that's the critical thing, that we have still got logging of known leadbeater's possum habitat. Yes, there are exclusion zones, but, you know, the existing conservation advice says that about 4% of the habitat of leadbeater's possum is expected to be removed due to logging. So does the recovery plan actually go to that pointy issue of saying that the forests that they live in should not be logged?
Well, as you know, the recovery plan is still in draft, but the research that I'm talking about is what was identified by the TSSC as needed, particularly in relation to that exclusion zone issue. So I think we need this research urgently, and the NESP will be funding that. So I'm hopeful that will go to the issue that you're talking about. As you know, under the RFA, the conservation advice and the recovery plan, when it's finalised, are treated as statutory documents, and they are required to be applied by the Victorian Government. The compliance is undertaken by the Department of Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry, not our department, but we continue to work closely with them to make sure that that's the case.
Under that research that's been identified that you've got funding for, how long's that? What's the expected timeline for that research to be done?
Dr. Kiesling might be able to help with that.
Thank you, Senator. Ilse Kiesling. I'm the branch head for the Protected Species and Communities branch in the Biodiversity Conservation Division. Senator, the research that we've been talking about here is still in development. As my colleague Ms Kennedy has identified, we are working with the National
Environmental Science
Program to secure funding for that program, and we would look forward to and invite Victorian Government involvement in that research.
What's the expected timeline, though, for that research to be undertaken? The point I'm getting to is, meanwhile the logging continues. You know, meanwhile leadbeater's possum habitat is being logged, which is not consistent with minimising the chance of extinction.
I understand the point, Senator. So the funding identified is out of the urgent and emerging issues under the NESP funding. So we'd expect that the research would start quickly, and we will be able to take on notice the exact time frame. I'm not sure how long it needs to...
And is the government looking at requesting of the Victorian Government a moratorium on logging on all leadbeater's possum habitat whilst that research is undertaken? Because otherwise you're just losing forest every day that action isn't being taken.
That's not a question for me, Senator. As you're aware, the RFA remains in place, and it requires that the Victorian Government takes into account the statutory documents that are in place for the protection of the critically endangered
Which, as we know,
species.
is only a conservation advice at the moment, and so that they can keep on doing anything they want.
No. As we've had this conversation before, Senator, I know, but the conservation advice and the recovery plan do have equal weight under the RFA. So, although I absolutely take your point and agree that it will be very good to have the recovery plan in place, the comprehensive conservation advice that is there at the moment, it does have statutory force and is required to be applied at the moment.
Yes, but that conservation advice, as I said, acknowledges that 4.9% of habitat is going to be lost to logging, which is not consistent with maximising the chance of downlisting the leadbeater's possum and maximising the chance of it not being one of these species that you want to stop the extinction of. Look, I know I've only got a couple of minutes left, but I did want to follow up on the Victorian Government risk assessment, which I asked about at the last estimates, which the government was asking to follow up with the Victorian Government. The Victorian Government had declined to give the Commonwealth Government what their risk assessment framework for leadbeater's possum was, and you said at last estimates that you were pursuing getting that risk assessment from the Victorian Government.
Senator, since the last estimates, there's been the machinery of government change, and our department doesn't administer the RFA with Victoria anymore, so those questions are better directed to our colleagues in the Department of Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry, but I'm happy to make sure that they're aware of your interest in this.
Okay, I will ask questions of them. The other one I wanted to follow up then in similar line of questioning, but about greater gliders and the recovery plan process for greater gliders.
Well, greater gliders, as you would know, there has been an uplisting decision made by Minister Plibersek since she has become Minister.
Yep.
I don't know if Dr Keisling might have more to say about the recovery plan.
Senator, as Ms Kennedy has identified, there has been a listing decision for greater gliders. The Minister made a call that the southern greater glider should be uplisted to endangered. The northern greater glider remains as a vulnerable listing. The northern greater glider has a recovery plan in place. The southern greater glider will require a recovery plan to be made.
And what is the process and the timeline on the development of the recovery plan for the greater glider? Because similarly, if you've got an aim of no new extinctions, you've got an animal that we know was really impacted by the Black Summer fires, whose habitat is still being logged. And so if we've got a long time frame for the development of that recovery plan, meanwhile that animal is going to become closer and closer headed towards extinction.
Senator, there is a conservation advice in place for both species of greater glider. That conservation advice is an important guide for the conservation of that species while the recovery plan is being made. And I must say that the pressures on greater gliders, as you would be aware, are complex, and so there is a need to ensure that the work that goes into planning for a recovery plan is done properly. I cannot give you the exact date that has been made for the completion of the recovery plan, but I believe it's 2024. But that gives reference to the fact that there is a lot to be taken into consideration in the preparation of that plan.
I suppose the question then is 2024 is another 2 years of logging of greater glider habitat. And there have been court cases taken against Vic Forest. There are a moratorium on areas of forest at the moment because Vic Forest were planning on logging greater glider habitat. I want to know whether this government is going to be more interventionist in terms of really giving the Commonwealth greater role in the protection of nationally listed endangered species than the previous government was. Because there's clearly a role for the Commonwealth to say to Victoria, no, that logging, which is Victorian government sanctioned logging, should not be going ahead.
Senator Rice, I think that the answer to that question is not inconsistent with sort of some of the earlier discussions about how do we generally approach the questions of threatened species protection. There's a range of things on foot because we recognise that the approach taken by the previous Liberal National Government was somewhat lacklustre. They include law reform, specifically the response to the Samuels Review, and that will be a very substantial response followed by a series of legislative actions to implement that response. They include investments, and they do include, as I think you've heard from officials, a renewed focus on some of the particular interventions or tools that exist in the current law that haven't been able to be progressed under the previous government.
I think that's right. And all I was going to add, Minister, if I could, is just that I think the fact that since Minister Plibersek has been appointed, she's made 24 listing decisions for threatened species and 5 ecological community listing decisions already, which I think is probably something that speaks for itself in terms of focus.
That certainly, listing decisions are one thing which are good, and acknowledging that this is the dire state that our native species are in, but then it's actually taking the actions to protect them, which is money, and frankly it's protecting habitat, and for forest dependent ones it's protecting them against threatening processes, and the threats of logging is a massive one. But I know it's 11:10, so I'm happy to leave it there.
Excellent. The committee will now suspend until 11:30. We will need to look at some revisions to the program, which we'll try and do within the break. So anyone who's waiting to come after the break, we will be continuing with this outcome immediately after the break. Okay, we might get started again. We will continue on with the Department of Climate Change, Energy, Environment and Water, and we will start with Senator Cadell.
not entirely in your area, but we brought up invasive species when it comes to species loss. We're speaking, not entirely in your remit, but we spoke about invasive species in some species loss, flora and fauna loss. Can you give me a picture of when, how you keep an eye on, when you start to take a greater interest in things that are handled by agriculture? Particularly, I'll give some examples. Varroa mite is being handled by ag at the moment, but we're now going with fipronil baits. Have we looked, is there any input in the department on the impact on native bees, native species on that? Also looking at feral management. When do you guys take a point where we're looking about deers versus roos in drought situations? And when do you start to take it from a species point rather than an agricultural or a biosecurity point?
So obviously, Senator, and I've got colleagues who'll join me, but I think the big picture answer is it depends. So obviously, invasive species are a very key threat to many of our priority species, and so actions and measures to address those form many parts of our threatened species approach and plans. But there are many broader contexts as well, and colleagues might wish to speak to those.
Hello, Dr. Melissa McEwen, Division Head, First Nations, Heritage Protection, Wildlife Trade and Planning. We have, Senator, threat abatement plans in place for a number of key threatening processes. We also work very closely with the Chief Environmental Biosecurity Officer, who is at the Department of Agriculture, Forestry and Fisheries, and maintain a relationship there so that we can ensure that we have lined up approaches around that work.
And is there regular briefings on different things? Fire ants, I think we're 5 years into are they telling you that it's going well? Do you have or some visibility of things like that where it comes to species?
We have general discussions around species and where they lean into threats, and my colleague, the Threatened Species Commissioner, might be able to talk about some of that, the way that we address that as moving forward.
Dr. Fraser, are there other invasive species right now that are at the top of your list as opposed to biosecurity? Yeah.
Yeah, so we work very closely with the Chief Environmental Biosecurity Officer and her office, and also my colleagues who manage threat abatement planning in the department. And of course, my area has a particular focus on the impacts of invasive species on threatened species, including those species which are identified as a priority in the Threatened Species Action Plan. And so our focus is really on applying best practice management of those invasive species, whether they be vertebrate animals, herbivores, predators or invasive plants, to bring about the recovery of threatened species. So there's some good examples of that in the Threatened Species Action Plan. Gamba grass is a priority. Yep. It's an invasive species which is recognised as a weed of national significance, so that's under the remit of the Chief Environmental Biosecurity Officer. It has a threat abatement plan which covers that species and other grassy weeds, so we will use that as a guide for managing gamba grass in the Northern Territory, but we'll also work very closely with the Northern Territory Government and other stakeholders, and including across Western Australia and Queensland, to impact that invasive, to bring about the reduction in that invasive species for the benefit of threatened species. That's one example. Cats are a real priority for us, so that's another example through them. Yeah.
Nice. No, it's too good. No, I just want to know how that balance works. Thanks.
Can I just add a couple things? At the Environment Ministers meeting, Minister Plibersek particularly called out also the New South Wales government's efforts to control feral horses, as well as New South Wales presented on feral cats and some genetic options that we'll be pursuing along with all our other activities. So there's a really strong connection also with states and territories. And yesterday, because of the machinery of government changes, myself and Mr. Larson had a conversation, and Ms. O'Connell, with the head of biosecurity in the Department of Agriculture for exactly the type of issue that you're talking about, trying to figure out how do we strengthen the connections with respect to invasives, not only for productive livestock, et cetera, but also for native species as well.
Yeah, and I guess not specifically on the horses, you're talking, you know, to fauna, to landscape, to all that sort of thing. There's no particular trigger. It's just it's now our bag. It's not someone else's. There's no judgment call where it gets handed to you, for example, or your department.
So principally, land management is managed by the states and territories, right? So in general, we play a facilitative role, et cetera, in trying to help out where we can. Certainly the science that Dr. Fraser's talked about a number of times already absolutely goes in to support that. And then also we have to work with our agricultural partners as well on all of these issues.
So we develop threat abatement plans following identification by the TSSC, the Threatened Species Committee, around of key threatening processes, and then a minister will make a decision. The minister will make a decision whether there should be a threat abatement plan put in place. We then review those on a 5-yearly basis. So once a threat abatement plan's in place, that's when we will look at that informally during the period. But after 5 years, we review them in order to see how they're going.
Thank you very much.
Senator, might I add, one specific area where we do have a particular responsibility as a Commonwealth is in relation to Commonwealth National Parks. And we pay very particular attention and have quite specific programs in relation to invasive species in those parks, and obviously locations like Kakadu and Budary are of a special significance, but also the islands off Australia's coast, Christmas Island and the other islands, and so we have quite targeted and specific programs in relation to cats, for example, but other invasive species in a number of those locations.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Do you include marine invasive species in your remit? And can invasive species also be native under your definitions? Like Centra stephanus, the long-spined sea urchin.
So overabundant noisy miners, for example, is a key threatening process. So that's where a native species is considered a threat. I must admit I need to take a question around marine species on notice. I don't have any in my list in front of me, but I assume that particularly inshore invasives could well fall into that category.
Okay. If you could, thanks.
Great. We'll go to Senator Waters.
Thank you, Chair. Hello, folks. Nice to be back with you again. I've got some questions about some specific development proposals, so hopefully we've got the right folk here.
I'll invite my colleagues from the Environment Approvals Division
Thank you.
to the table.
I consider
Thank
Senator.
you.
Melissa Brown, Division Head for Environmental Approvals.
Great. Thanks, Ms Brown. My first line of questioning is about the Toondah Harbour proposed redevelopment by Walker Corporation. Now, as I'm sure the department is aware, this would be a mega residential development on the shores of a Ramsar wetland that could potentially impact 33,000 migratory shorebirds, clear critical habitat for those eastern curlews, affect koala habitat, and possibly have 500,000 cubic metres of dredging in a Ramsar site. So I imagine those were some of the reasons why the department advised the previous minister to reject the proposal as clearly unacceptable. The previous minister did not do so, but rather sent it through the approval pathway for assessment. My first question is whether or not the department has briefed the new minister on the history of this project, particularly the political history of this project, including the $200,000 donation made to the Liberal Party by Walker Corporation shortly before the project was overruled by the former minister and found not to be clearly unacceptable, but to be appropriate for further assessment.
I'll hand to Andrew.
Thank you, Senator. Andrew McNee, Branch Head, Queensland Assessments and Sea Dumping. So, Senator, we have advised the Minister's Office about the status of the current referral, and so we've been in contact with the officer about where that's at, and particularly that it was moving towards publication and for public comment.
Okay, but my question was whether you've given the minister a briefing about the history of the proposal.
No, Senator.
Has the minister asked for such a briefing?
I think the minister's been clear in public statements that she's expecting to receive the department's advice once the process for the public comment is finalised.
Okay, so have you provided any advice to the new minister about options to reconsider that determination of clearly unacceptable?
No, Senator.
Are there any? Is it possible to go back to that stage of the process now that you're further down the track?
So the Act provides for reconsideration in particular circumstances, and it sets out that people can make an application for reconsideration based around new information that might relate to significant impacts, but we currently don't have one of those in relation to Toondah Harbour.
Okay, so is there any ability for the department to, or rather for the minister, to go back to that stage of the process and now deem the project to be clearly unacceptable?
Well, certainly there is a mechanism in relation to reconsideration for that to occur, but as I said, we don't have a proposal for that.
Could you speak up?
We don't have a proposal for reconsideration.
Okay, and where would that initiate from?
It can be initiated from either the public or another party. It's possible that the minister could also, on the basis of new information, form that. I think the particular details of that, it might be useful to take on notice, Senator.
Okay, so that could be initiated by the public. I have in fact written to the minister last week asking for her to do just that. Has that letter been received
I haven't
yet?
seen that letter, Senator, but it will then go into a process of determining whether the information that's been provided in that request meets the test that's set out in the Act in terms of is that a valid request for reconsideration. If it is valid, then it would move to the reconsideration process.
Okay, so my understanding is the draft EIS has just been released. What timeframes are you now operating to, assuming the proposal proceeds down the current assessment pathway?
Yes, Senator. So it is out for public release. The Act specifies a minimum the Act specifies a minimum of 20 business days. In this case, given that we've understood there's a very significant interest in the project, we've doubled that, so it's out for 40 days, and that concludes on the 6th of December. At that point, once the proponent has considered those comments, updated the EIS and provided that to the department, that then triggers the 40-day business day decision period.
Okay, so that could potentially happen over the Christmas period when people are trying to have a nice holiday, maybe even in Moreton Bay itself.
Potentially.
All right, well, we will still be watching, despite it being possibly the Christmas period. The community organisation Redlands 2030 has been repeatedly denied access to the so-called development agreement which exists between the Queensland Government, the Redlands Shire Council and the proponent. Has your department been provided with a copy of that development agreement?
So, no, Senator, we don't have a copy of that. That's an agreement between the Queensland State and the proponent.
Yes, thank you. I'm aware of that. Have you sought to get a copy of it?
No, Senator.
No. And are you... how do you know that it's not relevant for the EPBC assessment process if you haven't seen it?
Senator, the areas that we have identified as relevant to that are those that are set out in the terms of reference for the environmental impact statement. And so that has been available on our website and sets out those matters under the EPBC Act that are relevant for kind of the consideration we're looking at.
Okay, well, the community group's concerned that there could well be elements of that development agreement that could potentially undermine or conflict with conditions that might be imposed federally. So I just humbly suggest that you might wish to seek a copy of that document and reassure yourself as to whether that may or may not be the case. The next meeting of the parties to the Ramsar Convention is in November, I'm told. Is Australia sending a delegate to that COP? And will they alert the parties about the potential impacts on the Moreton Bay Ramsar site from this proposal?
I'm so sorry, I missed that question. Did you say, are we sending it?
Are you going? And will you raise the Toondah Harbour development when you're there?
Senator, we will be participating in that conference, and I don't think we will proactively raise the Toondah Harbour proposal, but I guess it may be raised.
Who do you expect will raise it, if not the Australian Government itself?
Senator, the Toondah proposal will obviously be considered in accordance with the proposal, with the processes under the relevant regulatory regime. The Ramsar conference is not a place for that to be prosecuted.
Well, you said you thought someone might raise it. Who do you think might do it?
You asked me if we would raise it, and I said
and
I didn't see us as raising it, but I guess it's possible a question could be asked
Yes.
because there are Ramsar issues.
And my question was, who do you think might ask those questions then?
I'm simply speculating, Senator. As you know, those meetings are attended by a wide number of parties, including representatives of non-government organisations.
Okay. So it's up to the environment groups to raise the protection of an internationally significant wetland. The Australian government doesn't think it's relevant to let the committee know that there's, 500,000 cubic metres of dredging in an internationally significant wetland.
Senator, we have rigorous approval processes at the federal level.
It's not rigorous, come on. I'm sorry, I don't mean to get political. John Howard wrote those laws, they are terrible. I can't wait to trash them.
We have rigorous approval processes, but we also, the government is committed to responding to the Samuel Review, which looked at the relevant legislation, and the government has committed to a reform of our environmental regulatory regime. And so I would anticipate that issues relating to how we can better protect our environment will, of course, inform our approach to that regulatory reform effort. But under the current legislative regime, which applies in relation to matters of national environmental significance, including Ramsar wetlands, those considerations are taken very seriously, and I believe the process that is currently underway in relation to this project, it will be a process of high integrity.
Well, I'm not sure I agree with you because the department recommended it be rejected as clearly unacceptable and the former minister overruled you.
Senator,
we confidence in the process is a little low right now.
As the relevant department, we will meticulously apply the provisions of the current legislative regime.
Yes, but you haven't advised the new minister that potentially she could go back and reconsider whether it's clearly unacceptable. So again, I'm not overwhelmed with the integrity of the process here. Can I seek an undertaking that you will in fact provide the new minister with a comprehensive briefing on this very important proposal?
Senator, from all my engagement with the Minister's office, my understanding is that they have a very clear understanding of the relevant legislative regime, and we provide a range of advice to the Minister on a range of matters, and of course options available to her under the legislative regime in relation to any number of matters are of course touched on.
Okay, again, I just suggest you provide her with a briefing, particularly about the political donations history surrounding this dodgy project. Just a couple of other development issues in Queensland. The Daintree microgrid. The budget allocates $18 million for the project to establish a renewable microgrid incorporating hydrogen in the Daintree community. Can I just check what's the current status of that project, please?
Senator, so my understanding is that there is no current referral for that project.
Are you in preliminary discussions?
So we've certainly had discussions with the proponent in an early sense around which we'd kind of consider pre-referral discussions, but we haven't formally received a referral.
How far advanced are the pre-referral discussions?
I think we've had several meetings with the proponent to better understand the nature of the proposal and its kind of intersection with matters of national environmental significance.
Okay. What was the date of the last meeting, please?
I'll have to get back to you because I don't have that detail with me.
Thank you. Are you anticipating that a referral will be required?
I think the proponent has gone away to kind of on the basis of those discussions to kind of look at it, and we would expect to have further conversations with them. But I haven't formed.
So maybe.
It's either to maybe.
Okay. And will the project be required to use green hydrogen?
I'd have to take that on notice. So I'm aware that there's one element of the proposal relates to hydrogen, but the particular details of that, actually, I'm not aware of at this stage.
Okay. All right. Just one other or other two other brief questions on different projects. The Chilumban Wind Farm. Can you provide an update on the assessment of the Chilumban Wind Farm project in North Queensland? I understand the public environment report's about to be released for comment. What's the date that's expected?
That's correct, Senator. So we are currently looking at the draft public environment report with a view to determining whether, in relation to the terms of reference, whether it is adequate, and that would then trigger the process of putting that out for public comment. We don't have an exact date at this stage because we're still reviewing the information that's been provided.
Okay. And will that be for the standard 20 business days, or will you consider a doubling as you did for the Toondah Harbour one?
It's something that we're looking at in relation to this project.
Okay. Under active consideration, I think,
Yes.
is how we phrase that. Great. And lastly, water extraction in Mount Tamborine, which is partially within the boundaries of the World Heritage listed Springbrook National Park. Can you tell me how many commercial groundwater bores there currently are, and is the department doing anything in relation to monitoring the impact of those bores on the World Heritage values of Springbrook National Park?
So, Senator, I will have to take that on notice. I actually don't have any information in relation to that, but we're happy to look and provide you.
Yeah, thank you. Could you just provide me with as much as you've got on that particular issue and the federal relevance there? Because I know the Queensland Government's extending a moratorium, but I'm interested in the EPBC elements. And I think my friend will be asking some questions about the reef, so I shall draw it to a close.
We'll have one quick follow-up question from Senator Whish-Wilson.
Mr McNee's there. Mr McNee, can you give us an update on if there's any developments with the Tasmanian State Government around a potential Ramsar listing for Robbins Passage and Bullinger Passage?
That will need to be my colleague who looks after Tasmania.
Oh, okay. Yeah, thank you.
I thought it was his.
Morning, Simon Banks. I'm a Commonwealth Environmental Water holder. Senator, apologies for coming up, but I'll have to take that on notice and get some advice on that.
Okay. I can't. I did commit to one question, so I can't.
I don't have
it. We'll now go to Senator Askew.
Very much, Chair, and thank you very much.
We might just. The officer did take it on notice, but if we can find anything, Senator Whish-Wilson will try and provide that today.
Okay, thank you very much, and thanks very much for your time today for those witnesses. I just got a quick question, a couple of questions in regarding to a report that was done by this committee and tabled in May 2021 in regard to feral deer. I'm just wondering if there's somebody who can answer some questions on that. Everyone's leaving the table.
Maybe if you ask the question, Senator, because I'm not quite sure whether we can, but if you ask the question, we'll do our very best.
All right, so what funding is available to financially support states and specifically Tasmania in its endeavours to control fallow deer?
I'll have to take that one on notice. I don't have any information about the report on deer.
Okay, so this report was tabled in May 2021 and there were 17 recommendations from the Senate. And just wondering also if you might have to take it on notice as well, but what progress has been made in regard to those recommendations?
Yeah, we'll take that on notice.
And also my question is to the government, probably more so, is the Labor federal government going to commit to establishing national priorities for data gathering to address gaps in knowledge about the prevalence and impacts of feral deer, goats, pigs in Australia, which was one of the recommendations in that report?
Senator Askew, I'm not in a position to provide a specific response to this report, which I understand was produced last year. I will say that one of the areas that the Samuels Review goes to is the availability and adequacy of data and information. At the risk of sort of revisiting a question that might be uncomfortable for Liberal and National senators, of course the State of the Environment report is a very important contributor to that, and that was a report that, despite being provided to the former Liberal National Minister, produced in the period of your government in the last term. But I think we're happy to just have a look at sort of what specific information might presently being collected around invasive species and particularly around deer, but we'll see what we can come up with. Does that sound sensible, Mr. Larson?
Absolutely, Minister. And also, these are really questions which are probably better directed to the Department of Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry. But we will see what we can come up with and get you whatever we have today.
Yeah, I'll just put the final question then, if you could come back to me on that as well. Do you support the removal of the status of fallow deer as partially protected in Tasmania? So that's a very key issue. So if you could find that.
We'll come back to you, Senator, but can I just mention that at the Environment Ministers meeting last week, the issue of invasive species was canvassed and taken very seriously, and we'll get back to you with information on the matters you've raised today.
I'd appreciate that. Can I just also ask, with the Chair's indulgence, just a couple of other quick questions. This is in regarding to the $8 million commitment for the establishing wetlands in the North Esk in Tasmania, committed during the election campaign. Just wondered if that was allocated in the budget.
Steve Costello, Branch Head, Program Delivery. The answer is yes. Under the Urban Rivers and Catchments Program, there is funding allocated for that program, including to deliver on those commitments, including that one for the North Esk.
So will the entire $8 million be used for wetlands only, or have any of the funds been earmarked for other river improvement projects for the Tamar River?
That's a level of detail that has not yet been determined. So the sequence so far is there was an election commitment made, the budget has provided the funding in order to progress that. We'll now enter into the detail discussions with the Tasmanian Government on the components of that project.
So what would the timeline be around the actual funding and the proceeds?
That'll depend on the status of the project. So it's at a fairly early concept stage. It was a concept put forward by the Tamar Estuary Management Task Force. So there is a bit of background there, but there's still a bit of feasibility work to be done and detailed design in terms of the location and the design of that wetland complex. So we're not yet down to that level of detail that you're seeking in terms of precisely what and when. But the funding's available, and we'll now advance the project.
And I noticed that you mentioned that it came as a result of the report from the task force. There were 9 actual options recommended in that. Would I be able to get an explanation on how it was determined that the wetlands was the best project to fund? That may be a question for the government.
I might be able to help the Senator in the first instance. So that project, along with several others under the Urban Rivers and Catchments program, were election commitments. So as Mr Costello has said, we'll work through the details of those in terms of what the funding will go to in terms of the specifics, but the decision about which projects were identified was a matter for the government before the election.
Okay. So the Tasmanian Government is looking at options for long-term governance of the Tamar as part of the review of the task force, due to concerns in the community actually about the Tamar Estuary Management Task Force, which is the group. Do you back their proposal as this has been the only options?
Senator, we will work closely with the Tasmanian Government and all the stakeholders involved as we continue to pin down what this project will fund. So I'm not in a position to answer that question at this stage.
Okay, so obviously there's going to be looking at different sites and so on where the wetlands are going to be located. So is that part of the review that will be undertaken?
I'm not saying that there's a review. I'm saying that there's a process that we'll have to go through, as Mr Costello has described, from the funding now being allocated to the point where we're locking in the details of what will be required by the Commonwealth Government as part of this funding. So we'll be in a position to outline exactly what that is later down the track, but I don't have those details at the moment.
Okay. And one final question, will there be community consultation around the process?
We'll be working with all of the relevant stakeholders. So these are projects that were identified by the government in the lead up to the election, and I think there has been community consultation already, but of course that will be part of any project that we do going forward.
Okay, well thank you. It will be interesting to see how it progresses. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Whish-Wilson.
Thanks, Chair. Just actually following up a similar question to Senator Askew in relation to Senate committee reports. Nearly 5 years ago, this committee released a report into shark mitigation and deterrent measures. I've consistently asked this question. The previous government refused to respond to that. Minister, can you give me some assurances today that your government will respond to this report?
Senator Whish-Wilson, let me make inquiries about that. I'm obviously representing the Minister rather than the decision maker in this question. I am aware that you've been advocating around these issues and this particular report for some time, so let me chase down what I can.
Great. Is anyone in the department? I mean, I understand from previous questions you did provide responses to that report in January of this year, but it was sitting with the Minister. Has there been any updates to that, or can you clarify any new information?
Thanks, Senator. No, there's no further updates. So we're in the process of briefing the Minister's office in relation to this report. And
Right, like currently, or you have previously?
no, we haven't previously, so we're in the process of briefing the Minister's office in relation to
Could I
the
ask
report.
why the timing of that is peculiar, that you're doing it now?
We had briefed the former Minister's office in relation to
Okay,
this.
it's a matter of just going through the processes with new government. All right, thank you for that.
I gather, Senator Whish-Wilson, that the Minister finds herself in a position where there are, in fact, quite a lot of reports that the previous government chose not to respond to, and she is working through that quite large list and will respond in due course.
Great, okay, thank you. Just another quick question. You're all aware of the second mass whale stranding off Tasmania's west coast in recent months, pilot whales. I understand cetaceans are protected under federal law, but they don't really fall under any category under EPBC in terms of being endangered. So I'm just asking, given the scale of the event, it's the second time that it's happened in a couple of years, it's made international news. Has the department looked in any way, shape or form at potential research or response into these mass whale strandings, and whether mitigation measures, detection measures or pingers and other kind of deterrent measures could be used in the future?
Senator, that's something that we can probably take on notice and come back with a more fulsome answer. But my understanding is that there is a category of protection for cetaceans under the EPBC Act, and there are also many cetaceans that, well, there are cetaceans that are individually listed as threatened as well.
So I think pilot whales aren't, my understanding is they're not individually listed. So.
Oh, sorry, I didn't know that you were talking about that specifically. Okay, so in terms of that specific species, I think we would have to come back to you on in terms of what research we're aware of that is being undertaken or planned, because it would be several agencies that would potentially be involved.
Yeah, if you could, because obviously, you know, Senator Hanson-Young and myself, and I'm sure everyone in here gets, there's a lot of distress around this, and we get the first question we get is, why is this happening and what can we do about it?
Yes,
and,
absolutely.
But hate to see another one happen again next year, and then we just can turn around and say, well, we don't know.
Yes, yeah, look, I agree. It's an awful situation. We'll see we'll get you as much information as we can.
Right, thank you. Another quick question, just in relation to a couple of projects. In Tasmania, MMG's waste dump in the Tarkine rainforest. I understand that's on the Minister's desk at the moment. Can you update us on whether when we're likely to get a decision on that particular project? And previous estimates I asked about the mast owls in particular, but I understand the process is now at decision level.
Senator, yes, Kim Farrant, Branch Head, Assessments, Victoria and Tasmania and Post Approvals Branch. So in relation to MMG, you'd be aware that in terms of the investigative works that are being undertaken, you'd be aware that there was a recent federal court case that remitted the decision back to the department to be remade. That's currently in progress. We're working through what that process will be because it's being done outside of the statutory framework, having been remitted by the court. So we're working to do that as expeditiously as possible.
Okay, so you've got no idea on when you might have some kind of...
Well, there'll need to be a consultation process, so
Right.
we're just stepping that through in terms of what needs to be done. We need to gather more information from MMG about various matters, including the owl.
Would that also include alternative solutions to their disposal of toxic waste?
Indeed, yes.
Okay. Right, I'll put some more detailed questions
Sure.
on notice, unless Senator Hanson-Young had any follow-up question on that.
Well, I guess this question for the Minister. Minister Plibersek, it is within her power to stop this toxic waste dump going ahead. Has the Minister been to the Tarkine to see what the devastation could be? And if not, could you take on notice whether she will go? And has she been briefed about the significant implications that this would mean for an area that should indeed be World Heritage listed? Thanks, Senator Hanson-Young. I don't know all of the details of Minister Plibersek's travel schedule. I'll see if I can find out. She has, of course, visited a range of different parts of Australia to better understand some of the environmental issues that are relevant there. But the department may have something to add in terms of the briefing process relevant to her approval role.
Thank you, Minister. Yes, my understanding is that the Minister is considering a trip. I don't believe she's been in her current capacity anyway to that location, and I believe she's considering visiting in early November.
Thank you.
Well, Mr Larson, Senator Hanson-Young and myself, all the Bob Brown Foundation, would be very happy to facilitate a meeting, well, a visit or a tour for her as well. Can I ask, just in relation to two other issues? Firstly, we talked a bit about threatened species earlier, Tasmanian devils. The last update when Minister Lee was Environment Minister was that their recovery plan was going to be scrapped, and they were going to move on to conservation advice. Is that still occurring? Perhaps if I could ask that first question, then I'll just have a couple of other quick ones.
Senator, I might need to ask Dr. Keeson to just refresh my memory about whether the Tasmanian devil was in the first tranche that the former minister made the decision in relation to.
My understanding was they were, but...
Senator, I will also need to confirm 176 species were subject to that decision, and I will need to refresh my memory on that one. We'll come back to you as soon as we can with an answer.
All right, if you could, but I'll assume that they were, because I'm pretty confident that they were. Are you? It seems to be the feeling that because there's been some success with the facial tumour research over many years, that somehow the population of devils is now stable and no one's too concerned about them anymore. Is that your understanding?
Senator, so just to confirm, and I know we've had this conversation before, and I know you've got Professor Marsh coming on from the Threatened Species Scientific Committee to talk to this committee soon, but the reasons that the TSSC, the principles that were behind their advice to the former minister around the need for a recovery plan in addition to a conservation advice don't relate to how endangered or threatened necessarily the species in question are. It's more in relation to, and Dr. Keeson can go through these in more detail, but it's more in relation to the complexity across jurisdictions and different land tenure types and those sorts of things, which will require the addition of the recovery plan as well.
Okay. Do you have anything you wanted to quickly add, Doctor?
It's really just to reinforce what Ms Kennedy has said, is that conservation advisors provide sound and important conservation guidance. Where a recovery plan is decided, it is on the basis of a complexity of recovery planning that is required, the range of stakeholders, and oftentimes the number of jurisdictions that need to be involved. So there is a level of complexity that warrants a recovery plan.
So the more complex, the more likely to have a recovery plan?
That's correct.
Right, I couldn't think of a more complex problem myself than what's happening to the Tassie devil at the moment. I've written to the previous Minister Lay several times about especially roadkill with Tasmanian devil. You may be aware 138 dead devils have been found on one stretch of road just in Smithton in the northwest of Tasmania. That's just one stretch of road in an insurance population believed to be about 500 devils. I've invited her to come and visit, and the local council recently passed a motion unanimously to try and change the speed limit and do other things, but nobody seems to want to tackle this issue. So, yeah, I'd be very keen to hear more about whether there is going to be a recovery plan for the devil, or whether the assumption is that somehow they're safe now, that their population levels are stable.
Can I make a more general observation, which I think the discussion which has been underway for a long time about the balance between conservation advices and recovery plans, clearly, as identified in the Threatened Species Action Plan, and also the government's broader positioning in relation to environmental issues, there's a need to step up, we will be looking at these issues in the context of the Samuel Review response, and of course in the context of regulatory reform, what a new environmental regime looks like. And so getting the balance right and making sure you have maximum possible protection.
And I appreciate that, and I take your word on that, because there is some genuine concern, including in the scientific community, that the devil may go the way of the tiger if we don't actually get on top of this problem. Just another Tasmanian, this time the threatened ecological habitat, giant kelp forests, which I've been asking about for many, many years. They do have that was recommended, they have a recovery plan, as you're aware, back in 2012 when they were listed. But to date, virtually nothing's been spent on the recovery plan. Is there any new developments in relation to funding going towards giant kelp forests?
Senator, in relation to giant kelp, Dr Fraser's joining me because it has been, as you would probably be aware, it was one of the additional 16 priority places announced under the Threatened Species Action Plan. So obviously that will become a priority for additional focus of funding over the period of the action plan. Dr Fraser might be able to add to that.
Yes, and particularly, Dr Fraser, if you could shed some light on the process to get to establishing what kind of funding is needed to do some of this research.
Yeah, thank you.
Because you know, it's all been done by volunteers. There's been a group of amazing people that have just done all this in their own time and effort, dive shop owners, scientists on the weekends, trying to regrow these kelp and learn from it, and it'd be really good to see some serious effort put into this.
Yeah. Thank you, Senator. And I expect you're quite familiar with some of the work that's underway for giant kelp. So being identified as a priority place under the action plan means that it will be a focus of Australian government efforts over the next 5 years to improve the condition of that place. For giant kelp, as you'll appreciate, that will be a very different prospect to, for example, eradicating cats on part of Kangaroo Island or something like that. And it will probably focus much more on science and restoration and addressing threats such as sea urchins, which you're very familiar with. So the process for identifying funding for that, we will look to build on some of the research that's underway already through the National Environmental Science Program, which is looking into restoration through UTAS and IMAS and others. And with a view to understanding more about how to re-establish populations and grow those in the face of warming waters, climate change, and some of the genetics that goes with that as well. As far as identifying funding toward that will be something we will look at through the new Saving Native Species program. So we haven't ahead of time identified the projects that will go forward for those priority places. That will be a matter of discussion with some of the key stakeholders and building on some of the research that's underway already.
So to be funded under a separate...
I'm going to have to share the call around. You've had over 15 minutes.
One last question, Chair, if that's okay.
Yep.
I'll put a question about that Saving Native Species program to you separately, but in the State of the Environment report, there's a section there under marine and coastal ecosystems. Obviously, it talks a lot about coral reefs, but then on page 51, it talks about Australia's extensive string of shallow coastal rocky reefs and giant kelp beds and how they're economically, socially and ecologically significant. Talks about all the changes we've seen in habitat types, soft corals, even hard corals, impacts on fisheries, etc., overgrazing by urchins. Is the department or minister aware of just kind of how much federal funding has gone into what has been called the Great Southern Reef at the moment? That's the term we're using. Be any idea on the kind of funding that's been put into the Great Southern Reef, for example, over the last decade by the Commonwealth Government?
No, I'm not. Someone in the department may be.
Well, and especially compared to the Great Barrier Reef, its northern sister, which has received billions of dollars in funding, and rightly so. Mm-hmm. Have you got any idea on how much money the federal government's put into research or urchin removal, giant kelp restoration?
Senator, we don't have those figures with us, but we'll endeavour to see whether we can find something today. I do have colleagues who follow these issues very closely, including that geographic location.
If you could, because I've asked the Parliamentary Library to do a briefing on this, and funding through FRDC, the fisheries, over 20 years is about $4.5 million. And the only funding I can find through ARC and some other research grants totals $20 million over 20 years. You know, that's like $20 million compared to the Great Barrier Reef getting billions. Like, it's chalk and cheese, really. So I just wanted to make sure this was on your radar as something that that the new government looks at.
We're going to move on now. Thank you. We'll go to Senator Pocock.
Thank you. Thanks again for your time. I just wanted to go back to the 30% by 2030 commitment, and just wanting to know if the department has undertaken modelling as to how much it'll cost to meet the 30% pledge over that time frame.
We're talking in relation to 30% terrestrial protection?
Let's talk land on land.
No, I don't believe the department has undertaken a modelling as such. And of course it will depend on what the makeup is of that balance of the 8% from the current 22%. As we've touched on earlier in today's proceedings, we're confident that if you look at current proposals and currently planned efforts, that gets you pretty close to 27%, and there's a balance of 3%. But that's why how we approach this issue, including looking at the not the alternative definition to protected areas of other area-based conservation measures, that's why we are looking at a range of innovative approaches and different, nevertheless high integrity, data-based, etc. But that is currently under development and under consideration.
Okay, thank you. And for that 8%. That needs to be added. Is there a framework for identifying that 8%?
In terms of particular locations? Or
yeah, like how will that 8% be identified? Is there a way that the department sort of thinks through that?
Yes, there is. So if you look at what we touched on as to the additional 5%, I think it's 2% Indigenous protected areas currently under planning proposals, and an additional 2.7 or so percent of other protected areas, you have a high level of confidence that with those planning proposals already in train, we will reasonably comfortably anticipate getting to that 27% within the time frame. And indeed, the Threatened Species Action Plan has a 5-year time frame, which brings some of that forward in quite specific terms. But obviously, the remaining 3% will depend on how we further develop our policies in relation to both private land, other areas which are conserved in a variety of different ways, for example, defence land, but also if you look at the state governments, many of those state governments have very large land holdings which may not be designated national parks. And so there's a whole variety of ways which will be open to us as a nation to achieve that 30% by 2030.
And on that, yeah.
I think what you might have also been getting at, which Dr McMorrow would be able to help with, is I know obviously part of the 30 by 30 as well, which is very important, is making sure that there's a good representativeness of different ecosystems. And that is certainly something that we're very aware of as well, and doing some thinking into. So would you like
That's
some more
great to hear. I
information
guess
on that?
that's something I'm concerned I haven't heard at all, is that 3%, I haven't heard anything about prioritising critical habitat or connectivity.
Yeah,
and just
it
wondering
is
how that
incredibly
fits into the
important.
framework of identifying that extra land.
And you're absolutely right, and we really are looking closely at that. And
But
we
that
do
hasn't
have a
been
lot
developed yet.
We've got a lot of analysis that already exists about the areas that we should be looking at critically. So Dr McMorrow would be able to talk a little bit more detail about that.
Thank you, Senator. So Alison McMorrow, Assistant Secretary of the Biodiversity Conservation Division. So yes, as Ms Kennedy has mentioned, it's not all about size. The 30 by 30 target does have quality elements to it. So we are looking at areas that are particularly of importance for biodiversity. We don't have one single lens or one single framework to look at that. The Threatened Species Action Plan priority places is one area that we're looking at. We also have the CAR reserve system, the comprehensiveness, adequacy and representativeness, so all those bioregions, and we're having a look at which ones are underrepresented. And we are also looking at key biodiversity areas, which is another methodology. So we are spending some time, and this is part of the consultation that my colleagues mentioned earlier, to consult with states and territories, and then more broadly with the research community, to set up a high integrity framework to reach that 30%. So we are targeting those quality elements.
Great. So there'll be a public consultation period to develop a framework to identify that land?
That's our intention for what was mentioned before, these OECMs, these other effective area-based conservation measures. We plan to do a public consultation on the policy settings, the principles behind that, those OECMs, to seek that feedback.
Fantastic, thank you. And how much money was allocated in the recent budget to do that, to actually start heading towards 30% by 2030?
So that there was no single bucket of money for 30 by 30, but it certainly strays across into all of our environmental spend, which my colleagues have been mentioning earlier today.
So the new commitment to 30% by 2030 is expected to come out of existing funding streams.
Sorry,
well,
if I can
announced funding. Yeah.
Yes, that's right. So I might just add,
That's
probably the best thing for us to point to, and Mr Larson had mentioned this earlier, is the government did make a significant commitment to boost funding for Indigenous protected areas, which, as Mr Larson mentioned, make up around 50% of the current National Reserve System, and will be quite a big part of the Commonwealth contributing to the pathway that he's already mentioned to get us to that 27%, which is a great place to be at. Obviously not the whole way, but we do have a pathway there. So in funding for that to 27-28, that will be a total of $231.5 million, and that includes a boost that was part of an election commitment of $66.5 million.
So
Senator Pocock, if I may, I think one way to think about this is that Australia has signed on to an important global agreement that seeks to improve biodiversity conservation across the planet. The Australian government is not in a position to unilaterally deliver on that. We see our role as working with the states and territories to do it together. We'll make our contributions where we can, and the Indigenous protected areas is one important part of that. But having that first Environment Ministers meeting, there hadn't been one for 500 days, having those ministers endorse that target and agree to become involved in it is really important. And that partnership with the states and territories, where we look together at the ways that they are seeking to establish a comprehensive, adequate and representative system, and the way that we may augment and support that. This is sort of the work of the Federation, and we're quite determined to work in a much more collaborative way than the previous government approached it.
That's great to hear, and I applaud the government on that, I guess my concern and what I've been hearing this morning is that there is a massive new commitment to no new extinctions and a very ambitious 30% on land, 30% of the sea by 2030, and yet in the budget there is little to no new funding apart from election commitments and some repurposed money.
Minister?
Well, I think, we canvassed this a little in the discussion we had earlier, but, there are a range of threats that present to Australian biodiversity and a range of levers that we may use to respond to those. And they include conservation, the subject we're discussing now. They include regulatory reform, which we are committed to. They include investment, program investment, and we're talking about some of that this morning. There's no single measure that will allow us to address what is a long-standing and troubling trajectory.
Okay.
But we are quite determined to build a program of effort that uses all the levers to start making progress on this.
Thank you. Just finally, could you maybe outline some of the regulatory reform that will go some way to halting biodiversity decline?
I think Professor Samuel's report was a really important review, and it provided a very detailed examination of the strengths and weaknesses of the current regulatory arrangements. Regrettably, the previous government didn't respond to it, didn't engage in any substantial way with the material in the report. Minister Plibersek has committed to responding to that, and it's in that response, which we expect by the end of the year, that you'll see the kind of main direction of reform and the way that we will approach the recommendations that he provided to government.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Follow-ups from questions the department's taken, and I think they are able to respond.
Cool.
If I
Is that
could.
all right with you, Senator Pocock?
Oh, sorry. I thought you'd finished, Senator Pocock. Oh. Firstly, I asked for a breakdown as to the government spending audit and the efficiencies, so either the cuts to various programs or repurposing on page 62. I understand that you've got a table that you can share with us now as to where that's all gone.
Senator, the table you're referring to, we got your request from the committee. We emailed this table to the committee first thing this morning, but I understand formally I have to formally table it. So I'm formally tabling the document that was provided by email to the committee at 9 o'clock.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Just following up on the nature repair market, I just want the clarification, because there seems to be question marks still over this. We've talked about this a little bit, and I understand there's going to be legislation. We're going to be able to, get into the detail of this in the coming months. I want to know, has the government decided, and has the department settled on whether this is a stewardship program, or does it also include offsets?
Senator, we talked before about undertaking consultations, and that's where we are at the moment. The intent is in terms of it being additional, so nature positive, allowing private investment in. The question of offset is certainly one that we're going through in terms of the consultations as to whether offsets will or will not be used in the scheme. But I would point out that establishing a market per se does not mean that offsets can be done through the market. That's actually a decision to be made by each of the environmental regulators, states and territories, and of course the Commonwealth Environmental Regulator, as to whether they would allow offsets through the market. So establishing a market doesn't mean offsets are necessarily in or necessarily out. That's a decision for the environmental regulators to make. But I'd also say it's still under consultation.
Okay, so there is no policy, maybe this is a question to the Minister, there's no policy position of the government as to whether the nature repair market does or does not include offsets?
I think the way that question's framed suggests an interrelationship between the two that isn't present. So essentially, the government's principal purpose is to establish a market that will allow private sector investment to be channelled into investments in nature repair and to support those people who, as Ms O'Connell described, are on the supply side, who have private land that they may wish to conserve and improve. We are establishing a framework to do that. There is an additional and separate question about whether it would involve, as most market-based instruments do, the creation of certificates or certified products of some kind. Whether or not they would be acceptable or accepted by regulators as an offset is another separate and subsequent question. But I understand that the department is discussing that with stakeholders in the consultations that they're doing at the moment.
Okay. Yeah, you've got to follow up to that, Senator Pocock? No, you go. Okay.
Okay, we do have an order here, so let's just...
Well, if we're being collaborative, I don't think that should be a problem.
Well,
It's all related.
If you've got a follow-up, Senator Pocock, I'm happy for you to ask.
Go for it.
Okay. So you've said that there's going to be legislation for this. Based on your responses just now, does that mean you have no guidance or advice, either guidance from the government or advice to the government as to whether that legislation would reference offsets or any regulations as to how an offset program relating to this market would work?
Senator, the purpose of creating the market is not in relation to offsets per se. So the legislation to create
I understand that,
the
but
market,
will offsets be able to be used?
Senator, that's a decision of the individual regulators, so the environmental regulators.
So the legislation won't reference, will allow... Surely there has to be a framework.
Well, Senator, the frameworks are in the environmental regulation side. So not the market side, it's in the environmental regulators who make the decision about how and what is an effective offset. So that's the first component. The other thing is to say that we are still out in consultations around this, and there are several different views. There are views that say never ever it should be an offset. There are other views that say, well, if the market is potentially going to be used to offset, then it ought to be additional. It should be a nature positive sum game, not a zero sum game. There are other views that say, well, with the current offsets arrangements, an offset land sometimes degrades because it needs maintenance and it needs continued looking after. If there is a regulated market that provides an ongoing revenue stream to maintain and support some land and biodiversity assets that were used, then that might potentially be attractive. But I do say creating the market doesn't influence directly what can or cannot be used for an offset.
Well, it does. It does if you don't have a principle in law that is all about being net positive.
And that's what the market is to do. It's to be a net positive is what it is, and it is.
So you said that was an issue
up.
up for debate. That's part of the consultation.
Not only that, when you create the market, you don't have all the levers in terms of what can and cannot be used to be an offset. That is with the environmental regulators to choose to decide.
Okay. Except that you're asking the Australian people to accept a whole new market around nature, Green Wall Street, as it was briefed out of the Minister's office to be called. We've dumped that name. We're now calling it Nature Repair Market because obviously Green Wall Street didn't go over too well. Surely there has to be, within this framework from the federal government, some baselines as to what is required.
Senator Hanson-Young, Mr.
I was just going to say, Sarah, to be fair, I mean, the officials have made it clear that we're in a process of consultation, and I know you're a great advocate and respecter of consultation processes, so I just want to make sure that the consultation process is able to go as in a sense, open-mindedly as possible. So the issues you're raising are very relevant. They get discussed in the various consultation processes that have happened thus far, and they're critical issues. So, I think at the end of the day, we need to see where the consultation process, what it informs us, and that's a proper process, and I'd really like to try to preserve that proper policy-making process.
Okay, well, we wait till the mining industry and the big agricultural companies come in and see what they think, how far they can push it. Unless this government has some basic, principles by which you're going by, you're going to get steamrolled. And we know that, and it's going to be nature that suffers.
Thank you, Senator Hanson-Young. We will now go to Senator Duniam.
Thank you. Just on the nature markets, which regulator will oversee the market?
Our proposal at this point in time, and emphasise that we're out on consultation, is that it will be the Clean Energy Regulator to regulate the market.
Does the department have any concerns about the way that the Clean Energy Regulator is regulating the carbon market?
There's a review on at the moment in terms of regulation of the carbon market, so the Professor Chubb review, and in terms of the findings from that review will inform absolutely the sort of integrity aspects of the biodiversity market or nature market.
Yeah, and perhaps in answer to this question, Senator Pocock, but also the remarks offered earlier by Senator Hanson-Young, the government's quite aware that offset schemes, can present problems if not well designed.
Case in point, New South Wales.
There has been a recent audit of the New South Wales biodiversity offset schemes, which has found significant problems. The Chubb review is examining the carbon market to deal with some public concern about the way that offsets have been created in that area. We will, of course, take those lessons into account in the design of the scheme, and we're seeking views about it through the consultation process, as the Secretary referenced.
Is the department or the government aware of plans to present any announcements or aspects of the biodiversity markets at COP15 in Montreal?
I think any announcements will be a matter for Minister Plibersek.
So unaware of any plans?
Well, Senator, not specifically for the Montreal COP, no. As in, I'm not aware of any plans to announce, but I would also say that the market has been announced. It was the intention.
I'm just interested if at COP it'll be who from the department and the government will be travelling to COP15.
Dr. McMorrow, Senator, is the person to answer these questions?
Yes, so the intention is that I will go to COP15 with a small delegation from the department. Yeah.
There'll be no ministerial...
Minister Plibersek is planning to attend, yes.
Okay. Given our ambitious commitments to no new extinction and 30% by 2030, is it appropriate Australia sends a small delegation to such a consequential biodiversity conference?
So Senator, it's an immensely important conference, and a lot of work has gone into the preparations for it, and Dr. McMorrow and other colleagues across the department have been engaged in preliminary processes and a number of in very detailed negotiations. We would ordinarily send relatively small delegations to most international conferences, so we will send a number of people, and it is possible that the Minister may be able to attend, but also I think it's important to remember it depends on how confident we are as to where the conference will land. We would be very hopeful and are making a strong contribution to seeking a final outcome in terms of the framework. As you possibly know, the draft text which is currently in existence is very much square bracketed, as they say, so it's a great deal has yet to be negotiated. And so that will be the one of the factors which informs our assessment of how many and the nature and level of our engagement and representation. But we will most certainly be there.
Thank you, Mr. Larson. And just finally, so as part of that thorough preparation for COP15, there's been no planning around providing details about biodiversity markets and Australia's plans.
It will be clear, obviously, in our engagements on the ground, that the government's policy positions, including, of course, consideration of various options and policy ideas, which would include market issues, they, of course, will be part of our engagement and part of the discussions on the ground. That links, of course, to the broader discussion that we'll be having about how you settle on what other environmental area-based conservation measures looks like, and how we determine the definition of that domestically in Australia. So, of course, what the government has spoken about and what Minister Plibersek has spoken about in recent months, of course, that will form part of the substance of our engagement.
So if I could just, so we heard earlier, sorry, last one, Chair, it's a yes or no, sorry. So what we heard earlier is that a big part of biodiversity conservation funding and our effort towards halting extinctions will come from some sort of market mechanism, of which we're still undergoing consultation. We don't have any details really from the department. We don't know how it will work. We don't know how much money it will raise. There's no commitment from the government for more funding beyond what we already know with the forward estimates. Yet we are going to present that at COP15 as how Australia intends to fulfil our obligations as a mega-diverse country.
Senator, I would say to look simply at individual dollar figures in a particular budget and say, well, is that enough to deliver the ambition that the government is articulating? I don't think that's an adequate way of looking at how work has been done in this area, because if you look at the total...
Would you say it's not adequate because the modelling hasn't been done, so we don't actually know how much it's going to cost? Is that a fair assessment?
I don't think we have a precise dollar figure at this stage, but if you look at the totality of our environmental spend, for example, if you look at the money that we spend on the Great Barrier Reef...
I'm talking terrestrial here.
But a lot of the money we spend on the Great Barrier Reef is terrestrially spent money. It's on catchments and to address water flow issues, for example, water quality issues. A lot of that is actually land repair. It's habitat repair. If you look at the...
So is that being monitored? Are we able to...
Yes, it is closely monitored.
Yes. We do have to move on. You can have more questions.
Would you be able to
afterwards.
just... yes or no?
We've had 3 so far.
Can we just table that monitoring?
You can absolutely table as many questions as you like, and I can come back to you for another bunch of questions, but right now we need to move on.
Sure.
Okay?
Could the department just provide us with that monitoring information for the Great Barrier Reef catchment, the ecological monitoring of those programs?
We can provide you with a great deal of data that's monitoring in relation to Great Barrier Reef programs. Yes, we can.
The ecological monitoring of the area that has those interventions.
I will need to check precisely what we do and precisely what that looks like, but we will get an answer on that.
Thanks very much.
Senator Duniam.
Thank you, Chair. I will be as quick as I possibly can. I want to stick with...
And I will encourage everyone to think about putting things on notice. We will return from lunch at a hard 2 o'clock, regardless of how long we go.
Indeed.
Off you go.
30 by 30. I want to go back there. So, just with regard to the 4.7 million hectares, I think it was specified before as land that is in consideration for inclusion in the 30% of terrestrial reserves, are you able to provide an itemisation or a map on notice of those areas we're contemplating?
I think, Senator, it was 4.7%.
4.7%, beg your pardon.
We will be able to provide information in relation to current proposals, of course.
That's fine.
And we can also provide information on various regions across Australia. But no, we don't have a comprehensive map as to exactly how you're going to get to 30%.
No, only those ones that you referenced as more advanced in a sense of being readily included.
If I could just clarify,
Yes.
so of those two categories, so
Mhm.
the Indigenous protected areas,
Yes.
absolutely, we can give you a location of the consultation Indigenous protected areas
Perfect.
that make up the 2%. The planned additions from states and territories,
Mhm.
what we have from the states at the moment is the estimated area. I would have to work with my state and territory colleagues to actually work out where they are. So that might
Okay.
take a little bit more time.
That's fine, but if I can have that placed on notice, that would be helpful. So that gets us to 27%, doesn't it, between those two
Approximately,
areas? Has the department done any work on identifying specific tracts of land, private or public, for the final three?
Not at this stage, no,
Not at
Senator.
this
Of course,
stage.
we have some ideas of where that might come from, but no, we don't have any advanced work in that space.
Okay.
But we have a great deal of data and information which would inform further work.
Okay, all right. Is there an annual target between now and 2030 that the government seeks to meet to make it to the 2030 target?
No, there is not, save that I mentioned before in the Threatened Species Action Plan, there is a 5-year target, which, if I recall correctly, is 45 million hectares under the Indigenous Protected Areas program and 5 million hectares other, but I stand to be corrected by colleagues if I've got that figure wrong.
That's right, 27, get to 27% at the
Okay.
5-year mark.
And 5-year mark is which year, beg your pardon?
2027.
2027. Okay, all right. Thank you very much. Finally, on this issue, can you rule out the use of compulsory acquisition or involuntary caveats or covenants on private land as a tool to reach the ultimate target?
Senator, there's simply no suggestion of involuntary mechanisms in any of the conversations that we're having.
And on that basis, can we rule out those things I just specified?
Sorry, Senator, there's one piece I would say is you talked about covenants. Individual landholders may choose to put a covenant voluntarily on their land, and that would absolutely be in
Sure.
scope.
I think he did say involuntary covenants,
Indeed,
which is not something that has been discussed at all. And
So we can rule that out?
I don't think it would be for public servants to rule in or out something like that, but I can definitely confirm that it's definitely not within our considerations at all.
Okay, including compulsory acquisitions?
It's not something that's been considered.
Minister, just off the back of Ms Kennedy's statement there that it's not for public servants to make that call, will the government rule out use of compulsory acquisition or involuntary covenants or caveats
Look,
to
as
reach
you've
the
heard from the
target?
officials, it's just not under discussion.
But will you rule it out on behalf of government?
Senator Duniam, I'm the representing minister, but I think we can take it from the department that it is not a feature of the discussion at all.
Will you take on notice whether the government, as the minister at the table, is going to rule this out or not?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. If I can move to just the Samuels review and the work being undertaken to respond to it. And while Ms O'Connell's here, is that your patch? And it's excellent. All right, so there's work underway. So we have a hard date, do we, to have a response before the Parliament or just in the public domain?
So the response, Senator, we expect will be released before the end of this calendar year.
Sure, okay. And when you say release, that is a draft set of laws? Or
No,
what?
sorry, no, it'll be the response to the Samuels review.
Right.
And then in 2023, we expect that legislation will be before Parliament. The exact
Okay.
timing of that, we haven't settled, but we're expecting it'll be in the second half of the year.
Okay. What consultation and with whom is occurring at the moment on the work that the government is doing about its response to Samuels?
So the minister held a stakeholder meeting on, I think, the 19th of September that had a whole range of representatives at the table, including the NFF, the BCA, the Minerals Council, but as well the WWF, as well as the Australian Conservation Foundation, for example.
Could you please provide on notice the list of attendees?
Absolutely.
The date and any notes from the meeting, any outcomes, communique or anything like that, that would be very helpful.
Thanks,
Are there further rounds of consultation of that nature or other types of consultation planned?
So, Senator, we will continue to consult, as you've, Mr Knudson's already said, the response will come out before the end of this calendar year, but we will continue to consult even beyond that as the government seeks to implement the legislative package that would then follow the response. So there'll be further consultation as we move through that.
Okay. So the department is running a program of consultation and is liaising with these stakeholders. Is the minister or her office running a separate consultation?
No, so they're joined up, Senator. So the forum Mr Knudsen referred to was held by the minister on the 19th of September. As an example, a week prior to that, on the 14th of September, the department also held a workshop. So we are both working with the Minister's office and ourselves to ensure as much consultation as we can possibly get through.
Okay, well, in relation to that, if I could ask on notice just for any dates of specific meetings, either departmental or Minister's office or Minister individually, related to the work on the response to the Samuels review, with whom, where, when, and the subject, the broad subjects covered in the meeting. That would be very helpful on notice, if we can.
Senator, all I would say is my expectation is those will absolutely happen, but they haven't been scheduled yet, but we'll confirm that.
Oh, okay. Well, yes, anything planned, anything that has happened. Understood. You can't provide me on notice information about things that haven't happened. I took that as read. Okay, thank you very much. Just finally on Samuel's response, obviously there's a degree of interest in the issue of RFAs, and I know that they are administered mainly by the Department of Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry, though this department is responsible for the response to the review. Does the government have a position on whether or not RFAs will form a part of any environmental regulation moving forward or not?
Well, so yeah, Senator, as you're well aware, Professor Samuels did talk about RFAs and approaches in his review. So clearly, in responding to the review, the minister and the government will has committed to doing a full response to the review. So there will be elements we will, in the response to the review, the minister will ensure that the components of the response that respond to the suggestions and the recommendations made by Professor Samuel are clear. So insofar as there is a regulatory obligation that we have through the EPBC Act that exists and is written into the EPBC Act right now, so there will always be some degree of, not always, sorry, let me rephrase. So necessarily we will need to demonstrate how any proposed responses will then have to be put through. As I said, I referred earlier to the consultation around legislation as we move forward.
Indeed.
So my expectation is the response will, like the minister's committed to a full response to the review.
Indeed, okay. And I understand this is probably more a question for the minister about the government's intention on how RFAs will be dealt with moving forward once the response is released and there's legislative reform on the table. So, Minister, I just wonder if you could indicate what certainty will be provided to the industry around RFAs post-response.
Thanks, Senator. Look, the response to the Samuels review is due at the end of the year. I don't think you'll be surprised to know that I'm not going to be providing or preempting that response in remarks today. But of course, you know, a feature of a good regulatory system is that it provides certainty for the participants in the regulatory system.
Understood. So just on that though, I mean, look, as far as I could tell at the last election, the then opposition, our government, indicated they would provide certainty for the forest industry, including preservation of RFAs or equivalent. Is that still the government's position?
Look, Senator Duniam, I think I've answered the question. I mean, we would prioritise certainty in all of the regulatory arrangements, and that will be the case in constructing a response to the Samuels review, which, as I say, is out at the end of the year.
Indeed.
Senator, if I can add, just even in the consultations the Minister and the Department's had to date, obviously the regional forestry agreements are coming up. So is the issue of how to deal with private native forests, etc.
Yes.
Professor Samuels had a specific recommendation, I believe, in this space, saying that the standards of the Act should be the proposed standards should be reflected in the regional forestry agreements. That remains to be seen where the government finally lands on this, but these are very active points of discussion, and I think, as the Minister said, at the end of the day, the government plans to respond comprehensively and will deal with all key elements of the Samuels review, including on RFAs.
Indeed, and I accept that there is a process to follow, and that is what is going on, but there is also the government set down an agenda at an election, they take it, they get voted upon or voted out or in response to those policies. So I was just seeking a confirmation from the Minister, and I wonder whether you might take on notice whether it remains the case that the Australian Labor Party will back in RFAs or equivalent post-response.
Let me get the information about the... Senator Duniam, you know, you're generally an honest chap, but let me find out where we got to.
I think you could have phrased that as saying, I will take at face value what you say.
I would.
But,
I'm reluctant to take at face
value.
Let me find out whether the commitment is as you expressed it, and let me come back to you.
Indeed. Look, and I appreciate that. I'm genuinely interested in how the government intends to deal with that. So look,
I understand.
I'm not seeking to play games, I just want information. If I can move to the final two areas I have before I'm out of this. The funding for the Environmental Defenders Office. If we can just go to that briefly, I don't have much on that. But obviously the former government didn't believe it was a good use of taxpayers' money. That is no longer the position of the current government, and you know there'll be mixed views on that. The Minister, in a statement, I believe it was yesterday, at least it was on the Sky News website, and I'm happy to provide it to you, explained that the funding, from her point of view, to the Environmental Defenders Office and Environmental Justice Australia, and she had a quote where she said, if you're up against a big company and they've got billions of dollars to throw at a project and you're some poor little farmer who doesn't want their paddock done up, perhaps you've got a right to the same level of justice. But then went on to say, with regard to radical demonstrations in and around Sydney which have stopped traffic, she said she did not support that kind of protest rather. Now, the funding is going to organisations that have been linked to those sorts of activities. Can you provide a guarantee that the funding being provided from the Australian government to these organisations will not go to that sort of activity? And what safeguards are in place to prevent it from happening?
Senator Duniam, I think that you would understand that an important feature of our legal system is that all citizens may have access to justice, and that justice, meaningful access to justice, requires legal representation, and legal representation can be costly. And so the provision of support for a legal organisation like an EDO reflects that principle. It is the same principle that sees an allocation of resources to community legal centres to support other kinds of representation in other kinds of matters. I think the Minister's been quite clear about her views about what kinds of behaviours are and aren't appropriate. I think that's quite separate to whether or not citizens are entitled to access legal support.
Right, I'll ask again. No issue with support for
access to justice.
Access to justice,
Terrific.
women's legal services, Indigenous legal services, etc. There is a difference between access to justice and legal representation and advocacy or activism. So I'm wondering what processes are in place to ensure taxpayers' money isn't being used for advocacy and activism through these entities.
I think the normal arrangements for providing legal services funding and the normal framework for that provision of support will apply. Senator Duniam, I do understand what you're saying.
I know.
And the distinction I think that you're seeking to draw. Let me...
if you want to take it on notice, that's fine.
Yeah, I might take it on notice, but I think the broad principle is that the focus of the measure, as clearly articulated by the Minister, goes to access to justice, and it seems Mr Hanlon may have something.
So Robert Hanlon, Chief Finance Officer. So the funding's a grant. The design of those grants is in progress. So the funding to the EDO, so that will be part of the design and the rules of the grants.
Okay, all right. And then, Minister, in that process, can, again, perhaps take it on notice, will there be safeguards around how that funding is used to distinguish between legal assistance and other activities?
I think Mr Hanlon's indicated that the design of those things is under consideration. He may have additional information.
So we'll certainly take that into consideration in forming the guidelines, and I'll take on notice those guidelines to come back to you.
Okay, that would be great. And additionally, if the Minister could take on notice whether, as has been expressed, and I will provide a copy of this to the Secretariat, this article, whether the Minister's views on how funding ought to be used will be wrapped up in this development of guidelines, etc. But I'll do that on notice. If I can now move finally to the EPA, the new EPA that was announced in the election. Where are we at with the establishment of this entity? What's the process and what's the timeline?
So the quick answer to that is it's in the same process that the minister's going through on the legislative changes as a whole, and the EPA sits within that. So when the minister met in September with that range of stakeholders, various options with respect to what's in scope for the EPA, how it will be governed, what roles it will have, et cetera, was absolutely part of that discussion.
Sure. And sorry, did you have an end date to when we might be seeing a model?
So the proposal is that the response to the Samuels review will also cover off on the EPA.
Okay, all right.
And then the legislation for 2023 will also deal with...
It'll all be wrapped up in one.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Can I just understand then, I think there was some view around how this would be funded. Was there a user pays component to the proposed EPA? And is there any sort of scope around what that might look like, albeit we're in consultation?
So again, Senator, short answer to that is yes on both counts. So the election commitment, the government is, in relation to the EPA, made reference to a user pays component of the EPA.
Yes.
Now, that does also go, however, to the scope of the EPA and what functions are carried out by it. As you'd be well aware, the government also has clear cost recovery obligations and rules that it sets out and that we will have to follow in the design and development of the EPA. And so as we work through the legislative basis and the operating scope and the detail of the operating scope and nature of the EPA next year in relation to things like, you know, compliance and enforcement functions operate differently to, for example, data collection or other types of information functions. So there is always going to be a question about the capacity to identify a source of benefit and therefore an appropriateness of a user pays model. And so we will be looking, so the commitment is to look at applying cost recovery to the EPA where cost recovery is appropriate and able to be applied.
Okay, all right. Well, look, I presume the questions I've asked with regard to Samuels and the consultation, questions on notice, would apply also to the development of the...
It's the same consultation process. So they're all... So the
all
response to the EPA, because, Senator, I think it's important to note that because so many of the recommendations in Professor Samuels' review go to things like monitoring and reporting, compliance and enforcement, assurance around processes, that clearly the EPA will be a vehicle to deliver on much, if not most, of those areas of the review. So therefore it made sense to put them together as a job lot, for want of a better term.
So I'm trusting you. I will get everything I need out of those questions on notice placed earlier in relation to this. Well, on that basis, I look forward to the next set of estimates around this where we can talk more about modelling that hasn't been done on a couple of these key areas. But thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. We'll now go to Senator Cox.
Thank you, Chair. Just switching up a few gears, and wanted to talk a little bit about the Way Forward report and cultural heritage. Thank you. And I've asked some questions of the previous government in relation to its implementation of the recommendations of the Way Forward report. And now that we have the Samuels review, which Senator Duniam has also pointed out, but also the State of the Environment report now, lots of these have been damning in relation particularly to cultural heritage. So I'm keen to understand, is the government committed to implementing all of the recommendations from the Way Forward report?
Senator, the government hasn't yet tabled its response to the Way Forward report. We do expect that will be tabled before the end of this year, and that will outline the government's approach to implementation and to its response to the report.
Okay. Does that include, the ratification of the Convention on the Safeguard of the Intangible Cultural Heritage?
That is one of the matters that is covered in the response.
Okay. Are you aware of the co-design process that was undertaken by the previous government in relation to pulling together an Aboriginal advisory group? My understanding is that this government is also embarking on that. Can you confirm that that's happening?
Yes, that's correct. So the process that commenced with the First Nations Heritage Protection Alliance under the previous government is being continued under this government. We've been working together for nearly a year now and have undertaken a limited range of consultation and are just embarking on a second round of deeper engagement on potential ways forward for reforming protection of First Nations heritage.
Okay. Is that the continuation of the same group? In the interest of time, I'm happy to take on notice.
It is essentially the continuation of the same work. With the new government, though, has a clear commitment to standalone legislation for First Nations heritage protection, and so that's kind of given a slight direction to what the work that we're doing.
Does that include the transfer of the authority from the Minister of the Environment to the Minister of Indigenous Affairs?
That is one of the issues that is being considered in both this process and also in the DUCAN response.
Okay. Does that also include the support to the private senator's bill by Senator Thorpe on the implementation of the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People to ensure that these laws are actually consistent with international law regarding cultural heritage?
Support for that bill is a matter for government rather
Maybe
than...
the Minister can answer that question.
Senator Cox.
We do look the same. Yeah.
No, not so much. I think the focus of the government's activities is developing a government response to the issues that are canvassed in the Way Forward report, but also the issues that have been publicly discussed quite properly with some intensity since the events at Juukan Gorge. I think, as the officer has outlined, we continue to work with the Alliance and consult in that design process, and I understand that I had some information about I understand that there's been meetings recently or shortly to have been scheduled and shortly to occur.
Yes. We have been undertaking approach. We're also looking at the agreement with the Alliance was for 1 year. We're working with government to look at extending that agreement for the co-design partnership.
Okay. I'm not sure of the membership of the Alliance. I'm happy to take on notice if you can provide the names and the role capacity in which those people represent. I'm very keen to understand, and I know that in recent media statement, Minister King, the Minister for Resources, talked about your government's commitment to reforming that National Cultural Heritage Protection Framework, including that standalone heritage protection legislation. She also stated that she's working with her colleagues and yourselves around ensuring that this legislation provides operational certainty for businesses and supports positive working partnerships with project proponents and First Nations Australians. So can you unpack for me a little bit about how are First Nations people, apart from this alliance, the grassroots voices of people being heard in relation to their equal participation in a co-design process? Because I don't want to hear that this is about native title rep bodies or PBCs representing grassroots people, because this is the bulk of my work. So I'm keen to understand how the government is actually going to get out on the ground and actually make sure that we're doing this work properly.
So the Alliance is made up of a group of different First Nations bodies who have an interest in First Nations heritage protection. But it's always been clear in our relationship and an agreement that any consultation that we do is not exclusive to the groups that are part of the Alliance. We're mapping out at the moment an extensive process of consultation that will run through till March next year, and it's very much our intent to talk not only with bodies and representative bodies, but actually with communities and community members in order to get that feedback about if we are going to have a structure or approach which potentially gives First Nations people a much greater role and traditional owners a much greater role in decision making about heritage protection, that we understand their concerns and approaches around all of that. We do understand that, you know, the native title processes are not perfect necessarily.
No, because they're an instrument of government.
And
so they're an instrument of the Commonwealth, the native title legislation in this country. So I was keen to hear how the government are not just going to use native title rep bodies to represent the voices of First Nations people in this country, because quite often they are not the people living on country, hold the stories for cultural heritage, because of the impact of what is the history, the black history of this country, because we've been stolen from our land and our kin and our stories and our culture, and that's the reality. So we cannot use an instrument of government to continue to perpetuate that. We have to be truthful in how we approach this if we're going to get it right. And I hope that this new government do get it right this time.
Look, absolutely. And I think this is one of the really key things, which is why we don't want to rush consultation. We want to make sure that we have a proper conversation with traditional owners on country about how we can do this in a way. I'm very interested in trying to find a way that we can make, you know, obviously we have to work through legislation because legislation is a construct, but how can we incorporate First Nations approaches to being and doing and knowing into a legislative structure? So it's quite a challenge, and it does require a lot of thought and
Dr. McEwan, will that include the right for traditional owners to withdraw or withhold their consent, you know, to prevent the destruction of cultural heritage, which we currently see under the really flawed legislation that we currently have in this country, both at a state and territory level, but also at a federal level?
So that's one of the questions that we are asking, is how traditional owners want to be able to be involved in those processes. The giving certainty to business that you mentioned earlier is very much around the current legislation has problems on a number of bases, and one of them is that it is comes in very much at the end of the process, and that provides certainty for no one, not business, not traditional owners. So how we can address that range of problems is going to be part of the consultation process.
And I hear quite a bit, you know, the fact that this government wants to ensure that First Nations voices are heard and, you know, putting the voice and having a referendum and all these things. And every other day I hear about proponents in industry who put themselves in front of traditional owners and use their voice and their money to capture this whole process in order to destroy cultural heritage on country, not just on land but on sea country too. And it's disappointing that if we have to go down this road again because we're not actually devising a process that enables for the right First Nations people, the people who have those stories of country, the people that have cultural heritage linkage, not just because they're a TO through an anthropological link that we use through native title, This is about how we get this process right, and we've got to fix it. I just quickly want to go to just one last question, Chair. Celebrating the fact that you do have in your budget, Minister, $14.7 million over the next 4 years to look at cultural heritage, First Nations cultural heritage specifically. So I just want to say that's great. I'm keen to understand how this consultation process that you speak of, Dr McEwen, might actually identify the relevant people. So what we know in the Barossa Gas NOPSEMA case is that we do have some legislative flaws in relation to identifying relevant people. Will this be something that the government will look at in relation to making sure the consultation piece is right?
Absolutely. One of the things that we're very keen to do is to talk, as I said, not only to representative groups but to communities more broadly, to understand how we can ensure that in those processes all voices are heard, and also what dispute mechanisms there might be, how you manage intercultural difference of opinion about relative priority of protection versus development and so forth. So those are all key questions for us in terms of our ongoing consultation.
Is there a dollar figure that's against that consultation process?
So in the budget in March and then confirmed in this budget, there's $5 million, I believe, for that consultation.
So this is the improving engagement one, or is this the... Because in this budget, they've allocated $14.7 million.
So that's funding for other more specific targeted cultural heritage issues. There was funding, the complexity of the March budget and the current the October budget. There was $11 million for maintaining timely approvals for under ATSIPA, but also $5 million over 2 years for reforming First Nations cultural heritage protections in partnership with the Alliance.
So does that include the Dawarru Nili best practice standards? Is that being incorporated?
So the Darawunilan best practice standards are one of the things that we are considering as in through that consultation, how much and what should be implemented from them. We see the principles within them as important guiding part of the work that we're doing.
Okay. Are there any other culturally significant sites that the government is considering for World Heritage listing for February next year as we move towards that?
I will pass to James. Colby's.
2 minutes. Just 2 minutes. I'm just finishing up.
The answer is yes, Senator. And my colleague James Barker is just about to join us, who runs the heritage area. But just to note that the $14.7 million that you were referring to is a specific program under this budget, right, which is First Nations cultural and heritage places. But James is fully familiar with the details.
Thank you.
Sorry, Senator, you were asking... James Barker, Branch Head, Heritage Branch. Sorry, Senator, you were asking about the number of First Nations heritage...
The culturally significant sites that the government are now looking at. So they've mentioned the Flinders Ranges and Murujuga in relation to the culturally significant site. I'm just wondering if there's any more that they are looking at, particularly in relation to national heritage listing.
Yes, so currently there's... the government's announced funding for a number of other sites that would be explored for World Heritage listing. That includes the West Kimberley, as well as Cape York.
Okay, great. How will the World Heritage listing protect Murujuga from the proposed urea plant and other industry ventures in that area that essentially, Minister Plibersek has already heard about through the Section 9 and 10 processes that will damage the rock art? So if we're going to go to all the trouble to World Heritage list something and we're going to put a whole lot of money into it, and we're going to get it listed, how is that going to protect the rock art from industry to continuing to destroy it?
So, Senator, just in relation to the proposal for World Heritage listing for Murujuga, It is a proposal that's being led by the Murujuga Aboriginal Corporation, supported by the WA government. The nomination dossier is currently being prepared. It's probably, of the number of World Heritage nominations on foot at the minute, it's the one that's the most progressed. We met with the Murujuga Aboriginal Corporation last week.
All right, but the question was, how is this government going to protect that from happening? If we're going to pursue a World Heritage listing of a site, we go to all that trouble, we put all that money together to get all this evidence, get all these experts, geoscience, rock experts out on country, we get the TOs to tell the story, and then we approve an environmental approval process that allows industry to come in and destroy that. Allows Woodside, allows the state government to do this. And we saw this in Juukan, this is why we had a Senate inquiry, and now we're seeing this in real time in Murujuga, and we're not doing anything about it.
So, Senator, if I can step in here, on Murujuga, while the Minister has considered the Section 9, the process for the Section 10 is still underway. We currently have a reporter who is consulting specifically around the issues that have been raised in the Section 10. So the Section 10 is broader than the Section 9 application, which was specifically about the Perdaman site. The Section 10 goes more broadly to the impact of emissions from plants in the Burrup Peninsula on the rock art. So that at the moment we're in the process of gathering further information and consulting around that. Then the Minister will make a decision about that at the moment. So there is still a live process around protection in the Burrup Peninsula.
So we've seen the Minister go to Murujuga, look at the area where Perdaman's going to be and just say, just move those rocks down the road and they're okay. And then now we have still a Section 10 that's happening. And we're going to invite people to Australia to come with Ruby, Kangaroo and the Unicorn to come and see Aboriginal cultural heritage, one of the oldest sites in the world, the Seven Sisters Dreaming songline. But we don't care enough to protect it because we think that these other industries are more important and that there are actually no benefits to traditional owners in this process that I can see because we continue to just steamroll over that. And it's the window dressing of the previous government we've seen. And I hope that we're not going to see this with the current government because I, in fact, am watching this all unfold in real time. I'm watching traditional owners and they're coming to me saying, what's the point in listing anything with World Heritage listing where people can just open it up, they can move rocks around, they can do whatever they want. And the Minister gives authority for that. And this listing will actually not prevent the destruction of cultural heritage in this country because we are continuing to see this happen. We are continuing to see First Nations people in this country just throw their hands in the air and go, what's the point? What's the point in us even speaking up about this? What's the point in having a consultation process that costs $5 million over 2 years or $11 million? Because no one's listening. No one cares. And we think that it's okay to do that. We think that it's okay to bring people to this country and not talk about the significant cultural history that spans 65,000 years. And we think it's okay for this government never to protect it because we can destroy it and we can assimilate it. And that's currently what we're looking at.
Senator Cox.
I hope that the Minister has an answer for me.
Senator Cox, I can hear the frustration and I do also know that you're not alone in having those frustrations about the functioning of the existing regulatory arrangements. It is why there is a recognition from our government that we need a new legislative approach to protection. It's the process that Dr McEwen was referring to really does seek to engage First Nations people in a serious and I think extended conversation. We don't want to rush this about how to approach this. You asked a number of, I think, quite important questions about who gets to have a say. And I was pleased to hear Dr McEwen talk about her thinking about that and the way that the consultation process will be designed to elicit a wide range of responses around that question because it is an important question. The decision to pursue World Heritage in relation to Murujuga is intended to complement that other regulatory reform process to bring focus to an area of the country that we know is precious and valuable, because people tell us that it is, and because we can see for ourselves how important it is. I do hope that the process of consultation will engage a broad range of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. I might say too that I think I am aware, and my colleagues are aware, that there's a long way to go in terms of how government works with First Nations. We don't think that we have all the answers, or that as parliamentarians, or indeed, if I may speak on the bureaucracy, that we know how to do this perfectly and entirely. We are going through a journey of attempting to learn, and I do hope that we can listen to First Nations parliamentarians who are here, such as yourself, but also a really wide range of people in the community, and we are very open to feedback about how best to do this in a way that is genuinely inclusive and genuinely provides opportunities for people to be truly heard.
Thank you, Minister. And I think my final message to you in relation is the time for consultation has expired, that we need to start moving into co-production and co-design of these things. We are sick of being consulted. We're sick of being asked the same question by 10 different governments, whether it's a state government, whether it's a federal government. Aboriginal people in this country are sick and tired of doing consultation, and consultation for the purposes of talk. We actually want to see action from our governments. And as a very proud First Nations woman, I know that people in my community genuinely want to participate in these processes with government, but we are being blocked by the people who want to sit at the table and who governments handpick in this country. So my message to you would be, find those right people, find the relevant people who have those stories for cultural heritage and can help this government actually make pathways into this being a meaningful, genuine partnership rather than the one we've seen of the past. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Cox. Now, just for everyone's information, we are going to finish this outcome before we go to lunch. So my apologies for people who are flagging at this point in time in the process. And once we finish, we will take a half an hour break. Senator Whish-Wilson has assured us that he's going to be brief.
Well,
But
I'll be as brief as I can.
As brief as he can.
And
yes.
I do apologise to everyone, especially Hansard, not having had their break. Just quickly in relation to the question I asked earlier about Tassie Devils and recovery plans, I was just interested if I could ask a more broad question. You know, there's the other 600 or so plants, animals and threatened ecological communities that were going to have their recovery plan, let's say, delisted. Will you be able to give us an update on that process, whether decisions are going to be made, or is my kind of reading correct that you're saying the Samuel review changes to environment laws that will be released later in the year will deal with this issue?
Senator, that's correct. So, as you're aware, the TSSC had provided advice to the former minister in relation to a number of different species and whether or not they should continue to have a recovery plan on the basis of the current structure of the EPBC Act and the way that conservation planning is set up there. The current minister, the new minister, as we've talked about quite a lot today, has a much more ambitious agenda in terms of reform of the EPBC Act. So what is happening there is that rather than continuing on with the public consultation and reconsideration around those recovery plans for the rest of those tranches, that is now part of a broader process looking at how we can do that.
So the general trend of moving away from recovery plans that we were seeing towards the end of the last government won't necessarily be the case.
Look, I think that there's absolutely a recognition that we've got more and more species that need protection that are being listed. There's a recognition of the fact that the current conservation planning structures in the Act aren't really keeping pace, that you're very aware of the legacy issues, but so I guess what I'm saying is that I think the Minister's current view is not to continue with that process and the public consultation, pending a broader look at that through the reform process.
Thank you. I'll put some more detailed questions on notice of that. I'll just get some quick questions as quick as I can be on waste, which of course has been a big issue. Look, I won't have time to go into the Australian National Audit Office's report into the National Waste Policy Action Plan 2019, except to say, obviously there was, there was lots of comments there about it only being partly effective. So I guess from a school report, that'd probably be a C or a D. No, you don't agree, Mr. Knudsen? Maybe a B if you're really lucky, but room to improve there. Let's be fair. So just some specific questions on that. I wanted to know, you go back to a question, of course, you probably expect me to ask. Will you be making any kind of statement in the next couple of months, going towards the end of the year, about the national packaging targets? We know, obviously, APCO is an accredited product stewardship scheme under the Act now. I think there's certainly a bit of chatter that they're not going to meet their targets. Is that official?
Thanks for the question, Senator. Nice to see you again. Kate Lynch, Division Head, Environment Protection. APCO is currently undertaking that consultation process around the review of the targets. So they're out talking with industry. While there's not been any formal announcement yet on the progress towards the targets, it's certainly becoming clearer that it's looking very unlikely that those targets would be met by 2025. I'm happy to give you a bit more information about that if you'd like me to continue.
So they've said it's very unlikely.
So the industry is making really good progress against some of those targets, but plastic packaging recycling, which is currently only at 16% on the sort of figures we have to date, and the uptake of recycled content, which is currently around 3%, remain the biggest challenges. But there has been good progress overall in terms of getting towards that 100% of packaging being recyclable, compostable, etc. by 2025. We think at the moment that's likely to end around about 90%.
Are you providing any advice to the Minister on whether to kind of let that voluntary approach continue and to see where it lands, or will you be advising to introduce a scheme in time to ensure the national packaging targets are met by 2025?
So certainly it's certainly been a focus of the consultation that we've been undertaking with industry, but also in the briefing that we've been providing to Minister Plibersek. In fact, reform of packaging regulation was a high priority at the recent meeting of Environment Ministers, and all state and territory ministers agreed to the need for reform, and that process will now kick off in earnest. So while the national packaging targets themselves are, slightly different, as you're very well aware, to the packaging regulatory framework, which is the environmental protection measure, the review that was undertaken of the regulatory framework, the NEPM framework and APCO's co-regulatory arrangement, that review, the government also expects to release its response by the end of this year, and a draft response from the federal government was shared with state and territories at the Environment Ministers meeting.
Right. And I mean, obviously, once again, I don't have time to go into detail about the audit, the Australian National Audit Office's report, but it's kind of basically saying that there's no transparency around how you guys are measuring, I suppose, success or failure in terms of these. I mean, I would have thought the targets themselves are a pretty hard marker.
So, Senator, just in relation to how we're progressing towards the National Waste Policy Action Plan targets, which, again, slightly different set of targets. Those were very ambitious targets that were set out in the action plan, and their targets for 2030. Part of the reason it's been challenging to report on those to date is that historical data about waste and resource recovery has been very poor in Australia. Yeah. Over the last couple of years, we've been spending a huge amount of effort working with industry and with all the states and territories to lift the quality. In fact, there's quite a lot of new data products that the department has been releasing over the last 12 months. There's a new National Waste and Resource Recovery Data Hub, where we're providing much more interactive data about these things. I can also share with you that the National Waste Report, that's a biennial report, it's due to come out again at the end of this year. and that National Waste Report will in fact provide an update about the modelling and the thinking we're doing around how we're tracking towards those National Waste Policy targets, those 7 targets.
And Minister, perhaps this question's to you. You remember we had a bit of a stoush in the Senate a few years ago. It was actually in the final week in December 2020 around mandatory product stewardship schemes versus voluntary schemes. You may not have been paying part of that debate, but the ALP did
something very specific that I did, but
yeah. No, well, the ALP did. You actually did get up and say that Labor supported the Green amendments to have a mandatory product stewardship scheme in place for packaging at the time, but we lost. We had a tied vote and we lost that one. Does Labor have an official position yet on whether you would support mandatory schemes if the packaging industry fails? It's clear they're going to fail to meet their targets within the next few months?
Look, I think the independent review raises quite a number of significant problems. As Ms Lynch said, the government is preparing to respond to that review and has taken a draft in to colleagues in the state and territory jurisdictions. I think you'll have to wait for the response, but there is obviously quite a bit to do. There are issues around enforcement, and there are issues also about holding all of the participants in the supply chain to account.
I might just add one thing, Senator, which is that at the issues that the Environment Ministers meeting considered did set out some principles for what this reformed regulation of packaging should look like, and in fact it does. Definitely, to your point, it is definitely something that all governments have, all state, territory and federal environment ministers have agreed the need that a reformed regulatory arrangement needs to be nationally consistent, it needs to be enforced, compliance and enforcement should be undertaken, etc. And the idea is really that it's to ensure that all packaging that's placed on the Australian market is designed to be to minimise waste and to be recovered, reused, recycled and reprocessed in line with circular economy principles. So that would lend itself to this idea about not necessarily a sort of a regulatory product stewardship scheme, but of a regulatory framework of some sort.
Can I also flag?
Chair, I'm sorry to interrupt the flow of conversation between you and the official senator, but Chair, I am conscious that whilst senators may not have to eat, perhaps some of our officials.
Yeah. Well, people can take a lunch break and then they'll all have to come back. Or Senator Whish-Wilson assured me he had less than 10 minutes and he's got 60 seconds left to that. If it is going to go much, much longer, then yes, I would totally agree with you.
Oh, look, and I've said that up front too. I agree that, Hansard, everyone should be having a break. That's not my decision to push on.
No, and just to be clear, I made the assessment of time based on how much time each of you told me that you needed, which is not what has occurred. So we can either call it up now and then everyone has to come back.
Why don't we do that? If that's what you'd like, Minister, then...
No, I think it would be better for us to... I think it sounds like you're nearing conclusion and that's helpful. And we're trying to be, on these matters, as helpful as we can. But it may be... perhaps, Chair, have a think about the moment at which we return.
Well, can we just talk about another thing very quickly that was discussed at that Environment Ministers meeting? The National Plastics Plan had set out goals for 2022. So this year that includes a phase out of EPS packaging. All claim compostable packaging to be certified by Australian standards by June this year. And EPS containers, moulded packaging and PVC labels to be phased out by the end of this year. Perhaps you could take this on notice. What progress has been made, and have or will these problem plastic, goals or metrics be achieved? I mean, some of them it's already passed because of the election, but
Senator. I can answer it very briefly. Very briefly. Yep. So industry is in fact about to release a voluntary industry-led roadmap to phase out EPS from consumer packaging.
Yep.
And we expect that will be finalised sometime in the next couple of months, is my understanding.
Okay. Just lastly, the Commonwealth supports the position that all packaging will either be reusable, compostable or recyclable by 2025, but obviously that doesn't mean that packaging, all those packaging items will be recovered. There are no nationally adopted nor binding standards for such packaging that ensure recovery. and this is certainly something that's been raised with me by the recycling industry, but directly. It also allows greenwashing. Will the Commonwealth ensure that credible national standards for packaging are introduced and include that all packaging manufactured under these standards is recovered in practice and at scale?
So, Senator, the intention of the reformed packaging scheme will be, in fact, to push more onus onto the design of packaging. So it will, in fact, achieve that. Whether it's specifically through Australian standards or not, I'm not quite sure. That's yet to be worked through. But the idea will be that any packaging that is placed on the market needs to be designed so it can, in fact, be recyclable, which has been one of the problems today.
No problem. Just last question, and you can take this on notice too. Has there been any discussions with, for example, the bottlers? I mean, obviously we've got every state now has got a container deposit scheme or is about to get one. Yeah. Has there been any discussion about a nationally consistent approach to container deposit schemes, i.e. a national scheme?
There has, Senator. So harmonisation of those container deposit schemes was discussed at the Environment Ministers meeting, and we. Yes, as of next year, every jurisdiction will have an operational scheme, and all ministers are committed to working to harmonise those and make them more consistent, particularly around the design of what containers can actually go in.
Can I add two very quick points? The minister was also clear that she didn't want harmonisation to come at a rate-limiting step, so she wanted the leaders in the states and territories to carry on and have the others catch up, quite frankly, so harmonisation may take time. Second thing, to your point about increasing regulation, you may have noted the signalling by the minister and states and territories to regulate on tyres as well as photovoltaics and
I have lots of questions I'd like to put to you on tyres too, but I'll have to put them all on notice. Yeah, that's sorry, apologies for pushing you guys into your lunch break.
No, thank you.
Okay,
Thanks,
if I can
Chair.
just quickly go to the Secretary. Yes.
With your indulgence. In estimates early this morning, in response to a series of questions, I indicated that party political material should not be on departmental websites. I also undertook to investigate the publication of Powering Australia material on energy.gov.au. After discussions with my officials, I can confirm that there was a page on energy.gov.au, which is a departmental website, that contained details regarding the Powering Australia plan. This page included links to the Power Australian plan and other related material developed by the Labor Party in opposition. The links to the Labor Party documents were published by departmental officials in error. The links should not have been published and have been removed. The Department of Finance guidelines on agency websites state that agency-funded websites must not contain material of a party political nature. The error occurred within the department. There were no instructions from ministers or their ministerial officers. I've asked the department to review our websites to ensure we are consistent with the Department of Finance guidelines. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr Secretary. Senator Pocock is just going to ask two questions on notice, so they're not for responding to, they are just to be placed in the Hansard.
Thank you so much for your time, and I will just run through this quickly. That's to do with the Threatened Species Recovery Hub, 6-year program wrapped up last year. Just on notice, if you could provide the total budget over the 6 years and how that was spent, and then the total that the partners contributed to the 6-year program. Any advice to the former minister at the conclusion of the program as to whether it should continue or was a good use of taxpayer money? Any advice to the new minister regarding the Threatened Species Recovery Hub? And if you could also provide a review of the program. I've seen the sort of impacts overview, but if there is a department review of the program, that would be great. Thank you.
We'll take that on notice. Chair, could I ask if this is the
yes, go ahead.
Outcome 2, could the witnesses for corporate and general questions and outcome 2 please be excused so that they can...
yes, if you could just let me summarise where we're going now, that would be great.
Thank you, Chair.
I will now release the department officials from outcome 2 and thank everyone for their forbearance and apologies to Hansard, to the Secretariat, to the departmental staff for this session dragging on so long. We will take half an hour and resume at 2:15 with the Bureau of Meteorology.
Sorry, Chair. With your
sorry.
indulgence, could
Secretary?
we also excuse the corporate and general answers for
Yes, we also
witnesses
release those.
as well?
Yes.
Thank you, Chair.
actually possible. And we will, as previously said, we will go to the Bureau of Meteorology first, and then just so everyone's playing along with where we're at, we will then go to the Australian Institute of Marine Science and the Great Barrier Reef Marine... Oh, we'll go to the department first for a quick response on the statement made before lunch. Then we'll go to the Australian Institute of Marine Science and the Great Barrier Reef Marine Park Authority. And then, if we have time, we will go to ARENA. Yep. Yeah, and everything else is dismissed. So if we will go to a spillover, and in some instances we'll go to questions on notice. But further detail of that will be advised next week. So if I can call the officers from the Bureau of Meteorology. Welcome, Dr. Andrew Johnson, who's the Chief Executive Officer and Director of the Bureau. Now, do you wish to make an opening statement?
Yes, I do, Chair, if that's okay.
Most certainly.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Senators. I would like to make a statement if I could. I think, as many of you know, the Bureau of Meteorology is Australia's most trusted source of reliable and responsive weather, water, ocean, climate and space weather forecasts. We deliver an essential service to all Australians all day, every day. Our focus is always on supporting the safety and security and prosperity of the Australian community, and I think we'd all agree this is more important than ever during severe weather events like the ones we've seen in recent days, months and years. A number of statements have been made about the Bureau which I would like to address, both in honour of the professionalism and dedication of our marvellous team and our deep respect for the position of trust that we have within the Australian community. The Bureau provides one of the most widely used services of government, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We cover 11% of the globe from the tropics to Antarctica. The accuracy of the Bureau's weather model ranks consistently in the top 5 in the world. And our forecasts and warnings have never been more accurate and timely, and we provide more services to the community than we have at any time in our 114-year history. Over the past 5 years, we have introduced a range of new services to make our country safer. We have a new thunderstorm asthma service to protect those vulnerable members of our community whose respiratory symptoms are compromised. We have new services to protect against heat waves that endanger thousands of people every year. We have new tropical cyclone services to better advise the community of the strength and location of severe weather in the tropics. And we have commenced development of a program of work to provide forecasts and warnings in the languages of First Nations people, as well as culturally and linguistically diverse Australians. And most recently, we have improved our fire weather services to enable the community and fire agencies to better prepare for and respond to bushfires that too often devastate our nation. With the evolving challenges of climate change, we are continually learning and improving the sophistication of our forecasting and warning services. The Bureau now has more meteorologists, hydrologists and climatologists than at any other time in its history, and we are actively recruiting more, both in Australia and overseas. The skills and capabilities of our leadership team represent the large, complex and multidisciplinary organisation that we are. They include internationally recognised meteorologists who bring decades of experience from respected weather agencies around the world. Senators, we know that improving our services to the community has been challenging for some of our people. We continue to work hard to listen to their views on the direction of the organisation and invest in their ongoing welfare and development. We take all workplace issues seriously, and we are committed to providing a healthy and safe and productive workplace. For many years, we have provided evidence, including to this committee, that climate change is real and is very likely human activities have caused most of the global warming we have seen since 1950. In 2010, we published the first State of the Climate report with CSIRO to help Australia plan for and adapt to the changing nature of climate risk, including the global reduction of greenhouse gas emissions. Our 7th State of the Climate report will be released later this year. Our data and science informs the economic, environmental and social decisions of governments, industries and communities as they seek to respond to climate change. Like any large organisation, there are times we don't get it right. Recent public commentary about the name of our organisation is no reflection whatsoever on our capability and devotion to keeping Australians safe and informed. I sincerely apologise if this commentary has caused confusion or uncertainty in the community. That was certainly not our intention. And I wanted to assure this committee
that our focus remains clear: to provide trusted, reliable and responsive weather, water, climate, ocean and space weather services for all Australians, all day, every day. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Dr Johnson. We will go to Senator Duniam first.
Chair, thank you. I do want to go to the issue that, of course, has been in the media most recently. But first, there was a question I asked in the corporate overview section of the department earlier on, related to incoming government briefs. Does the BOM generate and provide its own incoming brief, or is it part of the department?
Yes, Senator, we do have our own incoming brief that forms the overall portfolio that the department presents to the incoming government.
So it's provided to the Minister as part of what the department provides?
It was provided as part of the overall portfolio package, to the best of my knowledge.
Okay, all right. I do want to go to this issue of rebranding, to use the short version of how it's been referred to. Was there reference to that exercise in what the Bureau provided to the department to provide to...
Not to my knowledge.
Okay, why would that be the case?
There's only a small number of briefs that we provided to the department, provided to the incoming government brief. The project that we've been involved with around our name and our visual identity, and I'd be keen to talk a little bit more about it if we could, to explain and provide some context to what actually has happened.
Please.
Certainly in a developmental stage at that time, so that was obviously earlier in the year. Here we are now in October, and that process has moved on considerably. So that would probably explain why it wasn't. There are many things happening in the Bureau all the time, as you know, and a decision would have been made at that stage not to include it.
Okay, and you mentioned context and a bit of background info. Is there anything you want to add now just to...
Yeah, I would really like, and thank you for the opportunity to do so. I think, as you would know, because we, and many senators here would know, the Bureau's been on a journey over the last 5 years to really drive a step change in the impact and value we have for our country, to make our country safer, more secure and more prosperous. And as part of that journey, we've been investing a lot of effort really listening to the community about what they expect from us. How can we make our services more effective, more responsive to their needs? So we do a lot of research and do a lot of listening to the community. One of the outcomes of that research is that two things really. Firstly, our name and the way in which we're referred to by the community varies a lot around the country. There are at least 4 different ways that Australians refer to the community, and refer to the Bureau. And what that research also showed is that that inconsistency at times can be confusing for certain members of the community, particularly older Australians, particularly new immigrants, particularly people whose English isn't first language, and culturally and linguistically diverse Australians. And so the whole intent of what we've been trying to do is to provide a clear and consistent presence to the community, so during times of crisis they know where they're getting their information from and that source is trusted. All we've done in this process, Senator, is ask media outlets to refer to us as the Bureau of Meteorology when they're communicating about us, and particularly while they're communicating our severe weather and warnings. That is all we have asked, is that they just refer to us in a consistent way, so that those folks, particularly many of whom are some of our most vulnerable members of the community, can get that clear and consistent messaging around our forecasts and warnings. And also internally, we've invested to make sure that our visual identity, when we present to the community, it is clear and consistent, because historically that hasn't been the case. So that is actually what has happened. We have not changed the name of the Bureau of Meteorology. We have simply asked media outlets to refer to us in that name, because we think that will make the effectiveness, or increase the effectiveness of our warnings and forecasts, particularly for those at-risk communities.
Sure, thank you, and I appreciate that. So just going back to the catalyst or the genesis for that work you've just outlined, did you say there was some sort of study or...?
Yeah, so we all the time are seeking to understand the community's expectations of us and their perceptions of us, and so this has been a routine part of the Bureau, certainly since I've been in the chair since 2016. And so amongst many insights that we've had from that process, this is one of the key insights, that there were amongst many communities confusion. So, for example, some of the research showed that when people are asked what names that come into mind. Most people actually refer to the Bureau of Meteorology. Only about 60% use the word bomb, and there are a whole bunch of people that use all sorts of other terms. So there's quite a lot of diversity across the community, and the message we were getting is that was affecting the effectiveness of our warnings and forecasts. And so we've listened very clearly to that messaging and asked media outlets to respect that feedback as well.
Sure, okay. And so this is not the first iteration of this sort of work. It's sort of happened before, or different elements
This
of
project is around our visual identity and consistency of messaging has been going on for 2 years, but for many years we listen and take a regular pulse, formally and informally, of the communities that we serve.
Sure. So if I'm to understand it correctly, it's just something the Bureau does on an ongoing basis, at least since you've been at the helm, to make sure that the services being provided and different elements of how they face the community meet community need. Is that right?
That's correct.
So it's not something unusual, it's something you've been doing the whole way.
Correct.
Right.
The whole shift of our strategy in the recent years is to become a customer-focused organisation. We exist to serve the Australian community. And certainly when I came into this role, one of the consistent messages I got from our customers was that whilst they love the Bureau, they didn't feel we were as responsive to their needs as we could be, and we should be investing more time in understanding their needs. And we've listened loud and clear to that message over recent years. And again, I know we're short of time, Chair, but a lot of those services that I alluded to in my opening statement are in direct response to that feedback, where we've listened to the community, focused and prioritised our efforts, and are trying to deliver the highest value that we can for this nation.
Okay, all right. Look, Chair, that's enough from me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll go to Senator Whish-Wilson.
Thanks, Chair. I've just got some quick questions. I'm still the biggest fan of your website in the country. I think I say that every time we have an estimate. I'm on it at least 12 hours of 24 hours.
You and nearly a billion hits, Senator.
Look, I know it's been a really tough few months for you. And thank you, while I can put this on record, thanks for coming in and briefing Parliament, and thank you to the government for organising that briefing down here. I think your warning to us that grounds were very saturated along the East Coast and we were at very high risk of floodings turned out to be very prescient. And yeah, thank you for that.
You're welcome.
My thoughts with your staff dealing with all the stress in these extreme weather events. It can't be easy at all when you're under that kind of pressure. Just a couple of things, if you could clarify for me around the weather. Mm-hmm. It's been claimed that we've never seen 3 La Ninas in a row with a negative Indian Ocean dipole. Is that correct?
I'd have to check that last statement, but certainly this isn't the first time that we've had 3 La Ninas in a row. In fact, it's the third time. But I would have to just take on notice around the coincidence of the La Ninas with the Indian Ocean dipole. I think, sorry, Senator, if I could, just the thing to remember about the Indian Ocean dipole is it's usually a phenomenon that extinguishes itself in the late spring, early summer. So often they can be coincident with a La Nina event, but not through the whole La Nina cycle. Yeah.
Well, see, I wasn't aware that we had that 3 La Ninas was a record because I thought I'd read there'd been some previously in history, but
there'd been 3 since Federation, I think.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, right. But certainly it's the first time we've seen coral bleaching in the Great Barrier Reef in a La Nina year.
I'd have to ask our colleague from Gabrumpa on that one. Yeah.
No, that's fine. Could I also ask whether you have any handle on? I was reading some NOAA stuff a couple of weeks ago, suggesting we might have crossed over to next year being an El Nino year. Do you have any insights into that?
Sure. Thank you. It's a very important question. I know a lot of people are hanging on this. As you say, we've been through our country's been through a very difficult period over very large areas, and our thoughts go out to all those communities that have been impacted, and also thank you for your acknowledgement of our people. I just couldn't be prouder of our people for all the work that they do. You couldn't find a more selfless, dedicated group of people in the APS. Our current outlook is that the La Nina will extend into January. And a range of models that we look at look like that it may ease post-January into more neutral conditions. We're obviously watching that carefully. I would caution, though, that obviously an easing in January coincides with the background severe weather season anyhow, so I wouldn't want that response to be interpreted by the communities to...
There's no more rain.
Yeah, remain vigilant. As you said in your comments, you know, our landscape is saturated, our dams are full, our rivers are full, our communities are traumatised, so their resilience is low. We've got more, you know, a summer to get through. We've got to get through spring. It's only October, and certainly these last few weeks have been extraordinary, really, in terms of the wet weather we've seen in eastern and southern Australia is very unusual for October. So my message to you and your constituents is remain vigilant. We have some months, I think, to go yet, and
some months to go yet.
Well, we're heading for at least till January through a La Nina cycle, and then into a wet season.
Yeah, sorry, I heard you say that, but in terms of, like, are you able to break that down in terms of the kind of rainfall we're seeing in recent weeks? Are we going to expect to see more of that kind of rainfall
we're certainly expecting above median rainfall all the way through along the eastern seaboard and into Tasmania, which is obviously of interest to you, all the way through to the end of January. A bit drier in the west, and obviously
West Tassie or
sorry, Western Australia. Apologies. Yes, Western Australia.
Yeah, okay.
So yes, that risk remains omnipresent for some time yet. And we will, as we always do, continue to update the community as new science, new data comes on board. As you know, these are very dynamic global systems, very complex.
Indeed. Look, I don't have a lot of time left, because I said the chair would only be 5 minutes, but could I ask, in terms of marine heat waves, referenced an earlier question about marine heat wave during a La Nina year, are water temperatures above their seasonal average in places like the Great Barrier Reef right now?
Yes, so
and why would that be
correct. You're correct. During La Nina years, one of the attributes that contributes to our declaration of a La Nina is around sea surface temperatures in the Western Pacific. They are elevated. I'll leave colleagues in Gabrompah to comment with respect to what that means from a coral reef health point of view. But yes, the water is warm off the east coast, and certainly the events we've been experiencing in recent months, that's been a contributing factor amongst many to the weather that we're seeing. And Dr. Stone's just forward. So they are, he's confirmed what I've just said, that they're warmer than average in the maritime continent right around Australia at the moment, and including down your way as well.
Indeed. And are you able to, do sort of, I know it's a very extremely dynamic system and lots of uncertainties, but do you do any forecasting for ocean temperatures?
We do have a range of services around ocean modelling. We certainly provide a service to support our colleagues at the Marine Park Authority around ocean temperatures. That's a routine service we've been providing to them for some time now. To the best of my knowledge, we don't provide ocean temperature services outside of the Marine Park, but I'd be happy to take that on notice if it was of interest to you.
All right, yeah, that's all for me. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to Senator Davey.
Thank you very much, and thank you for appearing in front of us today. I note that part of your services are flood warning and flood watch services. In an article that appeared in The Guardian on Sunday the 23rd of October, Guardian journalist Kate Burke wrote that despite the best intentions of Emergency Victoria, the flood information flow is confusing and inconsistent. Government agencies and apps must be on message and the same message. I cut out a word there. She also noted that why does the Victorian Emergency app, the supposed sacred source of truth, not reflect the information provided by local authorities? And at this time, people around the Echuca, Moama, Deniliquin area, both sides of the river, Victoria and New South Wales, were reporting conflicting evidence, conflicting advice, that was coming into them. At one point, on Saturday the 22nd of October, Victorian authorities provided completely different predictions for the Murray River flood peak at Echuca compared to what New South Wales residents were getting just across the bridge in Moama. It is a twin town on the Murray River. Can you explain why that would be?
I'll try, Senator, if I can. One of the great things about this country is that often arrangements vary across state boundaries, and flood warning matters are no different. And the infrastructure that also supports those flood warnings, the arrangements that are in place to fund and manage those also different across state boundaries. I'm not aware of the article that you're referring to, and I'd be happy to take a closer look at if you want. Certainly, the Bureau provides forecasts and warnings for flood heights for prescribed river basins and at prescribed locations, and those are agreed with the states. How the states, and they're published on our app, they're published on our website. You no doubt, I'm sure you've all got our app on your iPhones. You will refer to those, and you'll be able to see for your location what the river heights are at particular places. How then the state emergency agencies choose to interpret that and communicate that is obviously their responsibility. We work closely with them around that. We have staff both in New South Wales and Victoria embedded in the state emergency control centres to provide their deep insight and wisdom to support the decision makers in the relevant state agencies. So I can't comment specifically on that story because I'm not aware of it, but I can assure you that we provide first-rate information within the responsibilities that we have prescribed for us under emergency management arrangements, and we work closely with those emergency management agencies to inform the community as best they can, about the risks that they face.
So it has been put to me that Victoria was relying on advice from the Bureau, which predicted the peak in Echuca would arrive earlier than New South Wales predicted it to arrive 24 hours later. And it was suggested that New South Wales was using their own information from their own water agency. Do you know whether that is the case?
I don't know for certain. What I do know is that all state governments have internal capability they draw upon, and that capability is used to augment the advice that we provide them. I think the detailed specifics of that would be worth just checking with the New South Wales government. I mean, you know that system very well, Senator, and you know that there are quite significant capabilities within the New South Wales government around water management. You also know personally just how complex those river systems are. You know, around Echuca, it's probably, with a couple of other places, one of the most difficult parts of the country to forecast floods because I don't need to tell you how complex it is. It's a challenging system. So we will provide our information to the state agencies. We will publish it on our website and app. We will be working shoulder to shoulder with those state agencies and also with local governments. We've been very actively, including Dr Stone, my colleague on my right, very actively engaging with local councils, with mayors, just to give them our best information that we can from our services. But in some states, the relevant water authorities or the water utilities may have some additional intelligence that we don't have. But my experience is the state agencies bring all of that together and make a decision within their responsibilities.
And in instances like that, particularly on systems like the Murray, that is everything, it's like a constantly moving jigsaw with the tributaries. So how much does your data collection and modelling capacity incorporate those tributaries into one system?
Yeah.
Because I know when I talk to other agencies, they're like, well, I've got this model for the Murray and I've got that model for the Campaspe and that model for the Goulburn. Have you got the capacity to look at the whole and how they're interacting and predict when the peaks are all going to merge together?
It depends, is the answer. It depends on which state you're in and on which river systems you're in. And so if I could give you an example, not from the Murray, because that is, as I said before, one of the most complex parts of the country. But for example, I live in Brisbane, and when we're doing flood warnings and forecasts for the Brisbane River, we will work very closely with the dam operators of Wivenhoe Dam and with Brisbane City Council and all the various councils who might have insight and intelligence about what's going on and incorporate that into our flood models. So the modelling that gets used, where the manner in which it gets used and the data that incorporates differs around the country. My dream is to have that fully integrated approach that you've articulated. We're working hard towards that vision, but as you know better than anyone, getting everyone to cooperate across state boundaries is a challenge, and I think people are positively disposed to that. It just takes time.
I did read somewhere how many river gauges the Bureau owns and operates, and then so some are then owned and operated by the state agencies.
Yeah.
The
Again, it
coalition
depends.
government did
Yeah.
provide a significant amount of funding for upgrading river gauges. How is that rolling out? How far down the track are we?
Correct. We draw information from, I think, around about 13,000, that sort of order, gauges. 10,700? There you go, 10,700 gauges nationally. Ergo my earlier comment about the institutional complexity, we don't own all of those and the degree or manage those, so the degree to which that occurs differs across states. So, for example, in my home state, those gauges that we have there, about 3,000, I think, are owned and managed by 63 different organisations. So there's not just Bureau assets, but also assets that are owned by local governments, transport authorities, you name it. And so, as you said, the previous government did invest in us to upgrade our network, and we're very thankful for that. That upgrade is proceeding well. We've had some small delays in installations because of supply chain issues from COVID, but overall that's proceeding well. And we are in a very active conversation with the states around seeking to have a fit-for-purpose flood network for this nation that enables the Bureau to take a greater responsibility not only for the ownership of those assets but also their management, to ensure that they are managed at the highest standard, because in recent events, and for example in Lismore, there was quite a bit of criticism of the Bureau around our flood assets. They're actually owned by the Lismore City Council, and we don't have any flood assets in that catchment. So, reputationally also it's very important to me, because understandably the public doesn't, nor should it, need to understand that complexity. It's our job as leaders in the public service to sort this out, and we're actively working towards doing that.
And are all of the river gauges that you own telemetered?
Yes.
And that would be a goal?
I'll just clarify that. It depends. They're automatic gauges. They're certainly telemetered. We also have a whole network of manual gauges where someone will come out and read it. So obviously the manual ones aren't telemetered. I suppose they are because someone's dialing in, phoning in. So it's an old-fashioned telemetry. But the automatic gauges have got telemetry on them.
So last question, Chair. Have you done an audit of sites where you've got the automatic telemetered gauges and the capacity for that gives you a capacity for real-time data collection, and where there are sort of holes in the system?
Yes.
And also shared that with all the state agencies to work out?
Yes, we certainly have done that work, and again, just conscious of time, where the challenge is most significant is in New South Wales and Queensland. The challenge isn't as great in the other states for two reasons. One, there aren't as many flood gauges, because obviously, take Western Australia for example, that's not as big an issue, or in South Australia. But particularly in New South Wales and Queensland, the challenge is significant, and it's probably most significant in Queensland. So we've prioritised the work that you described in those two states. We'd like to get them sorted out first if we can, and then because that's where we think the risk is highest. It's where you've got big rivers, big weather, and lots of people, and very valuable industries, particularly rural industries. So that's not to say that doesn't happen in the other states, but on a relative sense, that's where we see the priority. So that work is going on, and discussions are ongoing within government to seek to address that issue.
And will there be a requirement or through, intergovernmental arrangements that as old meters are replaced or old gauges are replaced and upgraded, they will be required to be automated?
Yeah, so no, you're on the money again. The current arrangements are governed by an intergovernmental agreement. That intergovernmental agreement is up for renewal at the moment. We're out consulting with the jurisdictions on it. And certainly at a senior officer level, there's been significant discussion with senior leaders across the various states and the Commonwealth around a process to harmonise here, bring it into the Bureau family, for want of a better word, and I think it's eminently achievable. It'll just take a little bit of time, and as I said, you've had a long experience in how those things can take a little time to work through, but I would like to assure you and your constituents we're on the job there.
Okay, thanks, Chair.
Thank you. We'll now go to Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks for your time. Dr Johnson, just a few questions. Do you agree that Australians need to know what our climate is going to look like and projections for natural disasters and sort of climate in the future?
Senator.
Yes.
Yep.
Given the fact that we're seeing the impact of natural disasters, do you think that there should be more climate projections in the State of the Climate Report?
Well, the State of the Climate Report, I'm not sure whether you've had a chance to read our last one, but there's certainly quite a lot of data presented there, including projections of our climate. We have a significant investment in partnership with our colleagues in CSIRO and the universities on undertaking climate projections. We have investment flagged in the Australian Climate Service that was established last year to undertake further and more extensive work on climate projections. It's a discussion I'm looking forward to having with Minister McAllister in due course around the further directions around the Australian Climate Service, but I can assure you within the operations of that entity that will be a significant part of the work that we do. And I think the community can be satisfied that its key scientific agencies are working hard on that issue.
Thank you. And have you ever had discussions with your staff about reducing the content in the State of the Climate Report that focuses on climate projections?
Sorry, can I understand your question?
Have you ever had conversations with your staff about reducing the amount of climate projections in the report?
Certainly there's lots of active discussion and debate amongst all the agencies, the contributing authors and senior leaders about the content of that report. I was involved in its creation way back in 2010, and the vision we had then and the vision we have now is that its primary focus is reporting on the state of the climate, what is happening now, and updating that every 2 years, pretty much in the same month every 2 years. And that's the focus of that report. It has always had a small section on future climate. This report, which I cleared actually over the weekend, very excited about it. It's another high quality piece of work. You will see it soon. Again, talks about future climate, but there are other publications that we have across the relevant science agencies that focus on that future climate. So it's a matter of relative emphasis between what's going on now, the state of the climate, hence the title of the book, of the publication, and then there are other publications we have around future climate. So I hope that answers your question around it. There's no omnibus product. There are a series of products we produce.
I understand that it'd be a process, but have you had conversations with your staff directing them to reduce the climate projections?
I think I've answered your question. It's a matter of the product, that particular product, State of the Climate, has a particular focus.
I understand
so as part
that.
of the
But have you ever actively tried to reduce the focus on future climate impacts?
I don't believe so. I think I've tried, along with my colleagues in CSIRO and inside the Bureau, to try and find a place where the core intent of the report, which is around the state of the climate, that's what we remain true to, that we pay attention to and pay respect to the future climate issues, and also give us the space to talk more expansively about future climate issues in other publications. So I think that's a normal thing to do. Is around.
So it's a no.
It's a normal thing that you would expect senior leaders to be talking about with their people.
Okay, so a no. Have you ever felt political pressure to reduce the future climate?
Never. I get asked this question a lot, and I've worked for governments of all persuasions for nearly 25 years, and I've never ever felt it. In fact, I've always felt, despite what perceptions might be, that our views are always welcomed, and the deep respect that this Parliament has for its institutions like CSIRO and the Bureau of Meteorology has been respected. So, no, never. I think our record demonstrates, through the enormous number of written and other things that we produce, that we're here to inform the community with the best science that we have, and that's what we're doing and have done.
And given.
Can I just ask? a question. Perhaps, Dr. Johnson,
sure.
It's a chance to put it on record, but are you a climate sceptic?
Senator, I think my views on...
Malcolm, close your ears.
I think my views on the changing climate are well known. They've been on the public record in this committee for many, many years. Yes, thank you, Senator Roberts, for that endorsement. But I think my views are well known on it, and the organisations that I've been a senior leader in over nearly 25 years of senior leadership experience in CSIRO and the Bureau are well known as well. So I think my record stands on its own, Senator. Thank you.
There have been some allegations around the culture in BOM and the pressure to reduce the amount of focus on climate change. And some suggestion that that does come from the top and has been under your direction. How would you respond to that?
Well, there's certainly been some ill-informed and inaccurate commentary, Senator, and thanks for the opportunity to put on the public record. Probably two things I'd say. Firstly, the Bureau largely focuses on the weather. So if you think about atmospheric phenomena over time, we largely focus on phenomena that go from days through to months. And our colleagues in CSIRO largely focus on things that go through from months through to years. And there's a natural point of intersection. So yes, we do have climatologists, we do have climate scientists. They're outstanding people, by the way, and have done excellent work for a long period of time. So in terms of relative emphasis in the organisation, we're mostly focused on that, on those timescales. And our colleagues in the universities and CSIRO are focused on the other timescales. So I think that's important to understand, because I don't think that is well understood, that it's we're part of an ecosystem here in this country. We're not the only agency that does it. And so as Director of Meteorology, my focus is very clearly on discharging my responsibilities under the Meteorology Act 1955. And obviously climate dimensions form part of that.
Understand that.
And I would argue I've discharged my duties there diligently for a long time.
Great. And then thank you for that. I appreciate your time here. Just to move on to, you mentioned the Bureau, and I'd just like to, a question on the name change.
Sorry, can I correct you there? We're not changing our name.
Oh, right.
So I'm not sure if you heard my opening statement.
Okay,
but we are not changing the name of the Bureau of Meteorology. All we're doing, just for the avoidance of any doubt, is just asking... Rebrand. We're not rebranding either. We're
imagery brand.
Maybe just let him answer the question, Senator Pocock.
We're doing two things, Senator, just for the avoidance of any doubt, because I know people love us and they're attached to names. The names are important. Names make a difference to people's safety.
Yep.
And all we're asking is that media outlets, when they're using our name during warnings and forecasts, just use our full name, so that folks who might not have all that history, who might not use nicknames as part of their cultural practices, whatever it might be, or older people who might not be tuned into the modern lingo, people know it's coming from us, the most trusted source in Australia. So we're not rebranding, we're just asking to use our full name, and we're also just refreshing our visual identity, the look and feel, so that we're consistent, so that enforces that message. That's all we're doing. And I hope that is clear.
No, thank you. And so on that earlier, you said that a big part of that was driven by wanting to be recognised by new Australians, migrants, culturally and linguistically diverse communities. Yet in the EY Sweeney research, they said that 15% of people recognise the Bureau, whereas 60% recognise BOM. So I'm just
that's
interested
right,
in
and 81% recognise the Bureau of Meteorology. So when we were asked people, prompting people for name recognition, 80-odd%, the top one was the Bureau of Meteorology, you're right, 60-odd% was BOM, 15% was the Bureau, and there are a couple of others as well. But I spend a lot of my time out and about talking to Australians about the services we do, because I'm passionate about being the best that we can. I get this feedback all the time about the name. I often get asked, what should we call you? And so on. And we just want to bring clarity if we can. And we think in doing that, that'll make Australians safer.
And would you say that the exercise brought more clarity?
I think with the benefit of hindsight, clearly, the way we went about doing or giving effect to our intent, there'll be some significant learnings for us, Senator, and I've apologised in my opening statement to this committee and by extension to the community if that's caused any uncertainty and angst, and that's a sincere apology.
Okay, thank you.
Before we progress to the next Senator's questions, we've had some people ask questions about the agenda as it's going forward for the rest of the day. Much as I identified who would be called this afternoon, I now need to list off who won't be, just for any confirmation. After this session, we will have a session on a response to the statement by the Secretary prior to lunch, and it is up to the Secretary which officials will need to stay for that. Outcome 1 and Outcome 2 officials, as they stand on the program right now, will not be required, so are released. The Threatened Species Commissioner, the Threatened Species Scientific Committee, the Director of National Parks, the Clean Energy Finance Corporation and the Climate Change Authority are all equally released. So just to be very clear, we will continue with BOM, we will then go to the Secretary, we will go to the Great Barrier Reef Marine Park, we will then go to the Australian Institute of Marine Science, and if we have time, we will hear from ARENA. So hopefully that's very clear for everybody. Sorry?
Civil aviation.
We don't do civil aviation in here.
That's fine.
That's a different committee.
Chair, can I just clarify something? I think I misheard on that. With the EY Sweeney research, it was 15% the Bureau, 60% BOM, but in your original statement, you insisted on being called the Bureau. The Bureau.
And that was 81%, I think. I'd have to double check.
But I think it was just the Bureau is what you wanted.
Yeah, we're asking media outlets to refer to us using our full name, and if they do need to shorthand it, we'd prefer the Bureau rather than the BOM, because for some folks the word BOM.
You didn't insist on the Bureau.
No, sorry, Senator, just to be clear, we asked, we didn't dictate or request, or mandate, we just asked out of respect to those media outlets, could they please use our whole name, which is the Bureau of Meteorology. That's all we've done.
Okay, so there was no request or ask about being referred to as the Bureau?
No, not to my knowledge. We asked to be referred to as the Bureau of Meteorology.
Okay.
What I've observed since that request is two things. Firstly, to a very large extent, media outlets have done exactly what we've asked them to do, and we're very grateful for that.
Okay.
And because obviously I pay close attention to our media clips. In a number of cases, they've shortened it to the Bureau, which is fine. And I think my message to everyone is Australians are free to call us what they like.
Yeah,
we're not mandating it, but just for the reasons I articulated, our preference is when the media talks about us to use our full name because we know that the benefits it brings. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. We'll go to Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for appearing today. I have two short questions. They're both for the Minister. Climate change policies are translating into high energy prices for individuals, families, businesses, especially small business, and the economy generally, and that's affecting future budgets. Previous ministers corresponding to your portfolio have attributed policy to Bureau reports. Gotcha. Bureau reports and CSIRO reports on climate. Is that the same for your government, Senator McAllister?
Senator Roberts, I don't agree with the premise of your question. You began by saying that energy prices are a consequence of climate change policy settings. Only in the last couple of days, AEMO released their assessment of the current quarter, the most recent quarter of the energy markets operations, and concluded that the price settings are principally a response to elevated energy prices in the global market. You asked whether or not, you went on to ask whether or not the government depends on the climate advice that is provided to us by the Bureau of Meteorology, and indeed we do. We also rely on advice from the CSIRO and other scientific sources.
Thank you. Freedom of information requests that I've had with the Bureau and parliamentary library searches show no specific reports with specific data showing or proving the need to cut human carbon dioxide. Could you just take it on notice, please, Senator McAllister, to please provide the reports from the Bureau of Meteorology on which you rely for your climate policy, and please identify the specific location of the logical scientific points on which you rely. That is the report name, title, page number that shows the evidence and the framework, the logical scientific framework proving causation. Because I believe people need to know the basis of your policies, and I certainly do as a representative of the people.
Senator Roberts, I'll take your question on notice and we will do what we can to assist.
Thank you.
I will make this further observation though. I've been in forums, many forums in the Parliament hearing estimates where you've asked a similar question of our scientific agencies, and I know that they have previously provided information to you. I'm more than happy to provide some information to you, but I wonder why the question is being asked again. Happy to assist, but we have had these exchanges on more than one occasion across a number of governments, and agencies have on more than one occasion responded.
So to answer your question, Senator McAllister, I'm happy to answer it. I asked the same question of you in committee stage of the climate change bill.
And I pointed you to an answer I provided you in 2016.
That's right, and you gave me complete rubbish. And I'm writing to you, I will be writing to you to explain why. So that's the answer to your question. Thank you, Chair, that's all I have.
Thank you.
Chair, with your indulgence, I just wanted to clarify something I said just a minute ago to a question Senator Pocock asked, just again for absolute clarity for the record. Johnson. So I'm at your discretion if you'd like me to do that at the end or now.
No, do it now. That would be lovely.
Senator, I'm getting a bit long in the tooth, so my memory sometimes fails me, and I hadn't memorised our media alert. I've just for absolute clarity, it says in the first usage, please refer to the Bureau of Meteorology and the Bureau in subsequent usage. So our preference is to use the Bureau of Meteorology, and then obviously for the saving of column inches or web space, just to truncate it to the Bureau subsequently. So I hope that clarifies the guidance we gave to the media outlets in that media alert. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We'll now go to Senator Rennick.
Hi. My first question is for the Assistant Minister, Senator McAllister. Minister McAllister, Senator McAllister. I'm not sure if you're familiar, but the Bureau has three data sets, basically raw data, ACORN 1 and ACORN 2. The ACORN 1 and ACORN 2 are homogenised data sets. In terms of trying to measure the temperature going forward, because as you know, the Albanese government has signed up to reducing carbon emissions by 43% in order to, limit the world's temperature by 1.5 degrees. Which data set will the government be using to benchmark that by?
Thanks, Senator Rennick. I'll pass to Senator Johnson to talk through.
Actually, might ask Dr. Stone to answer that, Senator, if that's okay. Senator Rennick, if that's all right with you. I know you and Dr. Stone have been long-standing correspondents on this matter.
Many conversations over the years.
No, thanks for the question. Peter Stone, Group Executive, Bureau of Meteorology. Now, thanks very much for the question. The Bureau will continue to acquire about 1 billion observations every day and make those available as data in 4 main categories. And there's 4 categories because different data are used for different purposes. The 4 categories of data that we have are raw data.
Yeah.
So that's data initially received by the Bureau from instruments and observers. That's the data that is mainly used for current weather observations, such as those that appear on the Bureau of Meteorology website or the app. So that's raw data. The second category of data is quality control data. That's raw data for key variables that undergoes a higher level of quality assurance. That's the most common form of data used by Bureau customers, for example, observed historical rainfall or temperature data for a particular location. It's important to know too, that's actually the data
that is used for most standard reporting, including, for example, the hottest or coldest days on record, and how far temperatures have been above or below average for a given period. So that's quality controlled data.
Yeah.
Third category of data is homogenised data. We'll continue to acquire observations and, as a third category, homogenise it. Of course, that's where the data are used to assess long-term temperature change and variability. And so that's the ACORN SAT data that you're referring to. And the fourth category of data that we make available is gridded data sets. So that's really a statistical treatment of the data, so that rather than being point estimates for given places, so for example where there is an automatic weather station, it gets treated so that it can appear on a map, and that's as gridded data sets. And so we'll continue to take our roughly billion observations every day and make those available as data in those four categories.
But which one are we going to benchmark, use as the benchmark to work out is the temperature increasing or decreasing?
Yeah, so it's the homogenised data that is created in order to create that long-term temperature trend.
That homogenised data is not the same as the raw data. You basically change that. Homogenised data is, whatever I say, you're going to say, but it's not the same as the raw data. So there's an amount of human interaction with that.
Absolutely.
So I guess my problem is, if you wanted to sort of say it's when you're changing the numbers from the raw data, how do we know that it's the right data? I remember the marble bar conversation where you make 400 million iterations to the maximum temperature and 250 million iterations to the minimum temperature. It's pretty hard for that to get audited to know that the data's got integrity. I guess that's my problem, is that how can we genuinely benchmark temperature with that many sort of, as you say, there's a billion recordings every day.
Yeah, look, understood. So that's why there's the four categories of data available. I mean, homogenisation is a statistical treatment of data to take out known anomalies in that data. So we'll continue to do that because it's fit for that purpose. I do just want to be clear. The raw data, the quality assured data, and if you want to grid it and look at it, all show an increasing temperature trend.
Yeah, I'm not disputing that.
Yeah.
And look, so then with these billion recordings you get each day, do you have a supercomputer for that, don't you?
Yep, they're assimilated, and many of those observations are used in our numerical weather prediction models.
Yeah.
Which are used to create the forecast.
And that cost 40 million, didn't it?
Sorry?
That cost 40 million, did it? Is that true? Did I read that?
What cost?
How much did that supercomputer?
The supercomputer. I
how much
give
did
you
it
the exact
cost?
number. So we have a supercomputer that's running as we speak. Senator, if you wish to wait a minute, I can get you the actual number. It's of that order.
Right.
If you'd like an exact number, I can take it on notice.
I just want to round that amount. I just find it interesting because everyone's jumping up and down about your name change for 200 grand, but there's there's a supercomputer you bought for 40 million that homogenises data that I don't think people are aware of at all.
Yeah. Yep. So yes, it's. I'll get that to you on.
Yeah, that's right.
But it's of that order.
Of that order. Okay. Thanks, guys. See you next time.
Senator Mackenzie, did you have questions for the Bureau of Meteorology? No, thank you. Not at this time, Chair. Thank you for the opportunity. Okay. Anybody else? No? Excellent. Thank you very much for appearing today. We appreciate your time and apologise for the delay in having you on. Next, we'll go to the Secretary in terms of some questions regarding the statement made prior to lunch. And we'll start with Senator Hughes once we have the relevant department people. Yep, okay. Senator Hughes.
Thank you, Chair, and I apologise, Mr Fredericks, I wasn't in the room when you made the statement prior to lunch. But I did notice that before the lunch break, the department had removed Labor's Powering Australia document from its website. So it's been around, 6 hours since we first had those questions and you took some on notice. I just wondered whether any answers to those had been given, or you could provide any answers.
Well, Senator, the answer to your question is no, but I'm very willing to answer any questions you have now. The reason for that is I was preoccupied with making sure that we removed those links, which was the right thing to do.
Okay.
But as I say, Senator, I'm very happy to come back and circle around on any questions that you have.
Yeah, because a lot of the questions that we asked on notice were around how it got there in the first place, and those questions obviously still stand.
Yep.
So it would be good to get some answers around them. Whilst you've taken down the document, the website still references the Reputex modelling that actually has now been described as flawed. So I'm just wondering, do you still stand by that modelling? So on the website, you reference it, but this was the modelling that was actually commissioned by the Labor government, by the Labor Party, not the government. So is that an endorsement of it by maintaining it on your website?
So, Senator, I think the way I can describe that is, so there is a paragraph that's still there, as you point out. So the process I've gone through today is to take immediate action to remove what was clearly party political material in relation to the two links. In relation to the reference to the conclusion reached by Reputex, the difficulty there is that is, at the end of the day, modelling that is in the public domain, and in a sense, at the moment, that website is reflecting a statement of fact that's in that modelling. Now, can I just be really honest with you? I think that's a line-ball judgment, and it's why in my statement before lunch, I said that I wanted to review all of our websites to make proper informed judgments about where we have crossed the line, if you like.
Yep.
So I want to do that thoughtfully and consideredly. And these guidelines are the responsibility of finance. So what I would like to do is to take some advice from finance about the application of those guidelines. So in a sense, in an immediate response, cognizant of your very proper questions, I've acted to remove that which I think is obviously party political. The reference to the Reputex modelling that remains, I think, I'd like to take some advice about that, because it does feel to me like it falls into a different category.
Yeah. Do we have a copy of your statement that can be tabled?
I didn't.
Right. If we can get one, that would be good. It would be good to have that statement tabled. Even it would be in the Hansard.
It'll be in Hansard.
Okay. All right. So, Secretary, with the Powering Australia plan, keeping in mind that the Reputex modelling's still there, reduce electricity bills by $275 as stated by the government?
Well, so, I mean, there's two answers to that. At the end of the day, the Reputex modelling, which exists, and as we've discussed earlier, it was done in 2021. It's a point of time. It's a point in time modelling exercise. It reflects the wholesale power prices at that time. And it obviously references outcomes in 2025. So at the end of the day, that's, as you and I have discussed, that's Reputex modelling, that's where it stays. In terms of the department's view and the government's view, if you like, now that as I say, that the department forms these views, at the end of the day, that analysis that government does finds its way into the budget. And Senator, that's why I went back and referred to the budget process, because at the end of the day, the government in its budget paper has said it projects those electricity price increases of 20% and 30% respectively. Now, that modelling projection exercise is ultimately a responsibility of Treasury, but just, and you should feel free to ask some more detailed questions on this to Treasury, because I don't know enough about it. But what I can say to you, Senator, of these things is, firstly, my department is involved in that projection exercise with Treasury. Treasury do it with a range of departments. They do it with industry. They do it with the regulators. So the sort of government modelling exercise, if you like, or projection analysis exercise, we're fully involved in. At the end of the day, importantly, at its most basic, what Treasury do is take into account all the information available to inform a judgment about what future prices will be. They have particular reference to current market prices, spot prices and future prices from a whole range of sources. And of course, implicit in that is the fact that government policies inform those market outcomes and those market judgments. So that's a long way of saying, from government's perspective and from this department's perspective, the outcome that you see projected by Treasury in the budget, 20%, 30%, is informed by government policies, including, obviously, as one aspect of government policies, powering the nation.
And I mean, I guess we assume Treasury understands the difference between retail and wholesale
And
power
they-
prices, so we
it's
probably
true.
have some correct assumptions, you'd hope.
Yeah, so exactly, and so can I be honest with you? So I'm kind of at the limit of my capacity to describe in more detail how Treasury do that.
Yep.
But I did, in deference, ask Treasury to give me some advice on that, so I could give you that steer. And of course, thereafter, you should feel free to dig into Treasury a bit more. And when my energy officials are here, I'll make sure they're ready to dig into a little bit more too.
That'd be great. Obviously, we've got a week or so till then. So moving away from that price, again, will the Powering Australia plan create the number of jobs that the government states? Because it's published on the DQ website that there's going to be over 604,000 jobs by 2030. And that's, again, off an election document.
Yeah, so again, it's a legitimate point, Senator, and the way, my view on that is, yes, there's a statement about jobs currently sitting on my website. It does reference the Reputex modelling, so it is clear and transparent what the source of that is. I think it's line ball, so I want to take some advice about that. As I've said to you before, including working with finance, then as a matter of government, again, projections about jobs and job impacts find their way into the budget process, and Treasury end up making judgments about that, working with whole of government. I'll be honest with you, I haven't interrogated Treasury on the jobs assumptions that they make, so I can't go into any more detail about the Treasury process, not to the level I've been able to go to on price.
Yeah, and look, I don't know if he wants this, but I'm happy to table the page that I'm referring to for ease that's still up on the department's website. And I suppose, Mr. Fredericks, what's really concerning me is there's been a number of questions today under what modelling the department's undertaken. This goes to other inquiries we've had, both with DQ and around the Agriculture Department with the 43% emissions legislation. What modelling had been undertaken, what examination had been made outside of the Powering Australia claims, and that, it seems to be, accepting that you've now removed the Labor Party branded document but still existing on your website, is facts and figures presented that were part of the Labor Party's election campaign materials from their modelling, which is now being discredited. I mean, I'm just worried there's a case here that the Labor Party just hands stuff over to the department and it goes up on the website as fact. I guess I'm looking to you, is there going to be in future an attempt by the department to conduct its own independent modelling that perhaps isn't skewed in a partisan way?
So can I just, Senator Hughes, the questioning about the statement is not an opening up of the full corporate arena again.
But this
so if I
relates
could
to
just,
the statement. I'm just trying to keep
and I
this-
think, and as I had said earlier, questions, detailed questions about modelling are better asked on the 7th of November when the relevant officials will be in the room.
No, and there's going to be lots of them. I can promise you, Chair, get very excited. But I guess what I'm just trying to get to the bottom of is the situation of the website itself, which is what the statement relates to, and the fact that, yes, I fully appreciate that the Labor branded document has been removed, but we're still presenting as fact Labor Party conducted modelling.
Just to be clear,
on the
independent modelling from
departmental,
Reputex, I think is the one you're talking
it's still
about.
Labor Party commissioned modelling on the department's website as fact, acknowledge, and having been acknowledged by the department, they've done no independent modelling themselves. And that's what I'm just trying to clarify, that that's the position that we find ourselves in, and whether or not taking into consideration Mr Frederick's statement, whether or not it does need to go further in removing some of that.
Well, again, I think the Secretary has taken pains to point out that they are having a further look at that. But I think the issue that the statement was referring to before lunch, which is the issue we are exploring now, was the branded documentation that was linked from the website. So if I can just keep you to that.
I appreciate, Chair.
Thank you.
I think, Mr Fredericks, you understand what my point
I have,
is.
and I hope I've answered it. Maybe I haven't done
Well,
it as
I'm
eloquently
just
as I
looking forward to
should.
what we're going to see as a review with regards to the document I just tabled that is still presenting that Reputex
Well, that's right. And
as basically departmental modelling when it's not.
And again, I don't want to just repeat myself, but
No.
it's important I say a couple of things. Firstly, I have made it clear and honestly to you that I think it's a line ball judgment. So I want to take some advice from finance about that, which I think is the sensible and thoughtful thing to do. So I want to make sure I do that properly. And secondly, I do want to give you an assurance, Senator. Perhaps it was implicit in your question, but of course this department exercises all of our capacities to analyse, to provide advice, as always, relying on the professionalism and the objectivity of my staff. We did it for the previous government and nothing has changed. And so at the end of the day, I want to give you an assurance that this is a department that does its professional and objective job. It does it relying on the huge collective intelligence that the department has. But to be really frank, it does it most importantly in concert with other parts of government. Principally in this case, when you're talking about price projections, it does it with Treasury. And at the end of the day, that's the sort of collective that comes together to make departmental judgments that help form government advice. Now, I don't want... I appreciate we've got an issue on the website, but I would reject the assumption that because we've clearly made a mistake in having those links and we've got to consider the other text, I'd reject the notion that that means that in some way, shape or form, the department isn't more than capable of objectively and professionally doing our analytical job and working with Treasury and others on that.
Okay. Well, with a bit more time, hopefully you'll have your own modelling. And just finally, Chair, Mr Fredericks, you might be able to guide me here just to save a bit of time, not for us here, but for me in the future. Which team in Treasury is the most appropriate for us to work with to find out how they put these projections together?
That is
and who have you been talking to?
That is a very good question. Yeah, I think that's right. So I think it's going to be the Treasury's macroeconomic group.
Okay.
But not having my team here,
That's okay.
I can't go much
If you can
deeper
come
than
back to
that.
us if that's different.
Yeah.
Senator Hughes,
Yeah.
honestly, it might be something you need to ask of the Treasury officials.
Well, that's what I'm just trying to skip through to find out
Yeah,
which ones I need to ask rather than...
So can we assume
As much as I don't want you to miss me from the energy
It's okay.
inquiry.
They're in Group B. They're on at a different
That's
time.
all right. Well, it
So
just
can we
helps
assume
what
that-
day I'm there.
Can we assume, Senator, that's the right answer?
I say it with such certainty because I used to attend the Treasury estimates and I feel quite
Well, that's why I'm just
certain they're on
hoping
at a
I can
different time
minimise
to
my
this one.
appearance if I know what group I'm going to.
Group B.
Planning ahead. Group B, and at this stage we're going macroeconomic group.
Yes, I'll come back and tell you if I've got that right.
Very helpful. Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much, Mr
Thank you.
Fredericks.
Excellent. We'll go to Senator Cadell.
Mr Fredericks, slight difference. I don't think it's a line ball call. Did your department have any input into the inputs that went into Reputex modelling at all?
So Reputex modelling was done when the Labor Party was
Yep.
in opposition. So the answer to that question is a very firm no.
Has your department reviewed the Reputex modelling since it's been put up?
Yes, it has. So
Does it-
not since it went up.
Yep.
So at the end of the day, of course, the department wanted to make sure that, sought to understand what that modelling, principally what assumptions that modelling relied upon. So you'd expect it's the right thing to do for a department like ours, with the new government and knowing that modelling existed, to seek to understand what lied behind the modelling.
So I'll just point out to you, Senator Cadell, that we are not opening up a conversation about this at this point in time, but we will have plenty of time on the 7th of November.
No, it is about the perception of this on the site. So here is a document we didn't have inputs on that we've looked at afterwards, but it is not my modelling. If I put something on my social media, if anyone, Senator here, puts something on their social media or website, it is a form of endorsement. And that's, I think, the problem here. Good people, professional, impartial, all of those things. We've heard the Bureau of Meteorology and how good they are. I think this brings some discredit on the organisation. It is not you. I don't
So,
think...
Senator Cadell, I will say to you again, this is a question that the Secretary has answered at least 3 times so far, and he has taken it on to review this and come back with a more detailed explanation. The challenge we have here is we have only requested that the Secretary remain. We have not requested any of the officials who would have the fine detail of the question you're asking, and I believe the Secretary has already answered the question at least 3 times.
Do you still think it's line ball that a government department puts something it is not put input onto the website that lends credibility to it?
So, Senator, to be fair, I have answered that question, and I
Yes.
do want to do the thoughtful and considered thing in looking at that. It may very well be that after reflection and some advice from finance, that I form the same view as you. But I think, in the kind of, at the moment, I think it's the right thing to do to just take that advice and come back with a considered judgment.
Thank you.
And I have a question for on notice on indulgence, noting that we've released outcome 3, so I don't expect an answer here, but the question relates to the Hobart, the Antarctic and Science Precinct, which is not something you have responsibility for, but the AAD, of course, is an agency under the auspices of your department. So I just want to know, and you may not be able to provide any information even on notice, but whether the department or the AAD have been advised of any changes to the proposal around the Antarctic and Science Precinct by the Tasmanian Government, specifically relating to the stadium proposal that's currently being contemplated. So if you could take that on notice, I'd appreciate it.
So I will take that on notice, Sam.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Great, and I'll draw this session to a close. Thank you very much, Mr. Fredericks. And I now call officers from the Great Barrier Reef Marine Park Authority.
Larissa, is that you?
Yes, I have questions for Goodbye. Do you guys have anything?
I have some very brief ones, but I think Larissa. So
Thank you.
this size.
Hi, how are you?
So, welcome Mr. Thomas, Chief Executive Officer. Do you wish to make an opening statement?
No, thank you, Chair. Happy to move to questions.
Okay, well, we will go directly to Senator Waters.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thanks, folks, for being here today. Nice to see you both. Can I start off with the monitoring mission? Have you received a copy of the report of the UNESCO monitoring mission that came earlier in the year?
Yes, Senator, the government is in receipt of that reactive monitoring mission report, and we've been involved in discussions with our departmental colleagues about it.
Okay, when did you receive it, please?
We think end of July.
Okay, and when will it be released?
We don't know, Senator. That's a matter for the World Heritage Centre about the timing of the release.
Oh, okay. And are you still in the process of drafting your response?
The government has been considering what response it might make to that report, and the department has been leading that work.
Okay. Can I just check with the Chair, have we sent home the related departmental bods? Or perhaps I can ask the DepSec, have we got the right departmental folk to direct any questions that Gabroompa are not able to answer? Or have we just
Certainly
missed them?
I'm available to answer such
Okay.
questions.
All right.
We don't have
Thank you.
deep resources in the sense that most of the core officials have been sent back, but
Okay. We'll give it a shot.
I'm here to help in any
All
way
right.
I can,
Thank you.
and we'll have people watching who'll be able to contribute.
All right, thank you. So just in relation to when the government response to the monitoring mission report will be drafted and released, do you have any update on that?
I can answer that question, Senator.
Thank you.
I can provide an answer. The draft report, of course, was received by the Australian government some time ago. The Australian government has provided a response to that report. The final report has not been provided to us by UNESCO.
Okay. When did your response get sent?
If I recall correctly, I think it was the 12th of September.
Okay. And has that been made public?
No, Senator. It's confidential, obviously, to the parties at this present time.
Okay. When does it get released?
The World Heritage Centre will release its report when it chooses to do so. Could be quite soon. The question of whether or not the World Heritage Centre includes our response in its release remains to be determined.
Okay.
So it's a matter at their discretion. And then would then be a question for the government as to whether or not to release the government's response.
Okay. Minister, will you be releasing the government's response if the World Heritage Centre doesn't release that of their own accord?
That'll be a decision for the Minister.
Are you not representing the Minister?
Yes, and I'm not aware of whether she's made a decision in relation to that question or not.
Okay. Would you mind taking that on notice then?
Sure, no
Thank
problem.
you. At a previous estimates, you indicated that the climate change toolkit for Australia's World Heritage properties would be reconsidered in line with related UNESCO documents. This is probably a question for you, but then I do have lots for the authority. Are there any updates or time frame for that process?
I can answer the question, but Chair, these are not questions. These are questions out of order because they're really part two, I think, program two.
I'm sorry, but the whole day's been a total shambles. If you can do the best you can, I'd be deeply appreciative.
And I wonder if we would just pass some of those questions off to another time if they are not within the scope, because we have let officials go following the meeting of the committee to agree to the forward agenda for the afternoon.
If you could do your best at the very minute, and I may have to take it up at a later date also.
So, if I recall your question correctly, it was in relation to the toolkit and engagement with UNESCO.
Yes, and whether we've updated our bit yet.
Updated our tool.
Our toolkit, yes.
We have a draft toolkit. When you say updated in what context?
In the context of UNESCO updating their consideration of climate.
So the UNESCO has a draft climate policy which was considered late last year at the Assembly of States Parties. Australia also has other has climate policy related toolkits that we have been working on in relation to World Heritage sites. But the UNESCO climate policy is currently subject to a working group within the UNESCO system, and therefore the UNESCO climate policy remains a draft document.
All right, thank you. Look, I think I will have to take it up at a later date because we've headed down a different path, but thank you for your assistance. Coming back to Gabroompa, can you please update me on the UNESCO Endanger process after the last meeting was cancelled?
Yes, Senator, I think this is probably going to be for Mr Larson as well. We support the department, obviously, with technical, factual advice about the Great Barrier Reef, but the department does have the lead around World Heritage issues with the system.
So, Senator, I can provide some information on that if that's useful.
Yes, please.
At the World Heritage Committee meeting last year, an endanger recommendation was considered. and the World Heritage Committee did not accept that recommendation. Instead, it asked for a reactive monitoring mission to undertake a visit to Australia. That visit occurred in March. We've just had an exchange about the draft report, and that when the World Heritage Centre and IUCN complete their report, that report will form the basis of a state of conservation report prepared by the World Heritage Centre, and that material will inform a recommendation made by the Centre to members of the World Heritage Committee for consideration at the next World Heritage Committee meeting. The meeting that was scheduled for this year, because Russia is the chair of the World Heritage Committee at the present time, there was no agreement able to be reached about the holding of a meeting under Russia's chairpersonship in July this year, which is when it would have taken place. No date has been set for the next meeting or an alternative meeting, and so we are yet to know from UNESCO as to when the next World Heritage Committee meeting is likely to take place.
Thank you. I feared that might be the case, and obviously there's nothing we can do about that. But is there an intention for additional documents to be prepared ahead of the upcoming meeting, whenever it gets set, or will you rely on the documents that we've submitted to date?
These tend to be iterative processes, and because a significant period of time will possibly have elapsed before the World Heritage Committee meeting takes place, it is entirely possible that we will submit additional material or information. And in particular, there are two points at which we might provide such information. Obviously, we work very closely with the World Heritage Centre, which is within UNESCO and IUCN as well. They're close partners of ours and the government. But also at a World Heritage Committee meeting or in the lead up to a World Heritage Committee meeting, I would expect we will engage closely with the states parties that are members of that committee. And so there will quite often be circumstances in which you want to provide information to those states parties.
Is that like the diplomatic lobbying trip that's been undertaken a few times now in the 10 years I've been looking at this?
It could, well, I think that's a particular characterisation of it. We, at the time, for example, when we were a member of the World Heritage Committee, states parties would all the time, I beg your pardon, both states parties of the World Heritage Convention, but particularly those whose properties were being considered, would all the time provide information concerning their properties, concerning their approach in relation to any World Heritage Centre recommendations. And we would take exactly the same approach, and that could be through UNESCO embassies in Paris, it could be in capitals, it could involve officials travelling from time to time. It depends.
Great, thank you. Okay, and I'm sorry to the agency, I've actually stepped in at the last minute to ask these questions on behalf of my colleagues, so I do apologise that there's not more for you. I think there's some coming up. And unfortunately, the next one is also for the department, or perhaps for the Minister. Minister, is Labor officially adopting the former government's stance in opposing an in-danger listing for the Great Barrier Reef?
I think that we're engaging with the committee, as you've heard Mr. Larson set out. In truth, the forces that are most destructive in relation to the reef arise from global climate change. We are absolutely determined to do everything we can in the areas that are within our control to protect the reef. And it's why you see very significant funding commitments in the budget that's just been brought down. It's 1.2 billion there. There's 204 million that is additional funding to deliver on a whole series of election commitments.
42 billion for fossil fuel subsidies, yep.
Perhaps we'll come to that at another point in the program. But I think it's an incredible asset.
Thank you.
It's immensely
I agree,
significant to us from a natural heritage perspective, and it supports, literally tens of thousands of jobs. It is an immensely important asset, and we are determined to invest in it and take all the steps that we need to take to protect it.
Okay, I appreciate that, but the question was whether or not the current government is adopting the former government's stance as to opposing the listing of the Great Barrier Reef as in danger.
Look, I think we want to support the committee in its decision making, and I think our general view is that we are taking all the steps that we can to protect it.
All right, I'll move on because I'm not getting a clear answer on that. Is Mr. Ian Chubb still the chair of the Reef 2050 plan? I know he's obviously got other things on his plate at the minute. Is he staying in that role whilst he does those other jobs also?
I'll need to check that, Senator. I think he is. But
he is of the Independent Expert Scientific Committee,
Yep.
one of the key bodies under the Reef 2050 plan.
Okay, so he's remaining in that role.
That's correct.
Great.
At the
Okay.
moment, yes.
All right. Can I come now perhaps to you, Dr. Wackenfeld? Can you tell us about water temperatures on the reef at the minute? Are they currently seasonally higher than usual or about the same or cooler?
No, the temperatures as we approach the end of October are 1 to 2 degrees above average through most of the park. Of course, the average against which we compare those figures is the average for the month of October, and October warms as you progress, so as you get to the end of October you do expect to see the temperatures slightly warmer than the average for the whole month, but nonetheless they are warmer than we would expect them to be. Just to stress that at this point though, obviously the key period of the year where warmer than average waters are of greatest concern is the summer months, because that's when it's hot, so being warmer than average, that's when the corals are really stressed.
Would the water temperatures currently indicate that we're headed for a marine heat wave this summer? Or do we just have to wait and see?
I'm afraid we just have to wait and see. So on the one hand, as the Bureau articulated, we are now in a La Nina again. We are expecting that to last until January. The long-term conditions we would expect under a La Nina are cloud cover, rainfall, cyclones, but that's not a weather forecast per se. And so as we saw last summer, we did have enormous rainfall on the east coast of Australia, but it wasn't over the Great Barrier Reef, and so we did have a marine heat wave. Even with the La Nina, we cannot predict where and when it's going to rain and what effect that will have on the temperature. Having said all of that, the Bureau's long-term forecasts at this point are for ongoing warmer than average temperatures through the summer, but exactly by how much and exactly what that will mean for coral condition very much depends on the weather that actually unfolds as the summer progresses.
How much recovery has the reef been able to generate from the most recent back-to-back bleaching events? Obviously, some of the coral grows faster, I understand that. But
Sure. So I think the short answer is that over the last 5 years, where despite the fact that we've had 2 marine heat waves, they were not marine heat waves that generated high coral mortality. And so for 5 years, the coral on most of the Great Barrier Reef has been recovering very strongly. Now, I say that with a couple of very important caveats. We tend to have a sort of headline indicator for coral, which is coral cover, but that's a pretty coarse indicator, and there's a lot of subtlety and variation underneath that. So, for one thing, the recovery that we've seen is driven very much by forms of coral that are very sensitive to thermal stress. They're very fragile and they break easily in storms and cyclones, and they're the preferred food of the crown of thorn starfish. So, as impressive as the resilience is that the reef has shown, the recovery that we've seen in the last 5 years is quite fragile. It's also, the recovery is very evident when we look at regional statistics, but when we break that down reef by reef, different coral reefs are doing very different things, and they're not all recovering at the same rate. And I just remind the committee that there are about 3,800 coral reefs that make up the Great Barrier Reef. They're not all in the same condition. They haven't had the same impacts from, for example, marine heat waves. And the ones that have been badly impacted aren't all recovering in the same way or at the same rate. I think the key consideration for us, Senator, is that what we've seen in the last few years in terms of bigger impacts than ever seen before, but still seeing recovery, is the dynamic paradigm of the Great Barrier Reef at 1.1 degree of warming. Now, the IPCC's advice is that we expect to see 1.5 degrees of warming early next decade, and on current global trajectories and emissions reduction commitments, we will be looking at 2.5 or more degrees of warming by the end of the century. It is those future warming figures that are of the greatest concern, because as we get to and pass 1.5 and we get closer to 2, the amount of impact on coral reefs is inevitably going to increase, and it's that future that we're planning for now and is that of grave concern.
So how quickly do we need to get to net zero to have the strongest chance of as much of the reef as possible surviving?
Well, we certainly can't do it too quickly from an environmental and reef perspective. We know from modelling specific to the Great Barrier Reef and global modelling of coral reefs that there is a huge difference between 1.5 degrees of warming and 2. So 1.5 will still be challenging, but that is where the resilience efforts that we undertake through the Great Barrier Reef Marine Park and the Reef 2050 plan are absolutely critical. But as we depart from 1.5 and continue warming, our resilience endeavours will become less effective, and as we get to 2, I can't predict exactly at what temperature, but at some temperature our resilience endeavours will cease to be effective. And so the position that the Reef Authority has on climate is that the strongest and fastest possible global greenhouse gas emissions are needed to create a better outlook for the Great Barrier Reef.
Senator Waters will share the poll around.
Okay, if I can come back. Yes, please. Thank you.
Senator Duniam, you're all good?
I'm happy to put mine on notice, so Senator
That would be lovely.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Back to you, Senator Waters.
Thank you. I don't want to say thank you for that sobering update, but I appreciate the gravity of the situation, and it's important for our science agencies to have the opportunity to make sure we're all hearing about that gravity. And I wish you good emotional resilience in doing the roles you do. I know how much you love the reef, as just so many other people. It's very distressing. Can I ask, please, now, just a bit of a step change. I've got some questions about Douglas Shoal, and I'm not sure if this is for the agency, the authority rather, or for the department.
No, we can take that.
So my understanding is that there was a plan to finally start the clean-up 10 years on, and that was to commence, forgive me, find my piece of paper. I recall reading that it was to commence. Oh, here we go. The onshore remediation activities at Douglas Shoal conducted between a period of 2 and 12 weeks between mid-2022 and mid-2023 to remove the troubled and contaminated rubble and wash it and apparently put it back. Has that started?
So the in-water works is scheduled for mid-2023 at this stage.
Why has it been pushed back by 12 months?
I might ask Mr Walker to give us a little bit more detail on that, Senator.
Thank you, Senator. Ian Walker, General Manager at the Reef Authority. This project is novel in that it's the first time such a large-scale restoration activity has been planned or has occurred in Australia and, in fact, internationally. So we're in a fairly unique and novel piece of work here. So every step of our planning process has been about the best way to remediate this site, and in doing so we've had to carefully consider the planning process and also recognise the significant in-water issues. So this Douglas Shoal is some distance off land. It does deal with large swells that come through, so we've been going through a careful planning process both in water and there also on the land when we come to remediating the site. We're geared up for a delivery in 23, and that will see the site remediated with some longer term monitoring in play into the future. So yes, there's been some slowness in how that's being undertaken, but that's due to detailed planning and considering the significance and novel approach that's required in the Great Barrier Reef.
Thank you. So in, I think it was March of this year it was, on the 24th of March, the Public Works Joint Committee was told that the clean-up work would start between mid-2022 and mid-2023, and what, 6 odd months on, you're saying it's definitely not starting till 2023, and is your response just that the planning is taking even longer than you thought it would?
Not even longer. I think good diligence, good governance would require us to go through the steps that we have, and that's what we've done in terms of procuring and working to procure the services to deliver this work. It's not a simple project. It's in quite a remote area. It experiences swell, so getting the right equipment, the right people, and the right expertise to deliver this work is critically important. We're confident we've got the planning right, and we're confident that we will see delivery in 23.
Okay, so in a response to a question on notice that I asked a couple of years ago, you said that you'd engaged private consultants to do that work, Cardno, in 2017. Why did the authority not have the in-house expertise to do its own planning work for the beautiful icon that you manage?
This is, as I said, a very complex and novel approach.
And Cardno are experts in the reef?
Yes, we do have our experts, and we do draw on our expertise, including the people sitting at this table and our expert ecologists in marine science. So we have those skills, but this also involves the use of large vessels, different techniques that are being deployed that are well beyond the scope of what we would normally have in the authority. So that's why you build in these experts from other people.
The things that are like major engineering works is not necessarily our forte. Dealing with ecotoxicology issues around the anti-fouling paint. Some of those skills we don't have in-house.
Okay. So the out-of-court settlement was reached in 2016. How long was it, and maybe this department might be able to answer this, when did you actually get the money in your hot little hands? Because I know there was some delay because you were waiting for the court case to finish, which frankly had no scientific basis for that decision. You should have cleaned it up from the word go. It's sat there for like 11 years now, doing further damage and getting washed further and further away, making the clean-up even more complex. So I suspect no one disagrees with that. But how long since you've actually had the money and were potentially able to get on with the clean-up?
The $35 million settlement, Senator, is that what you're referring? I think we got that funding in 2016.
Yes, that's when the court ordered it, but did the money come immediately?
I'd have to check that with our team.
Yes, all right.
That was before my time.
And perhaps this is for the Minister. Why did the government not allocate, I know it was a former government, actually when the incident happened it was the Labor government. Why was money from the public purse not allocated to do the clean-up work rather than waiting for a protracted court case that ultimately saw the insurer pay because they were liable? Why make the reef wait than just pay the money up front and then potentially recoup it through the court case?
Senator Waters, it sounds like this is a very long-running issue that extends well into the term of the previous government. I'm not briefed on it. I will have to seek advice.
Okay, thank you.
Senator, I've just been told 2017 is when the money was sent to us.
Okay, thank you. And are you pretty sure that we'll be doing it in 2023, or is there scope for it to be further delayed, the commencement of the clean-up?
Confident of delivery in 23, barring a cyclone or some severe weather event of that nature. That might change the situation, but that's
they are getting more regular and more extreme, as we know.
Well, certainly, our plan is to deliver in 23, barring any unforeseen circumstances.
Right.
Importantly, Senator, I think it's important to note we are keen to get it cleaned up as soon as possible. The staff have been working incredibly hard on this since project planning started. We're capturing a lot of lessons along the way too, in the unthinkable event that it might happen again in future.
Well, I think they're phasing out TBT anyway, so hopefully that will be less of an issue if it does happen again. You've fixed your BTS programs now. Just one final question before I move on, and I'm almost done. What proportion of the TBT and the anti-fouling paint in general are you expecting to be able to clean up? And how much will sadly remain on the reef?
We'll take that question on notice, thank you.
All right. Okay, thanks for your indulgence, Chair. Do you mind if I carry on? I'm almost done. I've got about 5 more minutes.
Okay, we might just go to Senator Payman and we'll come back to you. Senator Payman.
I'll be quick. Mr. Thomas, Can you please share us your thoughts on how the investment in this week's budget will expand the authority's ability to take stronger action on climate change?
Thank you, Senator. The announcement this week of $1.2 billion from the federal government is welcome on the Great Barrier Reef, of course. It reconfirms some $252.9 million directly to the Marine Park Authority to undertake all those regular management activities that we do to keep biodiversity safe, to keep the values of the marine park safe into the future. A large proportion of that is for approximately 160 million of Crown of Thorns starfish control action over the next 8 years, so some great long-term confidence about how we're going to run that program into the future. The current government has added an extra $2 billion overall, $200 million, I beg your pardon, to that package overall, which includes actions around protecting protected species from threatened species, undertaking critical reef research in key areas, adding to research effort out of the southern end of the Great Barrier Reef and other shovel-ready reef catchment projects, all of which is good news for the Great Barrier Reef.
Excellent. That's all I had. Thank you, Chair.
Back to you, Senator Waters.
Can I ask now about the funding allocation, both the pre-election commitment and amounts delivered in the budget this last week? I've got some questions that pertain to water quality in particular. So can I just first ask, of the $1.2 billion that was committed pre-election, how much of that commitment is going to be dedicated or was dedicated on Tuesday to meeting the water quality targets in the 2050 Water Quality Improvement Plan?
Directly, Senator, approximately $579.9 million going to actions to improve water quality. There will be other components of that package overall that goes towards research that will improve our understanding of the impacts of water quality as well. So, other elements will support action in that space.
Can you tell me what is, and I'm sorry, I don't have the information to hand, so can you please tell me what that $579.9 million, what projects that will be allocated to and in what time frame?
So a lot of the funding is for new on-ground water quality investment. I should note that this funding isn't flowing through the Marine Park Authority, but rather through the department. But it will support actions around farmers voluntarily reducing runoff of fertiliser, pesticides and soil from their properties through the adoption of more efficient farming practices, helping build a more sustainable and profitable agriculture sector into the future. And some of the other funded works may go to things like riparian revegetation, stream bank stabilisation and so on.
All right, thank you.
Senator, can I just say in that regard, obviously it's an outcome to issue, and we would ordinarily have a detailed budget person who can speak to the specifics of that. And we're extremely happy to share that with you, because in fact it's a very positive and exciting story as to what's being done in the catchment areas. A lot of it has to do with investment in relation to the large watercourses and to changing the strength of the flow. A huge amount of it has to do with what we do on the land in relation to fertiliser and farm management, and some of it has to do with mangroves and other issues. But I think in order to give you a proper explanation for an amount of money of that scale, we'd be delighted to do it, but with the right people at the table.
Thank you. Yes, I look forward to finding out what you mean by changing the flow of the large watercourses. That sounds. She's off.
So if you think of any number of watercourses going through the catchment of the Burdekin, for example, you have these huge river courses. Obviously, we're not changing the flow of the largest rivers, but many of the streams, many of the smaller watercourses by inserting bends and curves and rock breaks and banks. You can slow the flow of the water, and that has a big impact on how much sediment then flows down into the waters of the reef. That has a very real impact on the water quality, and so there's a great deal of science about that, and we are starting. The latest water quality report is demonstrating improvements, but what the government has done in the current budget is to ramp up those efforts, and so you'll see across the various budget components, the shovel-ready reef catchment projects, for example, is $91.8 million of the $1.2 billion. Which is intended, as best I understand it, to go to local communities, local governments, again, to contribute to activities like this. And if you look at the reinforcement of the Reef 2050 plan, wetlands, of course, it in part goes to how you manage what is flowing from the hinterland out into the waters of the reef. The evidence is there, and the evidence is strong that we are starting to see progress, and in some instances we're starting to see good progress. But of course more is needed, and that's what the Minister has committed to.
Thank you. The last time I spoke with the experts, they were estimating between $6 and $8 billion was needed to properly tackle water quality under the Reef 2050 plan. 579.9 million is just a little bit less than 6 to 8 billion. Have you mapped out what your current funding will achieve given that massive shortfall, and what's your plan to do the remainder of the work to actually meet the reef water quality targets? So
that's the point where I'd say it would definitely be desirable to have a detailed expert who can speak to those issues. But it is quite clear in the latest water quality report was issued, I think, in August this year, or mid-year anyway. I beg your pardon. The latest water quality report was issued in April this year. That report is publicly available. It doesn't say that everything's perfect, but it says
I'm sure it doesn't.
It says that there is an improvement. Signs that the investment is paying dividends, and our view as a department, of course, is that the further investment that has been committed to in this budget will accelerate that.
Okay, well, I will take that up in further detail once we go back to outcome G. I've just got one last tranche of questions, and they relate to boundary changes. I'm not sure if this is for the authority or for the department, I'm sorry. But given the massive amount of reclamations at the ports of particularly Townsville and Gladstone over the last 20 or 30 years, it's very clear that the boundaries of the World Heritage Area have been changed by that port reclamation work. Many stakeholders raised this with the monitoring mission. UNESCO then wrote to the Australian government in March 2022, raising those concerns and specifically asking 5 things about that issue. I've got a copy of that letter, and I've got a copy of the so-called response, which actually doesn't answer any of their 5 questions. So my question to you is, why didn't the letter answer their questions, and what are the answers to their questions? What is being done about the fact that the boundaries have been changed by the port reclamation work? And there is a process for seeking a minor boundary adjustment. Is the government going to follow that process, albeit belatedly? And if not, why don't you just say that to UNESCO?
We may need to take parts of that question on notice. The areas I think in question, they're not in the actual marine park, which we govern.
Of course, yes. They are in fact in the World Heritage Area, you're right, so that will sit with the department.
So the port exclusion areas aren't in the marine park.
So I'm sorry, that's
so Senator,
for you to defer to outcome 2 again for me, Mr.
And
Larson.
again, within reason, given we have let all of the other officials go.
I do have some information on that, but I at risk of misleading you if I answer that question, because it's an important and detailed question. So if there is a comeback, if we are coming back or recalled, or there's another means to provide an answer on that, we would of course be very pleased to do so.
All right, I'll look forward to that. I might just ask, anything you can answer me, has there been any further correspondence since that March letter from UNESCO and the April letter in response?
I don't know, Senator, but I do know that the experts who visited the reef in March on behalf of IUCN and the World Heritage Centre, they were briefed on this issue.
Yes, that's why they wrote the letter,
and they were
to which they
interested in this
received a
issue.
non-response.
So I doubt whether there's been a further piece of correspondence, but we will find out.
Okay. Well, look, I'll have some further questions when we have the right folk at the table. And thank you for coming all the way you have. Thank you for your stewardship of a beautiful reef that we all care so deeply about.
Okay, Senator Codwell.
Warren Inch was the previous envoy. I think now Senator Anita Green. I've read those reports. Will she be returning reports every 6 months like Mr Inch, or is there a reporting regime set in place for that?
Look, I think this is probably one for me. Look, I actually don't know what the reporting arrangements are for Senator Green, but I do know that she's been very energetic in the role. She has essentially been tasked with a whole range of tasked with working with stakeholders on a whole range of matters. I see Senator Green organising opportunities to engage those stakeholders. She obviously lives in far north Queensland, and she's a very energetic advocate for the reef and regularly engaged with Minister Plibersek.
Can you get back to us with the reporting schedule for her, or is there?
Sorry,
you said you're unaware of the reporting schedule. Does one exist, or?
I said I'm unaware of the reporting arrangements.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Okay.
So I can take that on notice.
Thank you.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much for coming along. Sorry for the delay in the day. Appreciate all the work that you do. We will let you go now. And I'll also take the opportunity to discharge Arena. We are not going to get to the Renewable Energy Agency today.
But we will see them again.
But we will see them again, most certainly. I will at this point give Mr Larson an opportunity to provide some additional information following questions earlier in the day.
Thank you very much. I've just got here, and we indicated earlier that we would do our very best to respond to questions that we either took on notice or indicated that we come back later in the day. One question from Senator Whish-Wilson was, is there a proposal for listing Robbins Island Passage as an Australian Ramsar listed site? And the response to that is no formal proposal has been received by the department from the site manager of Robbins Island Passage for listing under the Ramsar Convention at this stage. Senator Waters asked a question, will we be advising the Ramsar Committee of the Toondah Harbour proposal? The response I have is that Australia, as a member of the Ramsar Convention, does notify the Ramsar Secretariat of any proposed development that has the potential to have a significant impact on a Ramsar-listed site. And I understand that the Toondah Harbour proposal has, in previous iterations, been part of that notification, but that is to the Secretariat, the Ramsar Secretariat, as opposed to the meeting as such. So that's a point of clarification. Senator Waters, I think you also asked, could we please provide details on discussions relating to the Daintree microgrid project? And the advice I have here is that the project was submitted to the department on the 1st of September 2022 for consideration and is undergoing validation for acceptance as a referral. Senator Waters, I have a further question from you, which was in relation to the commercial extraction of water arising from Springbrook. And the response that I have is on 1 December 2021, the then department wrote to the proponent regarding a proposal for commercial water extraction in Springbrook, Queensland. The correspondence outlined the obligations under the Environment Protection Biodiversity Conservation Act 1999. On 22 December 2021, the department received notice that the proponent was waiting for a number of state processes to be resolved before proceeding further. A subsequent question from Senator Whish-Wilson in relation to Tasmanian devils. The department can confirm that the Tasmanian devil is amongst the 176 species for which the previous minister decided that a recovery plan would no longer be required. a conservation advice remains in place for this species. The principles used by the Threatened Species Scientific Committee in determining whether a recovery plan is required in addition to a conservation advice are published on the department website. A further question from Senator Wilson was in relation to Great Southern Reef funding and giant kelp forests. The response that I have is the Great Southern Reef habitats are primarily present in shallow coastal waters in state jurisdiction. The National Environmental Science Program, NESP, is a long-term commitment by the Australian Government to applied environment and climate science, supporting world-class collaborative and practical research that informs decision-making and on-ground action. The National Environmental Science Program has funded research relating to temperate reefs. The Department recently submitted information to the inquiry by the Environment and Communications References Committee into marine invasive species that provides further details on work on the Great Southern Reef by the NESP. And finally, if I might make a correction, I indicated that the response, the Australian Government response to the draft reactive monitoring mission report was submitted on the 12th of September. In fact, it was submitted on the 13th of September.
Oh, outrageous.
You did give yourself a waiver, if I remember correctly. So.
Good thing you corrected that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Larson. We now call the officers from the Australian Institute of Marine Science and welcome Mr. Basil Ayek, who's the Acting Chief Executive Officer. And I believe your first appearance at Estimates?
As Acting Chief Executive Officer, yes, I've appeared as Chief Financial Officer in the past.
Well, welcome in that capacity. Would you like to make an opening statement?
I do have an opening statement, Chair. Thank you.
Lovely, thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to make an opening statement. I'd like to acknowledge the traditional owners of the AIMS sites and all the places across the north where AIMS works. It's more than 5 years since the Great Barrier Reef was hit by major bleaching events in successive years, 2016 and 17, causing severe mortality across the northern two-thirds of the reef and garnering worldwide attention. Since then, we've had 2 more mass bleaching events, but thankfully these were less severe and coral mortality was low. As a result, the last 2 years have seen the GBR bounce back strongly, with coral cover reaching record highs in some locations. Much has been made of this recovery in the media, and it is certainly good news. It shows that the reef is still resilient and under the right conditions can still recover from disturbance. However, this good news must not lull us into a false sense of security. The fact is that we've been lucky. Conditions in the last few years have been relatively benign, with no major cyclones or crown of thorns starfish outbreaks. The 2 most recent bleaching events in 2020 and 2022 were sustained enough to cause widespread bleaching, but in both cases, conditions cooled soon enough and sufficiently to prevent widespread coral mortality. The long-term trends in ocean heating and acidification unfortunately remain unchanged. Equally worrying is that the most recent mass bleaching on the GBR earlier this year unfolded during a La Nina year, which typically brings cooler than average conditions to the reef. This signals that the GBR has now crossed a threshold. Severe and widespread coral bleaching can now occur in any given summer. If we are lucky and weather conditions on the GBR are favourable, we will escape bleaching and mortality. Otherwise, we will not. The next strong El Nino year, which typically brings warmer than usual conditions to the Pacific, presents a significant risk to the GBR and reefs worldwide. Last year, AIMS managed the release of the Global Coral Reef Monitoring Network's Status of Coral Reefs of the World report. This 6th edition was the first since 2008, based on data from 1978 to 2019. As lead author, AIMS reported that between 2009 and 2018, 14% of the coral from the world's coral reefs was lost, which is more than all the coral currently living on all Australia's coral reefs. The findings reinforce that all of the world's reefs are facing similar challenges, with climate change the single biggest threat. This means that the work of Australia's major world-leading Reef Restoration Adaptation Program, RAP, is now more important and more urgent than ever. Led by AIMS, the program is now well underway and has already yielded some significant breakthroughs. And while we're making progress, there's no question that we must keep going. We must work hard to reduce pollution loads and to remove plastic from our oceans. We need to improve the way we harvest resources from the oceans, and vitally, we must reduce the emissions that are driving the rapid warming of our oceans. Just as dealing with the pandemic has shown us the value of science and fact-based action, so too must our ocean endeavours be guided by science. As one of our globe's powerhouses of marine science, Australia has a leading role to play in this effort. Thank you.
Thank you.
We may go to Senator Duniam first.
Okay. Look, thank you very much for the opening statement there. And I did want to just go to largely the information you talked about in the study that talked about the extensive coral cover despite the events, and noting what you've said. I wanted to look forward from here, and you've talked about the warnings. Based on the information and knowledge we have and the work that AIMS does, are there projections? I know it's hard to predict, and you've just said in any summer period we could have widespread bleaching events, but do you do projections based on certain circumstances, temperatures, etc.?
So, Senator, I think we provide the science on the state of the reef currently. We do look at the modelling and the heat warming, and I'll ask Mr. Mead to comment on the overall modelling that we do.
Sure.
Yeah, thanks. So we don't specifically ourselves do any sort of bleaching forecast, right? So once a year or a couple of times a year we do meet with other partners, the Marine Park Authority particularly.
Mr. Mead, sorry, I might just need you.
Sorry,
yes.
Thanks. So AIMS does work with other partners, particularly the Marine Park Authority, to look at the bleaching probability as you're going forward. This year, as Dr. Weckenfeld had already indicated, it's a little bit too early for that. Temperatures are elevated. Predicting whether or not we're going to see bleaching this year, just don't know at this point in time. Globally, then in the longer term, all right, so there's a range of climate models that exist and relating to different IPCC outcomes, and those have different sea surface temperature regimes. And again, I'll just build a little bit on what Dr. Weckenfeld had talked about, that we are doing work with partners. It's not just AIMS, this is QUT, CSIRO, a range of organisations to try and build improved models to make longer term forecasts of what might happen to coral reefs out into the future, out 2050, 2100. That's obviously very driven by the climate scenario that you're on and the sequences of heat waves and the response of the system to those heat waves. And all indications are at the moment that the closer you stay to 1.5 degrees temperature warming, the higher the probability of coral reefs surviving. As soon as you start going above that, you start seeing longer term overall trajectories dropping down. And that work is ongoing. It's a challenging thing to try and forecast and model. And so there's quite a substantial effort going in to improve the uncertainty around those types of models.
Okay, and so just in terms of the effort going in to improve the certainty around the models, what are we talking? Is it new technology? Are there new ways of monitoring things that we haven't been able to deploy in the past?
So something like the Great Barrier Reefs, 3,800 reefs, hundreds of species, they all interact together. There's selection processes that are occurring when bleaching events occur, other mortality events occur. So it's a very complex piece of ecology that you're trying to model. And so it's not so much new technologies, it's building, it's a suite of models, it's not a solution. So this is a suite of models. So it's building a framework of modelling that is a better representation of reality, right? And I think, we all know that no model is correct, all models are wrong.
Can we quote you on that?
That's just a fact.
Yeah, indeed, yes.
And so it's about having enough certainty around those. The other thing is there's a bunch of processes that are occurring on the reef that are very new. So bleaching's quite a recent event, and understanding the response of the system to a bleaching event and then translating that into a model takes time. Notwithstanding, there's uncertainty around those models. There is a pretty good consensus globally that, once you start getting above 1.5 degrees, that coral reefs will have substantial issues.
Sure, okay. And so just on that issue of modelling and the reports that are then developed out of the work that you do, because records have been kept now for 36 years.
The long-term monitoring program's 36 years of data, yes.
Yeah. I imagine the way you collect the data has changed significantly in that time? Or
No,
has it
not
been
really.
relatively...
So we have one of the strengths, I think, of the arrangements that have been set up in Australia is that we've got some very long-term monitoring programs, a long-term monitoring program and another one we call the marine monitoring program, which is inshore reefs. So we've been using standard protocols and going to the same reefs over the long term. There's a few updates that occur on the way, but these are tested against the other methods in order to, before you bring them in. And so the protocol's pretty sound.
Yeah, okay, so that's been consistent all the way through.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. And just in terms of the information you have, obviously this is an important part of the world, the reef, and for a range of reasons. Advice, the information contained, for example, in the long-term monitoring program and the report generated from that, I mean, where does it was in the State of the Environment report, I saw that. Do you provide advice to government based on the information you produce?
So we provide advice to government, but it predominantly goes into the Outlook report, which is compiled and commissioned by the Great Marine Park Authority.
Okay.
And the long-term monitoring program report is published.
Yes, yeah. Annually.
Yes.
Is it? Yeah, okay. All right, look, Chair, I don't have any further questions.
Thank you. Senator Payman.
Thank you, Chair. I'd love to hear how the investment in this week's budget will expand the Institute's ability to continue the important work it does.
Thanks, Senator. While there's been no direct announcements for AIMS in this week's budget, we expect to participate in a number of the programs that have been announced, and it's probably better to hand to the department around the particulars of the announcements in this current budget.
Sure.
So, Senator, we very much see AIMS as a key partner in the work done to support the reef, but in fact our marine interest far more broadly. And so if you look at the $1.2 billion, a component of that, of course, will go into research activities, and we would expect AIMS to be a partner in that. But also as we go forward, AIMS is a very important delivery partner elsewhere in Australia on the marine science side. So the work that they do and the money that we have received from the budget will support that.
Thank you.
Senator Waters. Thanks, Chair. Hello, thanks for joining us today. I've got a few different questions. Can I start first with ReefWorks, which I understand is some sort of partnership with Defence. Just in relation to the tropical marine test range, can you describe the marine technologies that are being tested at the facility?
Thanks, Senator. ReefWorks is a bit broader than just a partnership with Defence, and I'll ask Mr Mead to provide further.
Well, I'm just interested in... Sorry, please, by all means, give me some context.
So we don't have a formal partnership with Defence yet on ReefWorks. AIMS has been developing or seeking to acquire technology to improve how marine monitoring and characterisation occurs. And so we had developed capabilities in-house and test ranges and other mechanisms that we were using for our own technology. And we've been seeking to simulate, I guess, our marine technologies industry within Australia. One of the big impediments to that is gaining access at the kind of the right price point, particularly for small and medium enterprise, to gain access to test and development environments. It's a bit of a bottleneck. And our objective of engaging those SMEs was so that technology is developed that we can actually leverage within marine science, because at the moment, unless we're developing things ourselves, often it just doesn't exist. It's a pretty small market and not a large market in Australia. And
can I just intercede? What sort of technologies are you talking about? Because I'm having trouble kind of contextualising what you're saying.
So for us, as an example, in our monitoring, let's talk about the long-term monitoring program on the Great Barrier Reef. At the moment, it's predominantly done with divers. And that's a fantastic mechanism, but there are locations that are too dangerous to put divers in the water these days.
I thought you did aerial surveys.
No, so we do aerial surveys of things like bleaching surveys, but for the monitoring, we put divers in the water and we go to each reef. And so we're looking at technologies that, for example, camera systems and platforms that are either autonomous or surface or towed. That would enable us to capture that image and then the methodologies to automate the analysis of it.
So like underwater drones? sort
Yeah,
of
so
thing?
underwater drones are a good
Okay,
example.
okay.
And of course, operating in the tropics is quite specific. It's warm and turbid. And all of the technology that gets developed largely in the Western world is not for the tropics. And so you find that you need to do a lot of this development yourself. The reason that we're talking with Defence, and I'll come to your point now, is that Defence have similar technology requirements for a different purpose, granted, but they're after sovereign technologies developed within Australia that operate in the tropics. And so we have an opportunity to share test and environment development capability. We're not working with them on ordnance or other things like
Good,
that.
so you're not developing weapons for defence,
No.
testing them in the reef.
No, we're talking about small autonomous platforms,
Well, it
and
actually
how you might
happens off
control those.
Rockhampton. Anyway, please carry on, Mr. Mead. I apologise.
No, I think that's possibly about it. But
Okay.
this fits into our mission. We're here to, and the role that we take. We need access to these technologies. We're trying to develop them ourselves. We're trying to foster the development of them within Australia.
Thank you. And forgive me, I'm coming new to this issue. So you mentioned the test range. Where is the test range?
So it's a whole suite of test ranges. So close to AIMS, we have an exclusive scientific zone where we typically do the first testing of systems that we develop in the water.
Yep.
We also test them in the tanks in CSIM or any other piece of water that we can find. And then we typically, once you're at that point, you're then looking for ranges that might be further afield that have different conditions in them. So we've been working with AMSA, right, the marine regulator.
Yep.
Because there's one other thing here is that in Australia at the moment, there's not a mechanism to regulate autonomous marine systems. AMSA has a need, and so we've partnered with AMSA to help also develop frameworks about how you might certify autonomous systems as being trusted and safe to use.
So is there a regulatory gap?
So there's a recognised regulatory gap, and there's activities underway to explore how to do this. So this is not just an Australian challenge, this is a global challenge. To the best of my knowledge, there isn't a country that has solved this yet. We've partnered with the UK to understand how they've been approaching it with Plymouth Marine Labs and others. And so at the moment, the controls around that, because there isn't that system, the controls are very rigorous. Right? So
there are controls.
So the
even though
controls
there's
are
no
rigorous in
regulation.
the sense that in general you're not allowed to use them.
Well, until there's a regulatory framework, that seems perfectly appropriate.
Yes, and so that's another impediment, of course, to effective use.
Yes.
And even for ourselves, we ran into this roadblock ourselves. We're developing technology that we wouldn't get a permit to use. So it's not that we're in an unsafe position at the moment. It's quite the opposite. But if we are to shift down the technology approach, which you see particularly terrestrially, you see a lot of. So modern agriculture and farming these days use drones for spot spraying and things like this, autonomous systems. If we're going to leverage that type of technology in our marine estate, we have to develop frameworks that allow us to safely utilise those.
All right, I'm going to digest what you said and ask a lot more questions next time around, because it does seem like there's a bit of a lacuna in the law that needs, urgent redress.
And Senator, can I just add, we're not at a stage where there's a lot of activity going on. We're still at the very infancy of creating this work and testing and trialling and doing the research needed.
Yes, okay,
So we're
understand.
doing a 2-year assessment of whether or not we keep going down this path.
Oh, I see. Thank you. That's very helpful context. There was an article in The Australian yesterday, apparently, which discussed drone technology that I presume that we've just been going into. Discussed it in the context of marine defence. So my question is, what proportion of the technologies tested at Reef Works relate to defence?
Yeah, so I think, so we've, as part of this foundation phase, we've called this a foundation phase. We've partnered with the Queensland Government to assess the need and the benefit of establishing something in the longer term. We have we've run 2 or 3 scheduled sort of trials where we're trying to understand what industry and defence requirements might be, and a few of those have involved defence. And in this case, they were the types of things that they're interested in as a location where they can test communications, remote operations and things like this. As I alluded to earlier, because of our location, there'll be strict limitations around the types of things that we test into the future. I guess I'll probably just leave it at that.
Mr. Larson, can I just check? I can't remember from environmental law days whether or not Defence has a standing exemption from the EPBC Act or whether they have to make a special request. Can you just let me know from regulatory perspective, with this sort of defence testing happening in a World Heritage Area, i.e. the Great Barrier Reef, are you anticipating that you would receive a referral?
They don't. Defence doesn't have a standing exemption, so any defence activity which gives rise to a matter of national environmental significance, obviously, in principle, goes through the normal approval process. Of course, there are exemption and other arrangements which can apply in particular circumstances.
Is there not a national security?
There is a national security exemption. There is a national interest exemption available, but that's a particular provision, Section 158, I think, of the Act, which allows for the Minister to make a national interest exemption.
Are you anticipating Defence would ask for that to be?
I wouldn't. I would depend. It would depend on the information concerning what the impact was on a matter of national environmental significance. So obviously. Vessels of one sort or another use the reef space all the time, and it would depend on what the...
No, I think we're talking about testing stuff.
No, I understand, but it would depend on what the assessed likely impact was, and whatever the consequence of that testing was. So it would depend.
Okay.
Can I just add, Senator, that all of this testing occurs under the current regulatory and permit regime. So we need to seek permits to undertake these tests. It's no different to anyone else.
Under which piece of legislation?
So we need to seek permits from the Marine Park Authority, from AMSA, from a range of different areas.
Could you table for me the regulatory permit system that you currently go through? Just I don't know, so I'm keen to understand that better.
We'll take that on notice.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you. And I'm not contending that you're not complying with that. I'm just interested in what it is and identifying whether it's adequate and whether further regulation's needed. Okay, can I move on? There's an ongoing concern about PFAS in a variety of settings, and obviously a lot of that's been at airport and defence bases so far. But I'm told that given the widespread nature of PFAS, it's now being found in all sorts of places like Antarctica and the Arctic, and concerns have been raised about PFAS in fish, with potential implications for the food chain. Can you comment on any research that AIMS is either undertaking itself or is aware of that's being done in relation to PFAS in fish and the wider impacts on marine life in Australian waters?
Thanks, Senator. That's something I'm not aware of whether we've identified PFAS in fish at the moment, so I'd have to take that on notice and come back to you.
Okay, so it's not AIMS doing that research work?
We're not doing particular research on that at the moment.
All right. Thank you. So no PFAS work being done by AIMS at all?
I'll take that on notice and come back. I'm not aware of any at the moment.
All right, thank you. Whale strandings. There's been a number of whale strandings in different parts of the country in the last few months. Is AIMS doing any research, or have you done any research into trends in the incidence and the location and the frequency of those strandings?
And again, I'm not aware that we've done anything in particular around strandings. We have been monitoring whale and whale songs off the West Coast.
Okay. Does that have any correlation with
not that I'm aware of, Senator.
No. Okay. Well, thank you for taking on notice whether you have looked at strandings and whether or not there's any lessons we can draw. Are the strandings becoming more frequent or greater numbers? Are you undertaking any research into the causes of the strandings? No, because you're not sure if you're doing the stranding research, right? If you can take that on notice as well. And have you looked at whether there's any link between seismic testing and whale behaviour?
So we have undertaken significant research in noise. The results of that have been published. I'm not have the detail of that, so any particular questions in regards to the impacts, I'd take on notice.
Yeah, thank you. If you can just give me a short précis and give me some links to the research you've done?
We can do that.
Thank you. And then lastly, and I was remiss to not ask the Marine Park Authority this as well, it's about climate grief, which I'm sure many people feel in their work, but which might be particularly poignant in your work. Increasingly, scientists working on climate and in marine science in particular are reporting that they're suffering from distress and mental health impacts from monitoring the diversity decline that's happening in our marine ecosystems. Is that something that you've observed within AIMS? And do you have any particular measures in place to address staff mental health?
So, Senator, we do have measures in place for staff mental health. Our scientists are extremely passionate. Our whole team are very passionate about the reef. We haven't seen any significant stress increase around climate grief, as you identified it. They are passionate in the work that they do. We monitor our overall culture surveys we've had recently, the last couple of years that they've been undertaken. That's more focused on the organisational culture and approach. They are impacted by the science and the work they're undertaking. We have programs for employee assistance around those things. And we haven't seen a significant increase in our numbers around the utilisation of those services.
Is that because the numbers were already high?
No, they're not significantly high, no. They're not. Okay. They're not of something that we would note a particular need to address.
Okay. Well, I'm glad you've got those programs in place, and yeah, they may well get used a bit more. Thank you very much for the work you do.
Thank you. And
thanks,
Chair, if I could just, when I narrowed down the commentary about the budget, AIMS is actually receiving additional funding over the next couple of years. We received in March the announcement the $63.6 million worth of funding. There's three components of that funding. There's $29.7 million additional over the 3 years to 23-24, and that goes to our core research funding. We've also got $5.3 million to complete a detailed design to replace our research vessel Cape Ferguson. That's the end of her life at the moment, design life. And we've also got $28.6 million in that to remediate the wharf at our Cape Cleveland site.
Yes, very good budget. Thank you very much. We'll now go to Senator Duniam.
Yeah, I have one very brief question, and you might have touched on it before, and I'm sorry if you did. I was just looking at the budget papers again, budget paper number 2, page 58, and there was a reference to Coastal Marine Ecosystems Research Centre, $15 million. Is that something AIMS is working in with, or is that a totally separate?
It's not something that's part of AIMS, but we do undertake projects in those centres, in the CRCs.
Okay, so it will complement work and in a different stream altogether.
Correct.
Okay. All right, that's fine. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you so much for coming along today and for your input. That actually concludes the committee's hearings for today. Senators are reminded that written questions on notice should be provided to the Secretariat by close of business on Tuesday the 15th of November. And I'd like to thank Minister McAllister and all the witnesses that have appeared before us today. And thank you also to Hansard and Broadcasting and, of course, the Secretariat. And the committee now stands adjourned.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, everyone.
See you all in a week and a bit.